What's going on, family? What's going on? Welcome to Sage Talk on the Lapeef Network. How you guys doing out there? I'll apologies. You know, we was transitioning over from Lapeef and Sundays. Now we at Sage Talk. If you guys missed Lapeef and Sundays, you missed a great show. Make sure you guys go ahead and catch it on the replay after this. It's nothing but heat over here on the Lapeef Network, so make sure you guys continue to hold it down and support us. If you haven't already, make sure you guys hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Green Gang, I see you. Patty Cakes, Double R, Stephen Day, Savage, Entertainment. I see Sage Talk Lee. He's also a member. He's in the chat. Duke Whitfield. Shout out to all the Green Gang. Batman 4011. I see you. Catherine Forbes. Good to see you guys in attendance tonight. If it's your first time, welcome to Sage Talk on the Lapeef Network. Those of you that's been here before, you know how I go. I'm going to go ahead and get us started, and then I'm going to go bring Lee up, which will be shortly within 2 minutes. I talked to Lee not too long ago, and he's letting me know he wants the women to call in. This topic is real heavy, and women, we would love to hear your input. Guys, I know you guys most of the time are the first ones to call in, but women, I want you to get a place, get a seat. I'll be dropping that link directly after I go to the back and bring Lee up. So women, sit back, enjoy the monologue, and make sure you call in. This is a powerful conversation that I think that we should all be able to have. Let's just have a conversation, as I always say. Shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley. That link is pinned. It's not pinned, but it's in the description. So make sure you guys click that link, get 30% off along with a free gift. Shout out to Tej Hanley. Feel the Tej. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Men, let's get our skin in order. Go ahead and use that Lapeef link right there, and you get yourself a free gift. Also, if you don't know, we are live August the 5th and August the 6th in Atlanta. That link should be pinned to the top of the chat right now. If not, go to the description and click it. A lot of people bought their tickets during the last broadcast. VIP tickets is sold out. I did say on Lapeef and Sundays that we'll be sponsoring 2 free tickets. I'm going to upgrade it to the members. It's going to be for members only. I'm going to give away 2 free tickets. I don't know which show. So if you're watching all the shows, then hey, and you there and you Green Gang, you will get the opportunity to get a free upgraded ticket to VIP. Hope to see you guys there if you have bought it. And if you haven't got it, then go ahead and get it so we can come out and come see what the Lapeef experience is all about. If all do, let me go ahead and bring up Lee himself. How you doing, sir?
Hey, good afternoon, Gerald. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Phenomenal. Blessed on this Sunday day and looking
How's
forward to this monologue. Go ahead.
Thank you, thank you. How's everybody else doing out here in the chat? How's your Sunday going?
Yeah, there you
Welcome
go.
back to another Sage Talk. I know the conversation have been fire this entire weekend since the end of last week. Was that Thursday or Friday when the news dropped?
Mhm.
So I think today's conversation, you guys are gonna like it.
All right, Lee. I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here. Have a great show. Make sure you guys get the likes up. Logic, I see you, man. Go ahead and get the chat together. Put the ones in the chat. You looking forward to this show? Hit that like button if you haven't already. Make sure you guys subscribe to the network. And Lee, go ahead and rock out, bro.
Okay. Well, today's conversation, the topic, the war continues. Life versus death, men versus women. Today's conversation, I'm sure, will be emotional and to some, possibly even triggering. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I wanted to really talk about this particular topic, but because it had such a dramatic results over the past 50 years in terms of the data on our community and the potential future effect it could have in the coming years, I thought it would be irresponsible for me not to do so and have this conversation. Normally, I'm not the type of person who like to go into a lot of statistics, tout them. I usually, read them on my own, look at them just so I'm aware. But most of the times from what I see online, black people in general, but particularly black women, they do not like stats, particularly when those stats show them in a negative light. However, for today's show, I will cite just a few just to give some depth to the conversation as we continue into the discussion. And I'll do so at the beginning so I'm not uh, inserting stats as we go along. I just want to drop them. And if anyone wants the link after the show, after I'm finished with the monologue, I can go ahead and drop the link in the back chat, and then JR can drop it in the open chat for everybody, whoever might want to check it out. But overall, and this was on the ChristianLifeResource.com, or resources with an S. Abortion since 1973 until 2017 in the United States. The stat shows 63,459,781 children deleted. Again, that is ChristianLifeResources.com 2021 /0119 US abortion statistics by year from 1973 to current. Michigan statistics, and this is Multicultural Outreach Black Abortion Statistics. It shows black women 23% out of 1,000, meaning 23% of 1,000. What's that? 230.6 children per thousand. White women, they're showing 6.6% per thousand. Hispanic is 11.7 per thousand. The Michigan statistics really call in to black people as a whole. They gave a broad number for the total. They said more than 20 million. They didn't give an exact uh, absolute number between 1973 and 2019 from the national stats. In Michigan, it shows 38.4% black women in 2019 of all deleted children. And out of that 38.4%, 93.4% of women having these deletions were unmarried. This is Michigan residents. The population for black women in Michigan is 14%. And out of that population, we accounted for, or black women accounted for 55.6% of all total deletions. With those numbers, it's just really unthinkable for me not to have at least have a conversation about this overall. And looking at these numbers, it is clear that black women, and I will keep this conversation strictly towards black women as opposed to all women, simply because I think white men could speak for themselves, and Latino women or Latino men or Asian men, they can speak for themselves concerning the data in their communities. After reviewing many of the reports and stats about this issue, I don't think this is really about right of choice. Because once you're pregnant, the choice has been made. The actions of two consenting adults laying down to take pleasure in their favorite pastime, if I might say that, that's a conscious effort. Regardless of the intent, once conception takes place, the choice has really been made. Nature have made the choice. So what is it that women want when they say they want the right to choose? Because we know once you're pregnant, nature have made the choice. What they're really saying is that we want the option to kill. And that's the real argument. But we don't want to use the word kill because it sounds so horrible. Ironically, and this is really the irony of this whole discussion, I never thought I'd see men, black men, choosing life and black women choosing death as it pertained to the unborn. So, for this conversation, I'd like to look into this issue from a different point of view, possibly not the viewpoint that many have been talking about over this weekend. But I'll look at it from more of a contrarian perspective, you might say. This to me is a war of ideas or ideals between men and women from different perspectives. It's easy to recognize, obviously, now that we live in a more modern society and there's no longer a need for us or for women particularly or a family for that matter to have 8, 9 or 10 children or in some cases more. Those days are bygone days. Children are no longer necessary to have in large numbers for survival, to work and bring in money for the family. In fact, the future of the world will be even more modern and even less need for many people, i.e., AI. AI, artificial intelligence, and robots will more than likely do many of today's menial jobs. So the need for many people will not be a necessity. That's just a fact. In today's life, a very successful family with 3 children would be considered probably a large family. In reality, most people are only having 1 or maybe 2 children. And in some cases, the second child is only a just in case. You know, in the event something happens to the first child, there's at least someone else able to carry on the generation or their legacy. Looking at this situation from a more pragmatic way, instead of, I would say, instead of black men arguing, fighting with black women or any other women, black, white, or Latino for that matter, because some black men date out. But for the sake of this conversation, like I said, I'd like to keep it in house. So where I tend to focus only on black people, black men and women, understand that's my perspective. If black women wants to delete the unborn, in my opinion, looking at the stats and the percentages of the people who are deleting their children, in reality, and this might be a hard pill to swallow for some, my intention is not to overtly offend, but I'm pretty much a straight talker. Those who know me personally would know that. And I think those who have tuned in to my discussions and conversations over the past 6 months or so have somewhat gotten familiar with my style. As I said, the percentages of the people who are doing the deleting of children is the people who are less educated, less ambitious. They contribute less to the society and take more out of society than they put in. So it's probably an advantage to society to allow these people to just freely delete the children that would come into our society and just leech from the government. Let me restate that. That might be a little bit too harsh. Those individuals would be garnering a significant portion of the state's supportive resources. And those resources are many and they're costly. Housing. The cost of housing is continuously going up. And usually, when the price of a resource goes up, it rarely ever comes down. So we're looking at housing, we're looking at food, water. Water is a big thing. Potable water is serious route worldwide. Healthcare and medicine, insurance, energy, transportation. I mean, the list goes on. It's significant. There are basic things that has to be provided for people who are unable to provide for themselves in a productive way in a modern society. Obviously, we are not animals. We cannot let people just starve or live in the street. And, in the beginning, I stated some of the stats. When you consider 19 to 20 million black children who would have who have been deleted since the early 1970s up till now. At first, when I was reading this, and I mean, I've heard about the stats previously, but more recently over the weekend when I was preparing and I was reading through the information, at first I was really upset about it. I was genuinely angry. But as I looked more and more through the data, what I saw was where the problem mainly exists. And it was pretty clear. From the data, it appears that many women who delete children delete at least two, some on average three or four children. Those are not, those of our people who are having these multiple deletions again and again. They're not doing this because they're poor. For the black women who are using deletions as a form of contraceptive, they're not all economically poor. I would say some of them are just poor mentally. They make poor or bad decisions, choices. Their thinking is poverty minded. I would say that. In fact, in hindsight, they that 20 million would have been the next generation of poverty minded people into the black community, into society. And they're not contributing anything positive to the society. I mean, we need to get real. In fact, many of them are robbing. They're robbing the society of its wealth, and they're robbing the black community of its wealth. So if they want to call their own segment or group and keep it small from growing and proliferating the black community with violence, uneducated, unproductive people, those who don't contribute to the betterment of black America, except nothing but death, crime, and violence, I would say let them. Let them. I think it's a good thing. I mean, if we really analyze this from a practical standpoint, we, black men, are trying to fight for something that is really holding us back in reality because we care. But there's some people who don't care, and we have to realize that. I think there comes a point where we should just allow them to do what they want to do. I'm not saying we should go out and advocate for this at all. That is not what I'm saying. Don't get me wrong. However, for the women who want to go out and do this, I don't think we should be an obstacle to them. We must realize that these women are doing society a good service. They're doing the black community a good service. They're doing black America a good service because they're keeping at a very low rate what could be or become a major economic problem for black people. It would hold us back. It would pull us down. It would cast an image, and we already see our image worldwide, how it is tarnished. I think if we had 20 more million of the type of people that we have now who are deleting 4, 5, 6 children over their lifetime or thereabouts, their productive years, I think the black community actually is better for us not having that. I mean, we will be seeing more uneducated, more unproductive, more poverty stricken criminals and violence at an even higher rate. So, in my opinion, as I said before, it's better to let them delete themselves. Now, I understand some the way I say things may come across direct and straight and uncaring, and some people may find this offensive or may even get triggered. But let me say this. What if we flip the situation? What if the scenario was totally different? What if the government came in with a plan and they had a matrix to evaluate everyone in the society, men and women, black, white, Latino, Asians, everybody, not just black people, but everybody in America, both black and white, both men and women, I should say. Let's use a random number like age 25. Every time a man or a woman became the age 25, like in some countries, Israel, you have to go into the army. That's both men and women. But let's say in the United States, they had a test to evaluate your future value to society. And let's say this matrix covered some things like your economic future value, what you're likely to contribute to the society, what you have taken from society so far from birth and up to the point of being tested. your ability to repay in value, not necessarily in money, but in value and contribution, the things that you have taken, the resources that was given to you for your survival up until age 25. Would you be able to add to future value? And more importantly, how many children potentially you could bring into society and what that uh, into society and what that would be, whether you those children will be contributors or will they continue to take from the society? If they had a test for intelligent quotient, or let's say your test scores came back and you had low intelligent quotient, your education quotient was low, meaning your comprehension and ability to retain information, learn how to use it in practical application in life, making good discernible decisions. Your economic quotient, meaning your ability to make money, generate resources. Your future value quotient. What can you add to the community just besides the money that you would make? And your contributions quotient to society as a whole. If those things came back below the matrix requirement, and so on and so on and so on, right? I mean, you guys get my drift. A test could be complex. If the government was to implement something like that, and if your score was too low to be of value to society, and I'm not saying that they would delete you, but let's say your ability to procreate would be removed. You would be sterilized, both men and women. At the age of 25, if you fail that future value matrix test, you would not be able to bring forth any more children that would rob the society. Now, I believe everyone would be in an uproar, and that includes white women and Latino women. But again, I'm speaking of black women. They would be yelling discrimination, discrimination, discrimination. We would not hear the end of it. White supremacism, white supremacism. It would be loud and clear. But let's look at this situation, right? Men in general would not have a big deal with this. I don't think so. Why do I say that? Because according to the current stats, most men are single and childless. And many of those men are in the middle class by 65% or higher. They aren't getting enough sex to even bring a child into the world. They're productive, but they're not taking from the society, they're contributing. As the stats points out, there are a small group of men having a lot of sex, procreating with the majority of women. So if the government was to implement such a program, I'm sure some men would feel some kind of way. I'm not saying men wouldn't. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, based on the stats right now in our society, black men particularly are living a life as though there was such a program going on right at this moment. Now, understand this. Most of the people who are at present in society that are productive, they probably wouldn't fear this type of evaluation. Why? Because they know they would pass with flying colors. It wouldn't affect them. Again, they would not fare because they're already contributing to society more than they're taking. However, on the flip side, the same people who would be doing all the complaining would be the same people who are fighting for the right to delete babies right now. Again, if the government was to try and do this, the same people who are now fighting for the right to delete their babies would be fighting the government not to stop them from deleting the babies. It's part of that intelligent quotient I was talking about. One of the things I do believe, if the government was to come out with a program like this, based on the demographics and other matrix data that's already available, which they have and have gathered and have probably mined and sift and already know the conclusions. And for those who don't make the cut and will have to suffer getting the snip, pun intended, you'll be getting a special ID. Your job and your future would be determined. And in other words, you'd be relegated to possibly being nothing more than an organic robot, an organic AI. Now, I don't believe the government do things recklessly, unconsciously, coincidentally, accidentally. There are too many rich people. There are too many smart people. There are too many computers. I don't think things happen just by chance. I think the overthrow or the reversal of Roe versus Wade is deliberate. And it's not just politics. I think there's a greater planet afoot. I think the government did this deliberately because they want to implement something. We know the WHO, Bill Gates, and others, world leaders, they want to bring the world population down by a few billion, not by a few million, by a few billions. Ironically, and I'm not active on Twitter, but sometimes I do look. And LeBron James made a tweet, I think it was yesterday, and he made the comment that women from the South, i.e., poor black women, would be affected more by this ruling. That's funny. Poor black women would be affected more by this ruling. Like I said, many of the women who are doing this, they're not all poor. Some of them are, but they're all not. And I'll leave that out there as story time, right? That's just my imagination kind of running wild. So I just wanted to throw something out there. But getting back to the topic at hand, at the rate black women are deleting children and the Pookie and Ray Rays are deleting each other in the hood, over time, let's just say the next generation, 25, 30 years, though at present their voices are loud, or maybe even the loudest in the room, over time their voices could and would become just an echo in our community. I mean, in the last 40, 50 years, our women have deleted a third of our population. If we stand at 42 million or 45 million, whatever the estimates are, 20 million is 50% of that. So knowing that there would be 60 million of us plus the children, that's 30% or 33%. What are the potential benefits for having a smaller black community? I wanted to look at that. Could the black community benefit from being smaller as opposed to bigger and destructive and wasteful? Well, one thing is we could probably be more dynamic, more economically stronger, more successful as a group, more both intelligent and inventive, and possibly be more powerful as a demographic in America because the resources will be concentrated as opposed to widely dispersed and wasted. And for those of us who are already on a successful track, an economic track, if you're intelligent, smart, and you're contributing to the growth and building of society, your outlook and opportunities will only increase. They're not going to go down. They're only going to increase. And there will be many black women who will succeed. Many black women who want to build families. Those who see and understand the value of being with a black man and being together to achieve together. Because not all black women are reckless with their womb or their bodies to allow any guy with a penis to run up in them and squirt all over the place and make valueless deposits. That's a mining term that I picked up, making valueless deposits. Earlier, I said what the government has done with the revocation of this Roe versus Wade, I think, is a masterful stroke. Meaning, the best way to get somebody to do something is to tell them what? Tell them they can't do it. Tell them no. You know that with your kids. Tell them no. Now, I'm not a psychologist or anything like that, but I do understand people. And I've lived long enough to experience and see things. And in my opinion, over the next few years, probably by the end of this decade or so, into the early 2030, we could see even more deletions by black women than ever because they will be running from state to state, executing what they can to alleviate their reckless behavior and their bad decision. Now, I don't want to go into the whole Margaret Sanger conversation. I think everyone in here is astute enough or have read, researched, or had conversations about this matter. So, if you believe that she was a racist or she was a white supremacist and her plan is to exterminate black people, and black women claim to be the most educated, you just can't be the most educated and the most unaware at the same time. That just, I mean, that don't go together. You can't be the most educated and the most unaware at the same time. So, regardless of what Margaret Sanger's plans were or are, if they're in effect, then you must be in line with her because you are fully accomplishing her job. We're not in slavery. No one has a gun to nobody's head. No one is whipping you over your back. You're making a decision on your own because you have the freedom to make any decision you want, and you're very poor at making decisions. And you take no responsibility for the consequences for what you do. I mean, in short, those two things don't go together. You can't be most educated and be unaware. It's not possible. That's not how the brain works. To be educated means you've studied, you've learned, you know how to think, you know how to process information, and you know how to make good judgments, sound judgments. So if you're educated and you're making bad decisions, says one thing: you're willful. You don't care about the consequences nor the outcome. Now I know what I'm saying is real harsh and straightforward. And some people, maybe many people, may find this difficult to hear, to listen. But in life, if you want to win, you have to make hard decisions. And we all know the old adage, nice guys finish last. Nice guys finish last. In the coming years, what I would say to the brothers who are listening, who will listen, black men, we will have to make some hard choices, hands down, which means we have to cut our losses. And there are some aspects of our community that we cannot save, even though we may want to. Everybody can't be saved. And that's the hard reality. At some point, we're going to have to come to grips with that. When the dust settles, the black woman who respects men, who respect men's opinions, wants and desires, and want marriage and want family, will be able to choose the best of them. Like Will Smith said in MIB, we will choose the best of the best of the best because they'll rise to the top. And in the end, our community will be the better for it. The best black men would be available for the best black women. Because in truth, if people want to take drugs, if people want to shoot each other on street corners for color or for a neighborhood or whatever they just decide for the day, and last of all, if black women want to delete their children, their unborn, there is nothing we can do about it. Absolutely nothing. And the irony of it all, they will do it to themselves. There's nothing we can do to stop them. Again, I never thought I'd see the day when men would be fighting for the life of the unborn child and women would be fighting to delete said child. This is a crazy world that we're in. And with that, I would say, JR, drop the link. I'd like to broaden this conversation. I'd like to see some of the ladies come up. I'll take it easy on you. But I'd really like to hear some pushback for some of the ladies who, if you got offended or if you agree with some of what my perspective may have been, I'd like to hear your point of view. Trigger Mike, good afternoon, sir. How are you? Welcome to Sage Talk. You're on mute.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how are
Wonderful
you?
dialogue. I'm doing well this Sunday. I enjoyed listening to your dialogue. I had a lot of agreement with it. And
Okay.
yeah, I took a lot of your positions as well, especially about this being uh, something deeper, something bigger than
Yeah.
what's on the surface. So yeah, I definitely want to hear what the women have to say when they start coming up.
Okay. But, overall, what's your thoughts about our community of women who are so boldly standing up to fight? And they're couching it in the term "my body, my choice," but really, what they're saying, they just want to choose to kill because they're
Well,
not choosing. They're not choosing the option of giving life because the life is chosen by nature, by your actions of laying down and having pleasure with a man. There's a good chance that nature will take its course, and they know that.
yeah. I believe it's a false narrative. I don't believe that's what this is about. When you
Hmm.
really look at it, it's not about your choice. I mean, as it stands right now, with the revocation, as they've just done it, as they presented it and written their opinions about it, no one is taking away your choice. And if I may, I will liken it to something in the pro gun, the 2A community. Um, I moonlight as a firearms instructor. You know, I sell
Okay.
firearms and all of that. So, one of the things I teach people when I'm teaching them about gun rights and where you can take your gun is that your right, your constitutional right to carry a gun, doesn't supersede a someone to tell you they don't want that gun on your private property. So the ability for states, to say we don't want to do that because of the constitution within our state, I believe the Supreme Court was right in saying this is not a federally governed issue. We will not participate in the economic destruction of our own country by mandating that states provide access. So I don't believe you can still go to other states to do this action. So no one is
Right.
essentially taking away your choice. So I don't really understand that argument when women have it. As it stands right now, that's the way it is. So I don't know what'll be coming down the pipeline, after a while, but as it stands, no one's taking away their choice.
That's so true. Well, I'd like to read this comment by Chan. It says men don't even fight this hard for kids already here. I'm not sure the context to which he mean that statement. Uh, this hard. Are you saying that men don't fight to be in the lives of their children? Uh, you may want to clarify that with a second chat note.
And that's
Well,
untrue.
one thing I would say also is that you know the number I read at the beginning, according to the stats, was 63,459,781. So if 20 million of that is black people, the other 40 million is white, Hispanic, and Asian, let's say. That's 40 million people more who are being deleted. And I think as men, we really have to consider the value that we put on life as opposed to the value that women put on life. What do I mean by that? Because it seems as though the natural use of a woman's body, which is to birth and to bring forth children, women today want to be so equal to men that not having not having a child is as equal as they can make it for themselves to not be able to bring forth kids, but for them to also claim that they're just as equal to a man. Because it's the man who are trying to choose having a family. And more we see in society, it's the women who are saying, we don't want this. We don't want family. We don't want kids. We don't want you to tell us anything. We don't want to be obligated to you for anything. And having children make you obligated to a man. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Um, I definitely believe, it's a slippery slope. Um, when you're talking about some of the standards that we've set in our community. And I also look at it because it's weird statistically, right? Um, I think the stat as it stands for Black women is uh, they have the most, I think Black women have the most children before out of wedlock before the age 30. And I believe 3 or 4 before the age 40 have children. So, it becomes a point of the recklessness and, the government aiding and abetting the reckless behavior of women. I
Hmm.
don't think they want that their part in that anymore. I watched the previous show and about how they were talking about the woman's comments and what this would really be about. But no, I think it's a slippery slope altogether. And I definitely agree. It is, about the recklessness and what people are fighting for. I just think uh, all around, you're supposed to have your priorities straight in the beginning. This type of legislation shouldn't sway a responsible ethnic group one way or the other.
Right.
So
Absolutely. I mean, the stats, I mean, from different organizations, the stats seems to be different because of what they may focus on and what they may eliminate from calculating within the stats. So you will find some stats to be not exactly as others. But by and large, the overall aggregates of the numbers definitely represent an epidemic.
yeah,
I mean, if the word that we cannot say, CV-19, if that was killing or deleting people to the degree that women in general are deleting children, this would be greater than a world catastrophe
yeah,
because we have the numbers within the United States, but the numbers in the UK, the numbers in the EU countries, Australia, possibly Canada as well. Those numbers, you could be talking possibly close to a half a billion people. I mean, that's like extermination type of numbers.
indeed.
And I think when you look in the faces and the expression of the women who are so vociferously pushing forth that this is my right, you can't tell me what to do, this is my body. I mean, they're so quick to be able to tell a man, keep it in your pants.
Mm,
Why can't you keep your legs closed? What's your problem? I
absolutely.
mean, if it's so easy for a man to keep it in his pants, how come it's not easy for you to keep your legs closed until you want to have a child? Why are you
Absolutely.
so reckless? Right? So,
Yep. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing. Absolutely. I think it's that word reckless that I'm really thinking about, just looking at the response from our community in general. Um, it just seems as though that is where the you usually get the excuse and the pushback that men should keep it in their pants. But what I believe this fight is about is someone's taking away your ability to save yourself from a reckless decision, so easily. So, I agree 100% that it is recklessness.
Okay, Jalen says, Jenilyn says, why can't men marry the woman they have children with? Well, it's the women that choose the man that they want to have sex with. And if they choose a man that is not of the marrying type, that man is not going to want to marry them,
I agree.
especially when these are the guys that are having three, four, five, or more baby mamas in the community. That is not a man choosing issue. That is a female choosing issue and allowing that man or those men to run up in them, right? For the ball to start rolling, sex must begin. Sex can only begin at the woman's acceptance, other than forcefully being done. And we know the stats for the grape word, for incest within the family, they're less than 0.02%, like 2/10 of 1%, not even 1%. So the numbers are extremely low. So that can't be used as a justification that because this might happen, therefore I have the right to do this whenever I want to. And these are some of the things that I think those arguments, as we look into the data, we see that it doesn't hold up. The numbers doesn't justify the actions that we see. Where are the ladies today? I was hoping that at least two or three of the young ladies wanted to come and have this discussion. I know the previous show that was on was very exciting, and many people had a chance to get their word in edgewise or their point of view. But I'd like to have a conversation with one or two of the young ladies that have something to add or would like to add something, a female perspective, something that I may not have considered.
I would really like that too. Um, I believe, as you said, there are many responsible, and I've actually been collecting opinions and having a few conversations with women I believe are responsible and uh, really taking note of what they're saying and what this means. So I'd really like to hear a few responsible ladies come on as well and give some pushback.
Okay, Prime VA 757 says most educated black men aren't baby daddies. Y'all, was that have no data backing that up? Well, we know that there's a large percentage of black men who are childless, and we do see from time to time, with various news events where there are black men being featured who have 30 something children by 11 different women and numbers of those stripes. So we know, and these men are not productive men in the society.
No,
Now, we have Nick Cannon and guys like him who are wealthy and they are demonstrating uh, irresponsible behavior. But when you're rich in the millions of dollars like that, the government will make sure that you pay for those kids. So those kids will not be responsible for the government to care for.
absolutely, and that's extremely rare to begin with. Um, the Nick Cannon situation.
Absolutely. Well, it doesn't seem like anyone wants to add anything to this conversation today. Where's the rest of the crew?
I think it's a hot button issue in a
Well, it's
lot.
definitely a hot button issue, no doubt about it.
I think a lot of
Uh,
people think it's toxic and want to stay away from it, but uh, I always preach that you can't really say you're helping the community and be absent on these particular topics. This particular topic, in my opinion, if you say that you love the Black community, it can't always be the topics that are comfortable. This particular topic is very necessary to have. I said it once, I'll say it again. In our community, the worst of us, men trivialize sex and women trivialize childbirth. This is the government saying they don't want you trivializing childbirth. And as a group, we have to deal with that on all fronts. Um, this is really gonna put the onus back on the woman for to be accountable for who you're choosing. To your topic, Mr. Lee, I wanted to say, in our ethnic group specifically, are women the only women in the world that I can note that procreate with the lowest ranking member of the group. So it'll be a man who, with no qualities of a husband, showing that he'll be able to take care of a kid. And it seems like too many of our women go and find that guy. They seek him out and allow him access to her body. Whereas the man who was able to do all of that is told he's not, he doesn't have any swagger, or those type of things are said about him, even though he has the resources, the capabilities, and the drive to want to have a family and take care of one. So I believe this is one of those situations where at least you take a second look. You have to be more careful, with your womb. And this is a way for us to promote accountability to our daughters and say it really counts. Because
well,
yeah.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I think it's going to have a reversed effect. I think in reality that the nature of people, when they're told what they cannot do, they will do it and do it even more.
Yeah.
And I think the cross-border deletion project, because there are some states that are actually advocating for women to come to their state to take care of it.
Yep.
Illinois being one, right?
Yep.
Possibly California would be one, and possibly New York would be another. They're like states who will be safe haven states for them to be able to do that. And I think women, many of them, will take advantage of it. Uh,
Mhm.
am I pronouncing this right? What's the name? Lee Sherelle Lux? Come on up, Sherelle. That's a nice name. Anyhow, with regard to this conversation, I really want to have an open discussion with those of you in the chat who would like to come forward. I'm not the type to just like to talk to people. I like to engage. Okay. All right. Here she is. Mr. Rowe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How,
Oh,
how do
okay.
you pronounce your name?
It's Lay Sherelle.
Leigh Sherelle. Okay. At least I got the second one correct. Okay. How are you today?
I'm finding yourself.
Okay. Good.
Uh,
Were you able to hear the monologue, the
Yeah,
beginning of the show?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I caught the beginning.
So talk to me. What's your point of view on this whole subject? And what would you like to say regarding some of my thoughts and ideas?
Well, I do agree with you a lot. In most cases, that I think that the children that we're birthing are recycled men, like meaning it's one man having babies with multiple women. So, and I think that the reason why it's hard for women to really touch on it is because it's that secrecy of I wouldn't dare want anybody to know that I've had an abortion or had to consider getting an abortion or being extreme every time. Like it's like every time something happens, everybody always have to go on the extremes. And I never could really understand that when the extremes are pretty low. And in most cases, those are not your issues. It's just you making choices on possibilities of it working out. And the reason why I speak so heavily on it is because I was a teenage mother, and I don't condone teenage pregnancy, but I was a teenage mother. And I try to be as anecdotal as possible to get women to understand what accountability looks like. Um, it's
Let
very,
me ask let me
yeah.
ask you this.
Mhm.
With regard to your being a teenage mom and the father of that child, how did that relationship proceed? Did you marry him?
It didn't know marriage was never a discussion.
Okay.
It was I was young. He was an older teenager, but living in Florida, it was considered statutory. So I had to convince my father that it was consensual, even though at the time I didn't even know that my father could have still pursued statutory situations against him. But I had to talk my father. So I ended up saving him from, criminal situations. But then
Right.
there was never no discussion of marriage. It's just we had sex and I showed up pregnant, and it was almost like
Was he your boyfriend? Were you guys dating? Or it was just
was
kind of, one of those things?
when I in my world, we don't use the word dating. We was
Oh,
just
really?
obedient, doing things that we know we wasn't supposed to do. I grew up in the, like, I guess, I was born in the 70s, so I grew up in the 80s and 90s. So I grew up around where people were very direct. We just snuck and did things and hope we didn't get caught. And then when we get caught, we were ashamed for it.
Okay.
So that's why it was
And
marriage discussed. And it was not, boyfriends don't exist. You just, I don't know, that didn't
okay, hold on a second. You're telling me you're a baby of the 70s, so
Mhm.
you came into your teenage years in the late 80s, right? Early 90s.
Yeah, I was 15 when I got pregnant and gave birth at 16
Okay. All right.
in the
So you're
night.
telling me in the 80s you've never heard anything about marriage
No, no,
on
no,
television and books
no,
and
I
media anywhere and
no, no, no,
family, friends around you?
no. I think you misunderstood what I said. I
Okay.
I was very well of marriage. I said we didn't use the term boyfriend, and there was never going to be a discussion of marriage because I was doing something I knew was wrong, and I got caught.
Right.
So why would marriage be an option for me if that's not something him and our parents was not making us get married?
Well, two decades earlier in the 60s, 50s, and 40s going back, marriage would have been the only solution.
Right, because that's what
It's
happened to
called shotgun marriage, and they would have went to his father and they would have said, "Look, he knocked up my daughter. He's going to have to do the right thing." The
right,
right thing means take responsibility because you were being forced to take responsibility because of your biology.
right,
So he was going to have to be forced to become a man and be responsible because of his participation.
right. And that
And
was
your father never thought about
no,
you marrying this man?
my father my father knew about shotgun's wedding because my grandmother had a shotgun wedding because she got pregnant from my grandfather at 16. So everybody, the thing is, I try to tell people all the time, people are aware of what they do. Like when people try to make excuses,
Okay.
they are aware of the options that should take place. My father he tried to make me a victim because he was 19. And in the state of
Right.
Florida,
Right.
can't sleep with someone under it's considered.
Right. You
So
weren't you weren't of consensual age at the time.
right, I was 15.
Okay.
So
Right.
my father tried to make me a victim, but I didn't feel like one because I was a very outspoken person. I knew what had happened to me because I tried to hide it. So if I tried to hide it,
Right.
I was very well aware of it. It's just that that's why I said we grew up in shame. This, you either blame or you blame somebody for it happening, or
Or you
you
shamed him. Okay. So let me ask you this now: how are you pursuing life? Are you
Well,
married now, or are you looking to be
yes,
married, or what's your situation?
I'm married now. I've been
You're
married.
married now. Congratulations.
Thank you. I've been married for 7 years. My
Okay.
daughter, I raised her all of her life by myself. Well, with my father's help and family. She's not ever had any incident with pregnancies whatsoever. She's 30 now, and she has
Okay.
no children.
She's 30 years old.
Yes,
Okay. Are you looking for her to get married, or is that something that she
yes.
wants, or she does not want that? She
She
does.
wants.
Okay.
She wants.
Well,
She
congratulations. Do you have other children also, or just your
just
first?
just a stepson.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, congratulations to you. And I would say this, that your honesty is welcome and it's refreshing because it takes courage to come up on a platform like this, especially a channel that deals with these conversations and other conversations in our community from more a male centric perspective. And for you to be honest and open, to share a portion of your life on a day like today on this subject, I think is needs to be recognized. And I think it's important to know that, or to note that women of no matter what age, even when they're younger, like yourself, 15, 16, 17, when they're below the age of 18, they are very cognizant of what they're doing in their behavior. And women, even who are of legal age, who are having uh, sexual intercourse, and are getting pregnant, are being irresponsible. And I think it's damaging our community, and it's putting our community, it's holding us down, it's retarding our progress. And we're always asking for the government to give us stuff when we should be contributing to the society at large and building in our own community, as opposed to just always demanding that the government give us more, give us more. And so many of us are just being destructive and wasteful. So congratulations to you. Thank you very much for coming up. You can stay on the panel if you like.
Oh,
Uh, hey, Logic. Good afternoon, brother.
What's going on, Miss Lily?
Doing well, doing well. How are you? That beard looking
Uh,
good, man.
oh yeah. I'm wolfing. I'm wolfing. I'm trying to get it down. Give me some baby
Yeah.
mamas since this law change.
Uh, so talk to me. I know you just came off a show a few hours, or an hour or so ago. You might be all talked out, but what's your point of view on some of the things I had to say?
Oh, man, Miss Lee, you always come with a different angle, and then listen at the angle that you was coming from. Different perspective, and I can respect it also because I mean, you get somebody older, more wiser, different generations. Y'all see it from something different, and I don't know if you saw when you was actually producing the stats. And then the key word you said, you know what I'm saying, catastrophes, right? So I started looking at major catastrophes that happen in the US around the world. And then Hiroshima, the atomic bomb.
Right.
More babies been deleted than that. A lot of these wars, more babies been deleted than that. And then even though the thing that happened in Germany, more babies being deleted just in this year than that. So the to your point is I think when you bought it in and you added in just them details of actual detailed numbers, I don't think people look at it and think about it like that.
No, I don't think they do. I don't think they look at it from, I think everyone is looking at it from their individual perspective in their own little life. They're not
Mm,
looking at it from the mass effect of how we are affecting our community and and the broader society in which we live in America.
mm. It's sad though.
So
If you look at it, you think about it like, and I was thinking about all like the demons that, you know what I'm saying, that we say that, it's a lot of demons on the streets, whether you want to look in the black community, gang members and stuff like that. And then
right,
the same people will look at these men and say, y'all are killers. Y'all King Bun, the whole Chicago drill scene, all this. But they also got about 6, 7 bodies. Did you I was looking at a stat and I'm trying to verify it before I presented it though. But it was like
Which one?
that was talking about the average abortion for black women. And it was like if they had one abortion, then it's like almost a 70% chance that they have a second one and a third one. And
Yes, I
it's
mentioned that in the beginning. Yes.
oh, okay. So you did see that. And I was looking at it and I
Yeah.
was like, hold on, wait. So you telling me that when you have an abortion, your odds that you will have a deletion, the odds of you having another deletion increase. And it's insane. And then
Absolutely.
if you look at the details, is by people that they determine to be non-select. So they still having sex with Pookie and Ray Ray. But
Mm.
if Pookie and Ray Ray don't fit their criteria, then they're just deleted.
Mhm.
And the thing is, these are women who are smart enough to know how to take precautions. I
Mhm.
think all of us today have the understanding about sex,
Hmm.
how the biology work, to have our pleasures however we want it, and to protect ourselves. But to say the condom broke or the pill is not 100%, I mean, you have a better chance of hitting mega millions the first time you play it than to get pregnant because of the condom broke. I mean, that's like we just use the most minuscule data possible to try to justify why we should have the right to do something that is so negative and detrimental.
Mm. And you know what? I'm looking at something now. I'm trying to research it though, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be correct. Somebody wanted to chat and then just put this in the chat. Said you can
What's
classify them
that?
as a serial killer, and I'm trying to figure out how do they determine what's the criteria for being considered a serial killer.
Oh,
And I think that oh,
I believe it's supposed to be three or more.
mm, no, let's
I
see.
read those. I read that like 20 something years ago. This was back in the 90s.
Yeah, just say if that's true. That means according to this stat, we got it's 3 more. Aaron said that. How many serial killers we
Yes.
got running around here? I look, in my opinion, I think it should be a felony. I mean, hey, give him a felony. You know what I'm saying? I think it should go that deep. If we saying we love life, we embrace life, this and this and this and this. I mean, let's keep it funky. This is I never looked at it until you really bought in the numbers. When you bought in the numbers, that changed the game for me today. I'm finna go in. Blame Mr. Lee on all this work y'all finna get in the next 2 weeks. Ladies, husband.
Giving you a
Now
new perspective, huh?
Mr. Lee just filled my clip over the ammunition. Yeah.
No, it's serious because I wasn't even going to do a show on this because last week I dropped three different topics on JR before this even came out. So I already had three other topics lined up. But then when this whole situation came out and I was watching a couple of people talk about it, I said, well, you know what? I'm a numbers guy. Coming from finance, I always want to look at the numbers. So I went to look at the numbers and I'm like, oh man, this is for real? I mean, you're talking in Michigan, right?
Hmm.
98.4% of the women, no, 93.8% of the women there are unmarried black women having deletions. I mean, that's crazy.
They serial killers, man. Oh, I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry, ladies.
That is like
No, that's
those are
mind-boggling.
those are. I mean, like we know the thing is, it's like whatever black community that is either particularly run by black politicians overall and is a large population of black people, you will have the worst stats for community. It's
Mm.
like everywhere. There's no one city where all black people run shit and the stats are just either equal to the general population or exceed in performance. Always exceed in performance, but it's on the negative side.
Well, what do you think Well, when I was growing up in the 90s, of course, we didn't have social media, so we couldn't, like I said, we didn't have baby showers. We didn't glorify teenage pregnancy, or any woman for that matter, to have a child out of wedlock. And we were exposed to option as getting an abortion, because that was the very first option that was given to me, not marriage. It was the first thing came to me once it was out that I was pregnant, was you got to get an abortion. Your
And
child could.
who suggested that?
My aunt.
Okay.
My aunt suggested it, and my father was on board with it. um and I didn't really understand what an abortion was, because at the time, well, I knew of it, but I didn't really understand the
Right.
process of it, just to say, because like you said, those are things you just don't talk about. You're not supposed to know people get abortions, right? So that's the world I came from, secrecy. So when it was brought to my attention, I actually was going to do it. I was going to consider it, and I had to go get a checkup. And that, living in Gainesville, Florida, it was a college town, and we had, I guess, I don't know, the doctor asked me a question, because at the time when they discovered that I was pregnant, I was like 5 months, but I
Okay.
didn't know I was 5 months, because I didn't show, because I was so young and small. But what made me not get the abortion was because the doctor said, do you want to listen to what a baby sounds like? And I was like, well, sure. Me just being young, and I didn't know. So I listened, and I said, what is that? And they said, that's how a baby sounds. So I said, oh, I was supposed to get an abortion. And the doctor just kind of looked at me, and he said, well, your baby is alive. And I said, okay. He didn't tell me anything. He just looked at me, and then
Right.
I just sat in the car that day, and I decided that I didn't want to do it. I don't know why. I felt like I was making a bad decision, but I just, at that point, I just didn't know if it was the right thing to do. So, and that's just how I ended up with my child. But um I
Well,
think but the
congratulations to you for choosing life. Go ahead.
Well, I was 15. 15, probably about 5 years younger than actually how I think. But what I was trying to figure out was the stats high with deletion during those times, um, that Black women were doing this, even during those times, you think? Because what I'm trying to figure out is, I'm confused with all this education that these women were getting, and all these careers and stuff. Because I was just a simple woman, and I always
Right.
grew up to know that men's supposed to take care of women, and you could do some stuff, but you still supposed to rely on a man. Because I was raised by my father, not my mother, because my mother was actually the poster woman of a deadbeat. But for the most part, um in today's society, I think the reason why women are not going to come up and kind of talk about it is because I think they glamorize getting pregnant like you getting a puppy. I
Yeah.
mean, it's a baby
It's funny
shower.
you say that. It's funny you say that because I think that is sort of how a lot of people look at it. Like, it's not even alive yet. It's a
Well,
thing.
it's like, and then it's like, we don't know
Sherelle, I
if
dropped
it's
the link in the back chat so you can take a look at it. And
okay.
it's the Michigan Multicultural Outreach Black Abortion Statistics.
Okay.
And I think in that link they also give you the breakdown.
Okay, I'll definitely look into that, because I think what is happening as the why women are putting the topic of abortion and making all these extreme excuses is because they glamorize their baby showers, they glamorize having kids, and then when they either get pregnant from a guy that don't meet their financial standards, then it's like, I don't think I want to keep this child.
Mm. Well,
But I
can I
Go
share
ahead. Yeah.
a definition I just found, because I ain't want to I want
Yes.
to.
Yes.
So according to the FBI, the definition of a serial killer is the following: the unlawful deletion of two or more victims by the same offender in separate events. They serial killers, dog. By definition,
But
Wow.
how does that apply to? Because the reason why I want to challenge that, not in a way to like say you're wrong. I just want to challenge that because I remember, like, they say you're like, you can't even, I'm a life insurance agent, you can't even insure a baby or pregnancy when it's in the womb until it's a certain, you
Well,
can't do anything. And then it's like, so how would that apply
well,
to us?
life
If
insurance is a social construct. It's constructed by society. Babies are natural, constructed by nature.
okay, so
Those two things aren't.
well then, so do you
Well,
think that so what you're saying is you think that they should just start changing, you guys should petition them to start making it against the law to and where it's like premeditated murder?
Well, I mean, it was a reach by, Mr. Logic saying the misdemeanors and all that. That's probably not going to happen in our lifetime. But
Mhm.
I think it's really just on the topic of accountability in general. What are
All
you
right.
going to do to
well,
hold people accountable?
Well, Mr. Lee, I got one more definition from the chat. The chat,
sure.
and
Okay.
they said, murder, by definition, the unlawful premeditated killing of one human being by another.
Yikes! This all applies. It all applies.
But
Okay.
how does it I mean, like, when what kind of rights do they have? Because I know, like, if you murder a woman that is pregnant, is that double murder?
Yes, they would
Yes.
charge you with double homicide.
You were
That's
charged
double
with a double
homicide.
homicide.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
The-
so so what you're saying is, even though that there is just no laws, it's still
Well,
line.
there is laws.
What I'm
There
saying,
is laws. The part I think what you are mis- misunderstanding is that in the insurance business, their job is to mitigate risk. An unborn child that is still in the womb could have complicated risk that they may not be able to foresee because of the woman's how she may take care of her health, her genetic disposition. There are too many unknowns. So when it comes to insurance, they will limit the unknown. So they will cover that child after it's born because now there are laws to protect the child on how the mother is cared, how the mother and society and adults who are supporting the care of that child must behave. So if they behave themselves where they are abusive or neglectful, they can then be charged, right? So that could limit risk with regard to the insurance policy. But regards to criminality, if a man was to by accident get into a car accident because he was drinking and driving and he hit a woman that was in a car and that woman was pregnant and she passed away and so the child passed away, they would charge him with double murder.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's found guilty, he would have to do the time for that.
Mr. Lee, I was going to say this for the Tuesday political show, but if you don't mind, I want to share. There was my main premise that I'm going to go with on Tuesday. If you look
Sure.
at it, when these women go, when they live in, just say they live in Texas, and just say California become the safe haven for this, right? A woman is pregnant. She leave a state, fly to another state to get a deletion done. What is that man's right? Now, because he will be able to sue. It's a lot of things that gonna come into play coming up soon. Like, it's like, okay, it's like she really went outside the state. So, and I'm brainstorming, right? And
Right.
I'm thinking that this really might become something that, like, these men would be able to sue. These men might be able to pursue criminal charges against this, because if the state that you're in deem this to be a criminal activity,
Yep.
and then now you actually went to another state, I'm telling you, it got legal
It's got,
justification. Oh, go
yeah.
ahead.
No, I was going to say you're right. That has real
Yeah.
complications to it because right now most of the states that I'm looking at, they're raising the charges on the doctors, because
Mhm.
their idea is that if the doctor can't do it, then she can't get it done. So
Mhm.
at present, the charges are being raised on the doctors who may want to do this procedure. But they
Absolutely.
can also, at this point, from what you're saying, that if a man is in a relationship with a woman and he finds out that she's pregnant and she goes to another state to delete that child,
Mhm.
he could bring charges against her.
Yes.
Not
And
only that, he could probably bring charges against the doctor in that
Mhm.
state
yep.
because the woman is from out of state.
Yes.
Is that?
Mm,
But
Because the law would pertain in California, the laws pertain to resident.
yep.
Mhm.
Mhm.
You have to be a resident of the state, meaning you have to live there for 6 months to be
Exactly.
qualified as a resident of any state in the union.
Yep. So
Mhm.
So if
therefore,
they don't live there and they
yeah.
come from out of state to go and commit a crime in another state and come back,
Uh-huh.
that's
They still
problematic.
they still
But
fall under the
they
juris.
did not. They did
Hold
not.
on, hold on 1 minute,
Oh,
Lux. Because
sorry.
the thing is they still fall under the jurisdiction of that state where they actually is living in, that they actually
Correct.
pay taxes to. They fall under that
Absolutely.
jurisdiction. So even though they try
Absolutely.
to bypass jurisdiction, that man still should be able to pursue criminal a criminal case, a legal case. All right.
So there would be a legal case, whether it would be criminal or whether it be state,
Yep.
you
Yep.
know,
I don't. Well, that's the
that
thing that
still needs to
when
be, yeah, go ahead.
they have to pass some sort of law to give a man that right. Now, I will
No.
agree with Logic on that. Like, if you live in Florida and you know that you've been kicking it with this guy, and you turn up pregnant and you just don't have the decency to tell him that you are pregnant, so you can at least have a conversation to determine what route to take, because maybe you may just need to carry the baby full term and just give him all full rights to that child, and you relinquish your rights. And I believe that it should be where rights get relinquished while the woman is pregnant, so she can't go back on her word. But I do think that at some point that there is going to be a lot of cases that are probably going to be filed going forward. Maybe men
They're going to be
gonna,
challenges.
well, they're going to have to. Men are going to have to.
But
Men are now going to have to go there and
Well,
put.
hold on, baby. Mr. Lee, the chat is on fire. Look at this.
yeah.
Go ahead.
So let me say this. Let me say this though, because
Bro, look at it. No, I just put it on the comments, Mr. Lee. Kidnapping, taking somebody else's child across state lines.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
hey,
Yes.
let me
That's
say this.
serious.
What Logic
Wait a minute.
said, what Logic
So
was
that's
saying,
going to be
yeah,
kidnapping while pregnant.
yeah. But what Logic said sounds like established legal precedent for, like, I think it's gonna blow up in the married community. So when you think about it, like, a woman can just keep details from a man she's not with. Like
Right.
you need to look at the implications of what this has for married people. A woman in a state that does not allow self deletion of children goes to a different state to do it. That man, like those type of charges being brought are serious. That's an open and shut case. Everything Mr. Lee was saying about illegal residence. So you illegally went somewhere and that you weren't a resident in to delete a baby.
That's
And it's a crime.
premeditation. I
That's
mean,
premeditation.
so many charges comes up in that kind of conversation.
Oh boy, the lawsuits are going to be plentiful.
I think men do not realize the potential rights, the claim that they will have when it comes to their child. Because for so long, men have not had any rights when it comes to dealing with uh, their own children that a woman carry in the womb or don't carry in the womb. And even after, if you separate from that woman in a relationship or marriage, they still would go against the court's visitation policies or agreements and keep the child away from you. So I think a lot of these things is going to have a snowball effect as this Roe versus Wade situation. Men become more proactive in the care of their child, unborn and born.
Yeah.
But I wanted to address something that Sherelle Lux said earlier. She was asking a question about in the 70s and 80s, before there was social media and all this, what was the outlook on the number of abortions that women were doing? And what I would say is that the law was passed 10, 15 years before, but there's been actually 1973. There have been a gradual uptick decade after decade. And I think in the 90s, when the push for higher education, women's lib, when that whole era was being really launched, I think that 10-year era between 1990 and 2000 or 2002, that really became the big push for women and women freedom and feminism, that it really changed Black women's outlook on family. And I
Mm.
think between then and now, the past 20 years is where we've seen a significant uptick in the deletion of children. Because prior to that, it wasn't something that women did so eagerly. It was still being done because I know when I was a teenager in the 70s, there were women that I know that had at least two or three in the hood.
Well,
And this
Mr.
was in the
Lee,
70s.
I got
Yes.
another hole. I want to run this down, right? So, God, I'm sorry. You brought this a different perspective with me, so now my think tank mind is running. What about threats to inflict serious injury? If a woman even says that she want to get in that state, I'm looking at the laws that it is talking about making a threat, and then is that what I'm saying? What you got to prove? It fits the narrative. Everything fits the narrative. I think this is going to open up a can of worms that people not ready for. Right now, I'm like women. I'm scared now. I got to drop down, Mr. Lee, because I'm finna start typing up my laws and everything. Because y'all better not sleep with Mr. Yologic. Because hey, I'm gonna have y'all. Hey, I'll be in the back if you need me, Mr. Lee.
Okay, no problem. Thanks a lot. Coming up. OG Frost, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, how y'all on the panel?
Yeah,
Hello.
we're doing good. We're doing good.
Lee, I want to know what the statistic probably say to the women that cause there was a lot of deletion. So what about the women that was cheating on their husband or their boyfriend and went and got deleted? Because there's a lot of cheat going on these days. So if the
Well,
guys can't figure out when the women cheat, so how they gonna know when they going to delete the kids? And also, do you think Black women will support a mandatory DNA test at the birth of the kids?
well, I don't. If it's mandatory, it doesn't matter if they support it or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Mandatory means it's standing law. So
Mm-hmm.
before you sign a birth certificate, there must be proof, because we know who the mother is. We always know that, but we
Mm-hmm.
don't always have assertions of who the father is.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's mandatory, then men will have protection there to be able to know paternity exactly. With
Mm-hmm.
regard to cheating in the community, I mean, that's a behavior that is problematic, but you can't really control that as it pertains to uh, women making the choice with how they want to relate with
No,
when they get pregnant.
no, I wasn't saying that. What I was saying, once they do get pregnant, say, I'm going with a woman and she cheat on me with another guy, but I don't know she pregnant, but she go get the baby delete. That's what I was saying. A lot of them babies being delete because of the women cheating. Also, this
Okay,
been going on
that's
since
true.
centuries.
That's true. You may not always know, and the thing is, sometimes you find out after the fact, long after the fact,
Mm-hmm.
and excuse me. Those are statistics that I mean, that's information you just. It depends on the relationship with the woman, how long you've been in a relationship. Sometime if it's a long-term relationship, it does come out because she will tell you. But if it's a transient relationship that's short-term, less than a year, you may not know. You may not know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
but
can't
Bella,
control that. You
it's a
just
lot
can't.
of one night stands, right? So with a lot of
well, if
one
it's a
night
one-night
stands,
stand, then
it will
there's
lead
nothing
to
you
a
can
lot
do
of
about that.
deletion.
You
Right,
don't
but
Huh?
even have a
the thing is,
relationship.
you can't. That's the thing. You cannot. Like for example, when I would go to the have to get a checkup, that I still have. I'm married, and I still have to give my husband consent to my medical records. So
Well,
you just don't have control over what someone goes behind your back unless and they slip up and you find something. Just like if a man gets a woman out pregnant outside his marriage and he don't come home and say, hey, by the way, I took her to go get an abort, get delete the baby. it's kind of cheating goes both ways. It's not that far
Yeah,
in
but both
between
but both
cheating.
parties can't delete the baby. The man can never delete
Okay.
the
Oh,
baby.
I'm
Only
not
the woman
talking
can
about
delete
a
the baby.
man. I'm talking about a man getting another woman pregnant. We
Other
do
than his
have,
girlfriend or wife.
when you're married, we there are people who have children outside their marriage, and
Yeah, I know
Absolutely.
that.
the man do take that woman to go delete, and he don't go back and tell his wife.
Yeah,
It
that's what I was saying. That's what I was asking Mr. Lee. How many of those deletion do he think are the result of cheating? That's all I was saying.
Well, that that's speculation, and I don't want to get into speculation. Let's just
No.
deal with the numbers pertaining the information that we got readily
Mhm.
available. 1 second. Hey, Bea. Good afternoon. Can you cam up so I can see you?
I can't cam up right now, Mr. Lee.
Okay. All right.
Is that okay?
All right. Yeah, I'll deal with it for today. Sure. Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
up.
Thank you
Sure.
for Yeah, thank you for having me. I don't think I've actually ever been on here, so thank you.
No, this is your first time. Welcome to Sage Talk.
Thank you for having me. I just wanted to add that it's been a lot of pressure being put on women about um them not getting abortions anymore, but it's also men that are asking women for abortions, and men are giving women money for abortions, so they're also contributing to black genocides and killing black babies.
Okay, so I think what this does, it actually put more pressure on women to be more selective, because I think for the past 50 years, the society have been let loose to run wild. And in our community, both the men and the women have been running wild and being irresponsible. And I think if a
Mhm.
woman choose to get into a relationship with a man that she knows doesn't have a job, doesn't have a real positive outlook on life in terms of where he's looking to go and be in the next 5 to 10 years, and she's laying down with a man like that, she knows that there's not going to be no future there for that individual to be able to provide. So I think women are going to have to make better choices with who they choose to sleep with. That's where it starts.
exactly.
I don't think this is going to stop anything because if the people were that responsible and smart, they wouldn't have gotten pregnant in the first place. So I just think
You're absolutely right.
it's going to
You're
be a bunch
absolutely
of
right.
babies born out of wedlock yet again on a higher level, and I think it's going to make the problem worse.
Well, it's funny because the feverish way in which I hear a lot of women are speaking about this right that they feel is being taken away from them. I think over the next few years, we could see an explosion of abortions. I think women
Mm.
will uh, seek out places where they can get this done. I think women will continue to be irresponsible in their decisions, and I think it's only going to be after some legal precedent is set where some women wind up getting convicted for having an abortion in a particular state, and it happens once or twice. That's when you're going to start to see it have maybe an effect in society. But I
Yeah,
think, I'm concerned about the black community, and
me
I'm
too.
concerned about the choices that both the men make and the women make.
Hmm.
And we have a lot of people in the black community who are irresponsible and
Hmm.
are just using the system to make money. And kids are a form of how to get money out of the system for that individual or those individuals to not be productive in society. And that's a big issue.
Well,
And
I
that's a
want
and that's a
to.
democratic issue too. The Democrat feeds that whole part about our demographic of our society. You're
Yeah.
going to say something, Trigger Mike?
I was gonna say something because I'm thinking about it from y'all were talking about the 70s, 60s, 50s, the days of old where black people were married at the rate of 80%, right? And this was
Right.
before Roe, the original stuff came down. So, what Bella said, where she said it's going to keep continuing, I don't know exactly. I'm eager to see what happens because logic really dropped that stat that said if a woman has one abortion, 70% chance she's going to have another one. That means she's using it as a method to keep on behaving recklessly and irresponsible. And that's what it suggests. So it's like, rather than be safe, I could just go get another abortion. So
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. It said on the news today that women who can actually afford to get it, they are going to continue. Um, Men who support it, due to their reckless behavior, that reckless men, reckless women sleeping with each other, secrecy, and paying for the procedure to happen, like Bella was saying. So basically what's going to happen is there's just categories that you fall in as a man or a woman. So if you're a woman that has your own money and you can afford to fly interstate to go take care of it and get back to your job, and then also JP Morgan Chase is actually allowing it to be incorporated in healthcare, so it'll fund it for you through healthcare. So I think it's just in categories of people's lifestyles. But if they start making, like, if they start modifying child support cases, that's in family court, as well as welfare, to where women can't figure out a way to get skim off,
Monetize.
monetize from the child's money. And if it impacts them, see, a lot of women are mad because they know they're going to be inconvenient financially, because you got to pay for a flight, or you got to pay for gas, you got to pay for hotel, you can't, so it's going to be, it's inconvenient now to go and get one if it's not allowed in your state, or you got to make sure that you fall under the categories of particular weeks. So a lot of women are just upset, and I think what happens is, when we stop glamorizing a lot of the stuff that we do as women with each other, it may bring it down. But if women are co-signing and acting like they the mother and fathers of these children, because they have these careers and they bosses now and all these things that they use, and then when you try to talk to them directly and point things out to them, they either feel attacked and victim. And the reason why, like I said, the reason why I speak the way I speak, because I come from an era where people said it with no cut, no chaser. You knew right from wrong, and I knew right from wrong as young as 13, if you really want to go there. And I'm still trying to, and then we got women that's in their 30s and just have all these careers, and they're making decisions like they 15. It's just ridiculous. Kind of like they're just keep staying backwards. How you 35 years old with a master's degree, and you can't make a better decision in how you bring a child in this world, is beyond me.
Well, it's simply because there's no consequence for the
Yeah.
action that she's doing.
Yeah.
Once there's a consequence, whether it's a financial penalty or whether it's actually doing time for it, women will modify their behavior.
Yep.
One thing I will say, being from New York, I know there's two things that modify or change people's behavior. There's a
Mm.
good ass whipping, or you pay. And New York
Mhm.
knows how to pay. You double park your car in certain area, the Fashion District, Midtown, that's a $750 fine. They're gonna tow your car. They're gonna store it in some garage on in Queens somewhere. They're gonna get 3-4 days worth of storage. You're gonna pay $1,500 to get your car back. That
Mm.
happens to you a couple of times. You put it in a garage and pay $60 an hour or
I
$30 an
agree.
hour, as opposed to paying 1,500 and the inconvenience of 3-4 days.
Mm.
So, you know, if over time there becomes some type of penalty associated with reckless behavior, people will modify their behavior. It's just that at present there's no reason to, and
Yeah.
people are
Mhm.
creatures of habit, like most mammals are creatures of habit.
Yeah.
Little
I think
podcast. Welcome to
that
yeah. Go
oh,
ahead,
I'm
sir. Go ahead.
sorry.
Lots.
No,
Go
I
ahead,
just
lots.
think that for me, I guess because when the time that I got pregnant, boy, my family, they went hard on the pain. So I had to literally be a walk of shame everywhere I went. Oh, you can't come over here with your child. You're a bad example. So I had got it the worst from my family. So I guess that's probably why it stuck to me differently. And I always knew that I had too much to lose if I keep being reckless, or if I do this. And I was called a statistic, and it was like, yeah, you're gonna have 5 more kids. You're probably gonna drop out of high school. So it was just always in my face. And I
So
think
there was an element of shame associated with you being an unwed
forever,
pregnant mother, right?
yeah,
And
forever.
I think that's probably what helped you more than anything, because had you taken the other option and getting an abortion, that would have been like a quick and easy way to handle it, and you would have been in good standing within the family again. And more than likely, you probably would have had another incident simply because there was no consequence from the first uh,
I
actions.
think so. Yeah, I think so. I just think I got. I
Hey,
don't. Yeah, I think I would have gotten pregnant again because I would have felt like that would have been an easy solution, and I probably.
Exactly.
And then back then,
hey,
you didn't need so much consent to get certain things done if you needed to get it done without a parent.
Right. Right.
I want to also
hey,
ask because this seems, you said something earlier, Mr. Lee. This seems like one of those preemptive moves, like it's a precursor to a bigger move later. And I just can't help but like see the connection between women and their educational status and the way they're moving in society for the government to ultimately say, well, we're going to remove all the protections and things that you have. You're going to be accountable in this society somehow, because you said it last week that chivalry and equality can't exist. So
Right.
it's like we can't have all of these things enabling women in their reckless behavior, and then while you're taking advantage of society in these ways. So I'm just eager to see how, like, what comes after this in society, over
Well,
time.
in actuality, I think there should be some type of a safety net within society, but it should definitely be short term and not long term. 6 months to a year. You can't be on the service for a year within 5 years of your being on this. So if you got on the service for 1 year, the next time you can come back on is 5 years if you have another situation in your life. And I think if people realize that and know that, they'll make better choices in their life to make sure, because you'll make more money and have a better life if you're working for yourself and working a good job, and you're motivated to succeed, as opposed to just getting free handouts from the government. So I
Mm,
think pulling away some of these parachutes to keep people safe will probably make people make better choices. Obviously, in the beginning, it's going to be a shock. It's going to
mm,
upset a lot of people. It's going to disturb the community a lot. But in the long run effect is going to be potentially a better community with better people making better choices.
Absolutely.
Little
Can I ask?
podcast, talk to me.
Oh, that's good.
cause right now, cause
Yeah,
right
go
now
ahead.
we
Can
really,
hear you.
cause right now what we really got, Lee, we got serial killers on both sides,
Oh,
according to
absolutely.
them
I mean, the
statistics.
brothers in the hood, they're popping people left and right, and the sisters in the hood are clipping people left and right too. I
Yeah,
mean,
we got
it's like
serial killers on both
mhm.
sides.
it's
Yep.
serious.
Yeah.
It's serious, and we don't think anything of it. It's become so normalized that
Hmm.
it's easy for a woman to just make that choice. And I mean, I remember growing up in the hood in Harlem. I remember on a Wednesday night, there was a church right off the corner in my neighborhood, and the old ladies would be coming out of church at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday night, and they'll walk to their building. And sometimes, if we're out there and we're on the stoop where they need access, we'll help them inside if they got a bag or something. I mean, now an old lady walking around at 10 o'clock at night, she gonna catch a cat. She gonna
Mm,
get robbed. She ain't gonna make it home. And I
mm.
think it's just our community has just become so dangerous
Yeah.
all
Soulless.
around.
They come
Just
soulless.
dangerous.
But I like what Luck said. She said the doctor told her that the baby was alive. So a lot of them going there getting that deletion done, Lee, and the doctor done told them that the baby alive. So they really are serial killers on both sides.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
yeah, I mean,
I don't. Yeah, the doctor, like, yeah, they can't tell you what decisions to make,
to
but
make
Hmm.
right.
it was when I think about it now that I'm older, it was my aunt was with, it was another aunt, and I asked her, I want to get abortion. What do you think? Before we went into the clinic, and she was like, that I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. That's a decision you're going to have to decide. I'm not your other aunt where I'm telling you got to get one. So she didn't tell me, but the doctor, it was just because I was so blunt, and he could operate around that without breaking, I guess, his code or whatever, his code of conduct. And he just said, well, just lay back and let me let you hear something. And that's just, and I'm just kicking my feet like a little child. I'm childish, right? And I'm thinking like, oh, I was supposed to get an abortion, and you telling me a baby is real? That's a real baby? That means that baby is alive. I'm like, because you got to understand, when I was pregnant, I didn't know, I had never been pregnant before, so it still hadn't registered that I was, in the process of developing life, in a sense.
Right.
So the heart is really what saved that pregnancy.
Well,
So let me ask you
congratulations to
something.
you, and
Yes.
congratulations to that doctor.
Let me
He
ask you
used
something.
psychology on you. That's what he did.
He did. That's what I said when she said it.
Yeah.
When you were telling that story, you kind of put a instance of
Human face
seriousness.
to it.
Yeah,
Humanized it.
it was some seriousness, even though we couldn't see your face, and the mood kind of changed. Like, wow, that was psychology working. He knows it's going to be that much harder for you to choose to delete that baby if he lets you see it. And I think you said he insisted that you do it.
Yeah, he kind of just was like, it was just like, no, it was just never no pressure. He was just so nice. He was young, and he was, he just moved off of my, because I was always a very outspoken person. Even when I'm wrong, I still always knew how to take accountability. The teachers say, why you hit the girl? Because I wanted to. It's wrong, I know. But I've always been that type of person, and that's probably why I had I didn't have a lot of female friends growing up, but I can't help it. That's just how my father talked to me. Wrong is wrong, right is right. We on the side of right, we ain't on the side of wrong. But in his case, to see his little girl, be pregnant, he just wanted to be on the side of just, wanting to save me.
So
absolutely,
it's interesting too.
So let me ask you something, Lee. So every time
one
you
second,
do,
guys. 1 second, guys. Let little podcast get a word in. He just got up here. He's been sitting patiently. 1 second. Cash Flow Hustle says we talking 7 or 8 or 9 monthly pregnancies. It's sickening. Yeah, I mean, some women would want to make a deletion. They were trying to pass a law, I think, in New York, where even after you give birth, you had a certain amount of days that if you wanted to delete that child, you could go back and delete that child. And I thought that was sickening. So go ahead, little podcast.
What's going on, Mr. Lee?
Welcome to Sage Talk. How you doing, man? Long time.
Yeah, man. What's good? I'm feeling good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of come from a different perspective, right? I'm kind of leaning towards my simpish ways lately, right? I remember doing some research and realizing that the average age for first time births in America was 26, right? And then that was overall. And then I remember reading a couple of other articles, right? You know how statistics.
That's all women or black women?
That's all women. Yeah,
Okay.
that's all women. And so then I remember, you know how statistics can go. You can get different numbers from different articles, right? So it's all depending on who you trust. I tend to try to get 3 sources, add the numbers together, divide them by 3, and then that's what I rock with in my talking points. And so I remember doing that and coming up with 22 as the average age for first-time birth with black women. And so when I read that, I was like, well, man, why is it still all this talk? Like, it's just all these little girls, 15, 16, running around, you know what I'm saying, making babies, if this what the real number is, right? But then I also had to think about the implications of baby deletions and how that might have applied to the number being so high for the actual first-time birth, right? Because the statistic was first-time birth, not actually first-time pregnancy. You see what I'm saying? So those are 2 different things. However, I will say in other research that I had done, I found out that the baby deletion rates themselves were consistently going down year by year for like the past 15 years, particularly in our community. So people have attributed the rise in the alphabet people's movement to that number, the number of deletions and the number of births going, the number of birth age going up and the number of deletions going down. Women following their careers and their education. That's a number that has been applied to the age, the first time pregnancy age going up and the baby deletions going down. And so based on having that knowledge in my arsenal, I'm kind of like questioning why is it that a lot of people seem to think that this overturning is going to make the numbers go up outside of just assuming that people are typically rebellious to what is expected of them.
Well, because people are typically rebellious of what is it. People don't like to be told no. That's a psychological thing that clicks in people's head. When you tell someone they can't do something, there's a good chance that they're going to do it and do it more. And I think if you look at the fervor in which women, not just black women, but women in general of all demographics, who are just irate and standing strong that, no, we're going to do this. You're not going to take this away from us. We're not going back into the 1200s or whatever, right? Basically, what they're saying is that we don't care about this law. And I think it's a very dangerous situation for us to be in because, you know, and this was going to be part of my closing comments, but I'm going to just drop a piece of it right now. The rights that women have, all of it have been given to them by men, the patriarchy, as they so like to refer. Women have never really had to fight for anything. They protest, they march, they talk. Men know that freedom comes at a price. We have had to lay our life down in many wars to get the freedoms that we have in the societies that we have built around the world. If women feel so strongly that this is a right, are they prepared to fight and lay their life down for that which they believe? Are they willing to die by the millions like men have died by the millions to get the rights that we have in society today? See, women have never had to really fight for anything. Everything was given to them. I think this law is really going to put a test to see what women are made of, because we know women they're selfish. They're not selfless. They don't sacrifice themselves for a cause. They just don't. They're not built that way. Men are built that way. Men sacrifice their lives daily. So I think we're going to see what women are made of over the next 10 years as this Roe versus Wade fluffs out. What do you have to say about that, Sherelle?
Well, I do agree to a point that, yeah, we are very selfish creatures by nature until we have to learn selfless acts by acting it out. And it's just unfortunate that women, I grew, like I said, I have to go back. I'm very anecdotal. I was fortunate enough during a time where there was so many programs that was free to teenage mothers. And when I was growing up, I was around a lot of teenage mothers. I mean, the youngest I remember was 8 years old, 10 years old, 11 and 12. So I came from what they call the teenage pregnancy era, not the teenage pregnancy pack, but the teenage pregnancy era, because that was at the height of welfare. People were, you get pregnant. Getting pregnant was on purpose in most cases, so you can get an apartment,
get the money,
and get welfare. So that was why all my cousins and they had 4 and 5 kids. But I do think that we were very selfish, because every time we would make a decision, it was always something pertaining just to what we would have wanted. We wasn't really. So I do agree with you there. And I think until either women understand the real purpose of sisterhood and holding each other accountable, and stop condoning each other's just because you want to make a quick buck. I get it. We all want to sell things. We all want to be entrepreneurs, but is it going to be at the price of coddling and catering to a woman's ego to do so? I just think that we play a major role in this mess that we're in as women with these particular groups. I'm not saying all women, but I'm just saying that I knew that before I can even get a husband, it took me 1.5 years to at least cover at least 75 things on the list that I needed to make myself more valuable. And the thing is, it wasn't even that hard to put.
Say that again, sister. Say that again. I think women need to hear that. Say that again.
I had to write a list of things that made me more valuable to a man, to be able to get the benefits and resources of that man that I received from my father. My father wasn't a rich man, but he definitely took care of the essentials.
Right. Absolutely. Well said.
And he taught me to understand the purpose of a man based off of, the decisions you make. And he's always say, you keep making bad decisions, you're going to keep staying in the same circle that you in. And I ain't got nothing to do with it, because you grown and you know better. So I just think that I'm not a unicorn. I'm not anybody special. It's just that I could tell you stuff. I can't, just like my daughter, people be wondering, well, why your daughter, how did you raise a daughter without child support? Because I wanted my daughter to have a relationship, not a check. We didn't need money back then. Money was
absolutely. You made different choices.
Yeah, and
that's what it boils down to, making different choices.
Because if the father of that child would have had the stability, my child would have been raised by her father, not me, not a teenager. That's just that if he wasn't going to marry me. Just like my mom gave me to my father, because she was like, I'm not gonna marry you. I ain't trying to be no mother. You come get your child. And that's how I ended up with my dad. So I'm only going on how I was taught, but I'm just saying, moving forward into society today, and I know women don't want to hear this. Maybe they don't agree with me. Maybe they may not like some of the things that I have said in comments and things like that, just to stir up the pot. All I can say is you can turn things around if you just take a step back and look at what you're doing, and just know that you're doing it, and just deal with the shame and get past the shame. You'll start to heal. But hey, I guess it's, I don't know.
I think you're right. For them to get past the shame, they have to first assess that the decisions that they're making are not good decisions. And a lot of time, people do not want to take account for the choices that they make. It's easy to sweep it under the rug.
And stop focusing on the men. They keep.
Let me just 1 second. Let me highlight this comment by Tam. She said, having a baby is a sacrifice. A dog can have a baby. Cows have babies. Deers have babies. Every mammal have children on this planet. A woman, like a man, is a mammal too. And the female of us have babies like any other animal. Stop. See, this is what you were talking about, Sherelle.
That's exactly that. She proved
this is exactly what you're talking about. Having a baby is not a sacrifice. Having a baby is a natural operations of the body, just like your heart beating, like your blood flowing, like you go into the bathroom and taking a dump after you eat. It's a natural process of the body if you do the acts to create certain things. And if you have sex enough times and you let them shoot up the club, sooner or later, you're going to get a package.
Exactly.
Ain't got nothing to do with you sacrificing Jack.
Yeah, like what would she have
Thank
to
you for the comment,
sacrifice?
Tam. But we need to address that kind of thinking. We got to be more responsible.
Yeah.
So Mr. Lee, I know we're gonna get Aaron Owen here. What's up, Aaron Owen, my brother? Good to see you again. I want to pose a question that hopefully he and you and anyone else could probably address. Actually, it's kind of twofold, right? I wanted to know, what if the numbers actually did go down, right? What if this actually had a positive effect and we saw less attempts to delete babies in our community? What would that look like? And then the second question is, since a lot of people in the social media and particularly the YouTube streets, right, seem to have this inclination that this is going to cause things to be worse and the numbers are going to go up and all of this, are we suggesting that the people who were in charge of this overturn had the same foresight, and that this was like some kind of smoke screen where they're pretending they're trying to get the numbers to go down, but they really want the numbers to go up, and so they kind of incited that by causing this overturn? Or are we just assuming that they can't see something that the rest of us can see?
Well, let me tackle the first question first.
Mm-hmm.
If like you said, if the numbers actually go down and trend down, let's say over the next 3 years, a quick snapshot that we can really look at, what the implications of that would be, in my mind, would be that women are making better decisions. That means the men that they're choosing to lay with are men that they want to produce with. As opposed to now, they're just laying around having fun and accident, oopsie, they get pregnant. And it's like, okay, I know how to deal with this. So what that would imply is that women are becoming more responsible and making better choices. But I think that would not be a result in the short term, because like Sherelle said earlier, if they were capable of doing that, they would have been doing that already. Now, with regard to whether or not by them overturning this case, is there a greater ulterior motive plan in the works? My mind would say yes. Because one thing I know from the history of America is that nothing is done by accident. And when you have people that are judges making a decision like this, these are people that are most serious thinkers of all thinkers. They understand outcomes and consequences of their decisions. Now, some people might say, well, we have a situation where America has fallen below replacement rate births. 1.7 is replacement. I think it sometime this year it hits less than that. It was like 1.6 or 1.5. So people can say overall they're looking to build the population of America back. But we know that people like Bill Gates and others, they're trying to cull the population of the world, not by millions, but by billions. And if you think this pandemic was an accident, wait till you see what the next one is going to look like. None of this stuff is accidental, man. But I think that we're going to have to see how it rolls out. We're going to see how women react, what choices they make, and how men will deal with those choices, and really how the courts deal with, because some man is going to take a woman to court over his kid, over his kid being deleted, because he wants the child. And more than likely, the best case scenario for that is going to be in a marriage. The best case scenario for that will be in a marriage. And that will test the law of the state where it happens. Okay, Aaron, talk to me. The second part of your question, I think I already addressed that. I believe I did, right? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Lee, thank you for having me on the panel. Shouts out to everybody.
Okay, how you doing, man? Long time.
Yeah, no, if you're not familiar with me, I'm usually one of the most hated, so it will probably begin in this process. Mr. Lee, you're really astute. When you pointed out that women don't want the power to let children live. They solely want the power to eliminate children. Solely. So I have this, I wouldn't say theory at this point, but I've, posited the fact that women do not embrace accountability or responsibility outside of themselves. If you add any component to anything, they will quickly try to add responsibility onto another individual. We had that recently happen on the panel when we talked about, men have been paying for deletions, so they should be attributed to some of this deletion credit as well, which is grossly inaccurate and shameful. If you really think about it, and I'll compare it this way, in the projects, there are a bunch of weapons. We argue all the time and say, those black people in the projects, they don't bring those guns there, they're placed there. But you know what happens? They make an individual sole decision to utilize those weapons. So what that means is, if a man gives you money to get rid of a child, you don't have to accept it, because getting rid of a child is your sole authority. It's not tied to a man. This is often showing that women just don't want to take sole accountability for any glimmer of hope that they can say, well, man was involved with this, so let's please blame a man or move the responsibility and accountability off of me. That if you look in the chat, it's off. Let's talk about the man that shoot up the club. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about homicide rates. Let's focus on women who have the singular power to decide death. Men, we actually contribute to the life of children, not the death. And see, when you
whoa. Say that again.
Absolutely.
I think that might have went over some people's ears or heads.
Absolutely.
Say that again. Men contribute what?
Men contribute to the life of children. Women solely attribute to the death of children. So we don't want that attributed to us, ladies. So please stop it. And I'm trying to be really nice. You guys know me. Y'all very familiar. I'm trying to be nice. Stop attributing this to men and take sole accountability. Your body, your choices, what you ask for. Please stop blaming us, man. That's all we ask. We want to keep the conversation solely on y'all. I know y'all don't like it and y'all fighting everything tooth and nail to push it on us. But I've made it clear and nicely have said, we do not contribute to the death of children. We contribute to life. You make a sole decision to decide to end that child's life. Please don't attribute that to us. I beg of you, please don't do that.
Well, Aaron,
okay, Mr. Victim, one second. Mr. Victim Olympic says black men pay for many abortions.
They sure do, because my father got a woman pregnant out when he was separated, and he gave her $400. He said he was too old to have another child.
Did y'all not hear what I just said?
He spoke to that already. He literally just spoke.
I just but what I'm just saying that we do, like, you're right. We don't need men funding it. We know that y'all contribute life and we contribute the development of it. And we do have a high percentage of deleting the pregnancies. But the thing is, I guess what you're saying is what we just need to focus on. What is the highest percentage of the person is just deleting that has the upper hand on who gets to live or not. So I guess, okay. So Aaron, I'll go ahead and just agree with you.
Aaron, you know what's ironic about what you said?
Yeah.
When you said that just because the man gives you the money doesn't mean you have to take it and use it, right? Here's the thing, that actually happens a lot. That happens a lot.
Thank you.
I'm quite in cases where men provided the money and the woman did something else.
I know from personal experience. Thank you. There are a lot of times a woman will tell you she's pregnant and she's not.
That part too.
You just gonna give a full $700 depending on what it costs in that state. They're just gonna take the money. You got hustled. When I was a young man, I got hustled.
Like Aaron said, the choice ultimately lies with them. That was dope, Aaron.
Unless you're an adolescent.
You irritate me that you're so intelligent.
I will concede this. If you're an adolescent and you're under the responsibility of a parent, I will concede there's room there. Although I'd argue, even at like probably 16, 17, you could probably, file for emancipation or whatever and probably not listen to your parents. But I won't push that. I just want to.
Well, I don't think a parent can make a child have an abortion. I mean, unless the child was molested at a young age, like 10 years old or something like that. That would be ridiculous.
They can't,
now, obviously.
by law, they cannot make them. because my stepsister, I do know this anecdotal. What happens is what parents do, like what was done to me is they use scare tactics. Like I was told that
Right.
child could come out retarded and all types of things. So I started thinking about all those things. And of course, I was told that I was poor and you're going to end up on welfare. You might be homeless in a few years from now. You're uneducated. So they came at me with so many angles to make me say, yeah, I need to get an abortion, because that would be the reason why you would just consider it, because the parents couldn't just say,
Yeah.
I brought my child here, she need to get an abortion. So
It,
that's how
it's
they would.
funny. It's funny that you say that, Sherelle, because if you examine the LeBron James comment, that's exactly what he's saying about the poverty thing. He cited the South and the poverty in the South, or Black people in the South who will not be able to afford it. That's a poverty conversation. And I think if you're too poor to have an abortion, you're too poor to have a baby. Keep your legs closed.
You too poor to be having sex. You can't. I mean, I know people.
Exactly.
I know they'll say it's
I don't know
natural.
about that one.
So
Well,
hold
if
on.
it's so natural, how is it that Black men who doesn't make a certain amount of money can't have sex with women that they want? The women are telling them right now, you don't make enough money to lay with me.
Exactly. So that's why I was saying that it's going to impact the poor community across the board, because they just it's the easiest thing.
They're used to making bad decisions, and they will continue to
Yeah,
make bad decisions.
they were doing it even when Roe versus Wade was in order. So what's
Right. That's exactly. I
yeah,
agree with you.
it's not going to change, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah,
Latoyax, good afternoon. Welcome to Sage Talk. How are you?
Good. How are y'all? Thank you for putting me on.
I'm doing well. How do you pronounce your name? I want to make sure I have it right.
No, my name is Latoya. The KS is just extra.
Okay, Latoya. Okay.
Yes.
Welcome to Sage Talk.
Hey,
So what do you have to contribute to the conversation?
Thank you. I just have a question.
Sure.
Because I don't know everyone's ages on here. I'm assuming I'm the youngest person on here from a completely different generation. I'm 23.
Okay.
So it's very interesting watching this network and seeing how a different generation speaks on a lot of things from their perspective. So I just wanted to jump on and kind of pick your brain, because my one question is, we're talking about how abortions are, people should take responsibility and people should be able to understand you should keep your legs closed and all of these things like that. But why are we not asking the question of, why are these women not having children or wanting children, regardless of if they have an abortion or not? Why is the birth rate gone down so low? Every answer is keep your legs closed, be accountable. We know that's not going to happen. If we're being 100% realistic, it's not going to.
Right.
Even if a woman takes a child to full term, that there's no guarantee that they're going to keep it. It's going to end up in foster care, which is 400,000 children in foster care in the United States alone. So why are we not asking these questions? What are the things that are affecting women wanting, especially in my age group, wanting to have kids? There's a reason.
Well, let me ask you this. As a young person, have you been brought up in your life or in your surroundings or in your social network of friends and family that marriage and family is something that is valuable and important?
I have, and I do. And my friends have grown up in dual parent households as well.
Okay. Now, do you think that's typical for the Black community?
It's not typical, unfortunately.
Okay. So, I mean, the reality is that many women, and some of these women, I think, I'm not subscribing to the opinion that a lot of these women who are having these deletions are poor or they're uneducated. A lot of these women are college educated women who are in careers and working to build a life for themselves and are still making these reckless decisions to delete children also. So what is it about a woman that's a grown woman that's between the age of 25 and 32 that are deleting a child or have deleted several have had several deletions in the path of their early career coming out of the university and working. Why are they making either reckless decisions or behaving recklessly with their body?
Again,
Because
my
yeah,
oh, go on.
go
I'm so
ahead.
sorry. Go on.
No, go ahead.
So I can only speak from what I've seen and what in my age group, right? Even if we
Sure.
go on to 25 to 30, let's say I can speak on ages 28 years old, okay, all the way up to 28 years old. The reason that they're going to have these abortions, especially let's start with what's going on now. If people cannot afford to have these kids, they're going to want to delete them. They're going to, regardless of if it's reckless and they're opening their legs and they're having these relations with men. If they feel as though they can't take care of it, they're not going to. Even if you force them to have this child, they're not going to take, a lot of them don't take care of their kids. If it comes to that, there's tons of research on when women don't take care of their kids, and then you have to get child protective services because they didn't want them to begin with.
Okay, so do you think there should be consequences for women who continue to practice this behavior? Because what it sounds like to me is that unaccountability is something that, like, some people just don't care about.
There should definitely be consequences. There should definitely be consequences on both ends, regardless of if it's on the men's end or the woman's end together.
Well, one second. Deletion is not a consequence of a man. Not stepping up and being a father and taking care of the child would be a consequence of a man.
And that
but the deletion part had nothing to do with the man.
And they come
absolutely
after you for that
zero.
too.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Well, when it comes to deletion, no, there is no consequences that can be on the men unless you guys have already.
No, I mean responsibility. I mean, with regard to responsibility for that, he shares no responsibility in that decision. That is solely a woman's.
I disagree.
That's solely a woman's.
Why? I disagree, because a woman going in to have the abortion, yes, she can do that. But the responsibility, are we talking about a married couple or are we talking about single?
It doesn't matter.
It don't matter.
Well, no. Hold on. That's a good question. The statistics out of the Michigan report that I put in the chat says that 93.8% of the women who are having deletions are unmarried women.
Okay, then if that is the case, then the responsibility will solely be on the woman. I can agree to that.
Okay.
100%.
So how do we change that? How do we change that behavior? Because all of those women are not poor.
I have the solution.
What is your solution?
It's not one that women are going to accept, but it is the solution. Women tell men all the time, we are the ones that carry the children. We are the ones that bring forth life. That is a responsibility that only they can have because men cannot do it. So we need to add one more layer of responsibility. And I know you're going to hate it. Every child that is born has to be decided by a woman. She has to want that child. No more oops babies. No more, oh, we wasn't planning for you. Your children should be planned for, because at this point, you should know if you have sex, it equals children. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that's something women are willing to accept, because that does allow them to introduce and say, but a man was involved too. So, but that is actually the answer.
Well, I would take it a step further. I think that if a woman have 2 abortions in her life before the age of 25, she should be snipped, just like a man would be snipped.
You said how many?
They're not going to agree to that.
2.
Shit.
Because they're going to say, what about if she was young?
The states will have the stats, so the states will know. Let me tell you, the states will do something about this. People keep acting like they're just going to be recklessly having abortions. The states will do something about this. The states who are against this, they will do something about it. And I think women are acting like this is a joke. This is not a joke.
Lee,
They did not change this law for no reason.
Mr. Lee, do you? Because
yes.
Okay, so I want to clear this up. The government has nothing to do with this anymore, correct?
No, that's
The
not
government
correct.
has everything to do with it. The government
Some state
basically
level.
says that in some states, from conception, that's a life, and you can't take a life.
Well,
It's a
no,
crime if you do.
they said on the news that the government gave it to the people, which is the states. So
Right. But the
state is
states are
government.
making the ruling.
State are
Some
government.
state, like Florida, says 15 weeks. After 15 weeks, you can't do it. But
right,
some states say from conception.
right. But the thing is, the government is allowing them to make the ruling, whereas it's not.
Well, the federal government, correct. The federal government is allowing the states to make the decision
Just
out
make
of
it
the 50 states how they want to handle this. Correct.
so the women. It sounds like to me that the women feel like they're being okay. So those women feel forsaken by their government.
Well, they feel like it should be on a federal level and the state shouldn't have because federal law basically overrun state law. If
Okay.
it's something is if it's lawful on the national level, it's like right now in some states marijuana is legal, in some states it's not. But on the federal level, it is still illegal.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, if you got caught on an interstate or something between a state where it's legal, you could go to jail.
Okay. And I think the thing is, I know it's a trigger word to say close your legs. Latoya, we're just using that as an example of saying take responsibility. But the thing is, you gotta know you were broke before you started having sex. Like you gotta know that you can't take care of kids. It's like, why? How is it that people realize they can't take care of kids once they're there? See, I can say like someone can like I got 15, so I know I was broke. But we're talking about grown women now. Where at Latoya do people decide after the fact? How just like you can you afford a child by yourself to raise by yourself if you should miss a day where you didn't take any of your contraceptives or take any preventive measures and you just went ahead and winged it with the hope that you don't get pregnant, but then you end up getting pregnant. Can you afford your child without your family helping you out? Can you afford a child by yourself, day in and day out, without no help of a father?
If we're talking about me, and specifically me, I'm not hypothetically, I'm not raising a child alone because I'm not alone, and I would have that figured out regardless of. If you're going into it thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to be a single mother, I'm sorry, I can't think of myself that way because I will not be.
Okay, because that's why we were saying that women, when we said women need to close their legs, we were really referencing women that don't think like you.
Well,
but
that's a good
even
point.
Even if I'm saying that's not me, even if I am saying I won't be a single mother, that's not going to stop me from living my life regardless of. So that's the point where I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
That doesn't mean that I'm going and sleeping around with Tom, Dick, and Harry. That's not what I'm saying.
No, it's not about that's a thing that y'all get mixed. This is what happens. You don't have to sleep around with Tom, Dick, and Harry to get pregnant. You only need to get pregnant with one man one time. So whether you hadn't had sex for 6 months and then on the 7th month you have sex, you can get pregnant. But the point is, what we're saying is when we say close your legs, we're specifically talking to women who don't care to think long term. You literally can Google it. And one of the things on the list is it tells you long-term decisions. Think about them, talk about it, decide, calculate. What kind of money you make, what kind of education you have, where do you live, what's your upbringing. So we're talking specifically to a specific group of people, but what we have the people who made the right choices, who got everything in order. This would never happen to me. I make all the right decisions, but y'all are the ones that make all the excuses and all the stuff for the ones who can't make the right choices. But then we try to give them some solutions by using myself, laying myself on the altar for these women, and then other people laying themselves on the altar. But we get people, not you, but we get people that sound like you, always making excuses for their bad decisions.
I don't believe I'm making excuses.
No, I didn't say you were.
No,
I didn't say
I don't
you
think
were.
she's not accusing you.
I said that women
Okay.
that sound like you, they are the ones that make all the excuses for the women that they gotta wake up every day and know they broke.
And like, I do want to put this out there. I am not agreeing nor disagreeing with anyone on this platform. I'm simply asking a question. Just like I have another question, just to throw it out there, right? I know you're speaking to a specific, type of woman, but I wanted to ask this since this was rolling. So, do you believe that abortion, period, point blank, no matter the circumstance, should be just cut out? Or do you believe that there are some instances where there should be allowed?
I got you, Mr.
so
Lee.
I
got you, Mr.
that.
Lee. The answer to that question is there is 0.02% of the time. What was that statistic he gave earlier that said 0.002?
It's 2%.
0.02%. It still happens. That's
I'm
not
2%
though.
I'm asking if that situation does happen, because it does happen. You can't speak about it as if there's no way it could. 0.02% is still a percentage. So in those circumstances, do you believe that it should still be a no? Because it would be ignorant to say that, it's only 0.02%.
Right.
So that means that we shouldn't speak
Okay,
on
let me speak on this.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We got to do one at a time, y'all.
I'm sorry, but let me just speak on this one. She's absolutely right. 2% does matter. If you were the 2% that falls under the category where it was an extreme situation, then yes, you do deserve to get the options to make some sort of choices that because that is a traumatic situation. But see, that to me is where I sit in the gray area. So if a person has had some sort of assault against them, like let's say a 10-year-old child, hypothetically, incest, all those terrible things that happen in the 2%. Yes, that situation should be handled with particular careful detailed options for the sake of that type of trauma, because it's hard for me to say what I would do if I'd never been in that predicament. But to make sure that there are options available, yes, those it should be a primary number one, guaranteed that there are going to be some sort of options that has to be made according to that person who is traumatized and how it impacts them. But therapy. That's not my decision. I can't go on no belief system, because that wouldn't be, I can't say what I believe. I'm just saying that we were only leaning towards the 98% of the people who do have enough common sense to then make better decisions. And all I was saying is we just got to stop allowing people who make good decisions make extreme excuses. That's only 2% of the time that it's going to happen.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you when it comes to people being irresponsible, but I do want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly before proceeding. That 0.02%, if you're speaking strictly about rape, I want to know where rape is.
Don't say that word openly like that.
Excuse me.
You need to say grape or something else, because
so if
YouTube
we're speaking specifically on grape, right? Are we forgetting that there's other reasons why? It's not just grape. So that 0.02%, we're talking about grape. We're talking about endometriosis.
We know those those things.
Those are additional.
And they said that. But did you hear the news? They said that those are exceptions to the rule. That a woman can choose to have, if it's going to risk her life, she can choose her life over that child if she wants to.
Right.
They said that they will support that.
Okay, gotcha.
Right, but
It's on the
those
news.
percentages,
And
but
that's
those
what I was
percentages are even smaller where it challenges the mother's life. Those
and
percentages are
I
even
understand.
smaller than the 0.02%.
And I
And they
understand that.
said
And if
that
that's the
too.
case,
They
if
said that they are solely going to look out for victims.
okay, and if that's the case, that's why I
And that's on
asked.
the news apps. That was on ABC, NBC, CDE, NN's, everywhere. It's all over. You can look it up.
And if that's the case, like I was just saying, then okay, cool. That's great. That's why I'm asking. That's why I was
But
asking.
okay, well, we know. We always get the 2% questions that's going to be asked. That's more we get it. But we're
Well,
really leaning on the people that we know that we want to bring down. We want to bring down that 98%. That's all we just say. We're just trying to get the 98% down.
well, I think, Latoya, when I use the term keep your legs closed, I'm really being sarcastic because over the years, what we have heard as men from women is keep it in your pants. So I'm being somewhat facetious in that comment because as easy as a woman can say that to a man, we can now come back and say to you, keep your legs closed. And the challenge is your natural biology will override keeping your legs closed because our nature is to procreate. It's in all mammals. So we will no matter what. It's hardwired into us. So I'm being facetious when I say that, but what I'm trying to really get at is that as humans, both men and women, but particularly women, because women are the one that are fighting for the right to delete children. My point is, how are they going to make better choice forward in the future so the effects of having abortion becomes something that is reduced and less and is really only for the categories where people are really affected? Incest
Hey,
within the home, medical situations, forced situations, things that was outside of the woman's control, whereby she can't be forced to have to endure additional pain. But when you're just making reckless decision because of your irresponsibility or just for the desire to have pleasure, I think we have to be more responsible in how we make those choices.
hey, Mr. Lee, I would like to ask Latoya a question. Just to kind of, I
Sure.
just want to kind of see where your mindset is. That I think I understood exactly what you just said, right? But I kind of just want to see if I understand where your mindset is at, right? So let's say if a man lays with a woman, gets her pregnant, she carries the baby to full term, should he be financially responsible for that child? That's yes or no, real quick.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
If a minor student is a minor male student is raped by his female teacher and she gets pregnant and she carries the baby to full term, should that minor student be responsible for child support of that baby?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
But that is actually what's happening in the courts today for young boys. Okay, Callie, welcome to Sage Talk. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How's everybody doing? Glad to be
What's
here.
Okay,
up, bro?
doing well, doing well.
Just want to say happy Men's Mental Healthness Awareness Month. A lot of people don't know about it. It's actually all of June, so just want to say that. I'm from Buffalo, New York. I'm actually a victim of the Buffalo shooter. I've been taking
Wow.
control over my community recently, so I'm learning new things or whatever. But I feel like this deletion thing or whatever, I don't even like to even say that word. It's really just killing at the end of the day. I mean, you
Well, we're
should
trying to
find
be a little bit more. We're trying to be a little bit more sophisticated on how we speak about it, so
I
YouTube
understand. I
don't affect.
understand.
Yeah.
I understand, but you need to find God at least, or attempt, because you can't play God, and life is a blessing. So at the end of the day, you have to see it as a blessing and deal with it. You can give the child up for abortion and etc. You see what I'm saying? But at the
Adoption.
end of the adoption, sorry. But the
Right.
fact that people are willing and fighting for this, that means there's a problem. And I think the government their agenda is BS. The fact that they're banning it, it's just going to be skyrocketed. People are actually going to travel to get these deletions and etc. And I feel the modern day woman right now, the hypergamous thing goes all the way to having babies with a decent person. So if she doesn't feel like this person isn't, worthy enough to be the father, she's going to go do that. But I think a lot of these kids nowadays, they're unaware that there are consequences regardless, but you're going to have to answer for everything you do and be held accountable, whether you do it or not. God will hold you accountable for that. So it's like there's a lot of things going on, and we don't have role models for our females. And then there's like us as black men, we're afraid to speak up because we get shamed for that. And it's like we have to save our women from each other, from themselves, but we're afraid to do so because we can't even say anything. We can't even say the A word. We have to say deletion.
Let me challenge you on that, Kali.
Go ahead.
What do you mean that black men are afraid to speak up? You're talking about in their relationships or in their family or both?
Both, because we feel like it's not our place. Now, me personally, I was with someone, right, and she told me she had a miscarriage. I found out she got it aborted. You see what I'm saying? That hurt me, because I wanted, like he said, we're protectors of life and etc.
Right.
And I couldn't even have a decision. So I feel like there's an evil within that, regardless. You know what I mean? So I feel like God is definitely needed, because a lot of women who have sex with men, they're praying after they're having sex in that bathroom.
But there are a lot of women who are in the churches right now.
Right.
And they go to church every Sunday or whatever, and they're right up in the front pews. And the pastor does not address these issues at all.
At all.
So if the man who's supposed to be the emissary to God is not addressing the issue, how is it the congregation is going to find God?
Well, you don't have to be a preacher to help somebody find God.
No, not necessarily, but those are the standard bearers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I
not
feel like
everyone is going to take spiritual advice or guidance from someone around the way.
Right.
They would really look for someone who that's their position. Like
but
if you're not going to have somebody work on your house to install electricity, one second. You're not going to have You're not going to have someone install the electrical wiring in your house, and they're not an electrician.
Right.
So I'm saying in general, people will normally go to the person who that's their profession. And what I'm saying is, because you've brought up the point several times that these women need to find God, and they need to have a better spiritual foundation, something that is greater than them to look up to, so they make better decisions as it pertains to life, right?
For protection, not only just that, just for protection as well. But the preacher doesn't experience what we're going through, so he can't speak about it.
Why not?
He could offer
well, what are you talking about? Wait a minute. What are you talking about? What do you mean he doesn't experience it? What are you talking about?
Majority, like a lot of preachers are older. They're not modern as us right now.
There are a lot of modern preachers. There are a lot of young enough preachers. And if you're a man of the word is regardless of time.
Right.
So if you study in the word, whether your age should give you wisdom. So you should be able to advise a younger person. That is the purpose of being age. And if you're age in the word of God, you definitely should be able to advise younger people.
But I do that without even being in the church. I'm not even Christian.
Right.
I do that. I take it upon myself as a young adult, a black adult, and I do that I teach troubled youth, and you can relay the message. You don't have to go to church and rely on somebody.
I fully understand what you're saying. I'm not negating, what you're doing, and I applaud what you're doing. But what I'm saying is that, the people who are the pillars and the flag bearers of Christianity, because most black people are Christians, they're not holding women accountable for these bad decisions. They're not holding the men accountable for their reckless behavior.
Mm-mm. Exactly.
That's not something that is taught in our community.
We we should hold each other accountable. But
we don't have that kind of community anymore. Let's be realistic. The Black community is so fragmented that back in the day, any mother on a block could tell another child, could correct that child.
Right.
Today,
Right.
if one mother tried to correct another woman's child, that could be a fight or a shootout.
Yep.
It can escalate that quickly.
Yep.
Right. So
how can the
our community is too fragmented right now for individuals to be trying to help in such a way, because even though your intention might be good, the interpretation of what you're attempting to do might be seen offensive because it challenges their beliefs. It challenges them being a better human. And sometimes when you call on people to be a better human, especially if it's done in public, they might take it offensively and react likewise, right?
It's necessary. The truth hurts. You have to have this.
True.
Because there's no discipline at all. There's no grandmothers. There's no grandfathers. Really, people need Maya Angelou. There's no role models at all. So now people are just winging it.
Well, Maya Angelou is dead. I mean, let's not go back to dead people. Let's deal with the people who are alive right now that can actually affect.
That's not what
today's situation.
My point, though. I'm just saying they don't have role models. Everybody's worried about a hot girl summer. They're not worried about the consequences after aborting that, deleting that baby.
They're not
worried about
now
that.
You're talking exactly. People are not.
We have no choice but to make that known. As for us to care and be protectors of life, we have to. And you can be an individual. You have to.
I want to touch back on something you said earlier. Right. You said that Black men are afraid to speak out. Number one of the things that I've seen, especially on the manosphere in Black YouTube, that Black men are speaking out, and they have been speaking out for quite some years. And white men were speaking out before them. Mm-hmm. So men in general are speaking out about the issues that we have in our communities, the behavior of our women, and the recklessness of their actions, and the consequence that it's having in the society at large, and in our household, and in our community. So, men are speaking up. Maybe not as much as
we are speaking up, but we're just having a conversation.
Hold on real quick, Kelly. Mr. Lee, if I could say, this isn't pushback to what you just said, but if I'm being honest, in my day-to-day life off of YouTube, I don't hear these conversations.
Right.
I mean, nowhere, and I'm in Chicago, I don't hear these conversations at all. And honestly, it's kind of disheartening for me that when I try to talk to people about a Sage Talk, about a Lapeef, about an Anton, about a Sir Hale, about a Kevin Samuels, a lot of people don't know who y'all are. Yep. It's so disheartening for me to have these conversations. But man, have you seen such and they like, no. I'm like, what? Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one with
especially
who know about this in my particular space. But Callie, what I would say, just real quick to answer a question that you quickly posed, which was, what can the pastors do? Well, they take all this money and collect all this money from those women. They should be the main ones holding them accountable, right?
Exactly.
And I feel like they could at least maybe create some incentive programs with grants or something where they reward better behavior and better choices by paying maybe for because I know here in Chicago we had a guy. His name was Rob Blagojevich. He was the governor, I think. He created a program where if you were a minority family and you are like me and my woman, we had a baby and we lived together, we were able to get free health care. You see what I'm saying? So that was an incentive for people to stay together, you know what I'm saying, and be under the same roof and all of that, right? So as a preacher, you could do the same thing, really. You could create programs where you can say, hey, if you all are in the same household together and trying to be a family, even if you want to go outside of the institution of marriage, but just say you're all in the same household and you're trying to be a family, hey, we can incentivize that by saying we can pay for your kids to go to a specific type of school or something. We can put together some sort of incentive package with the money that we take from the community.
They should tell you to get married first.
Better behavior.
We cannot incentivize people to be responsible and accountable for their own individual decisions. We're still trying to remove accountability and place it on other people to supplement their lives. No,
it's not removing accountability though, Aaron. What it is, we have to be like we said on the panel the other day where I heard some people basically saying that adults can't even make adult decisions until they're 26.
No, that's because of arrested development, because of what's been pushed to people that you're still a baby when you're 21. But the truth is, we push people developing because we want to control people. We remember grandparents, great grandparents, children were born at 14, 15. Like that was very normal back then. There was no teenager. Remember, I told you, teenager is a made up term in order to delay people from growing.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
with
but
him
hold on
because
real quick,
I-
Lux. Hold on real quick, Lux.
Okay.
But Aaron, there has to be a way to counteract the previous programming, is what I'm saying. We understand that there's a certain level of programming, a certain level of trauma and dysfunction that people incur on their way into adulthood, right? And so once you reach a certain age, you think you know it all, you think you got it all anyway. And by the time you look up, you're 30 in your late 30s or 40s and realize you was led astray, run amok. You know what I'm saying? And now you're trying to fix all of these different things. Well, all I'm saying is maybe for some people, it should be some sort of incentives package for accountability to say, hey, listen, because well, hold on, Aaron, I know you disagree, but I parent that way. Whereas my son's mom, she thinks, okay, you're not doing what I want you to do. I'm finna take something away. I say, I want you to do this. And guess what? If you get it done, this is what you get.
Okay,
see what
let
I'm saying?
me give you the perspective that you're not going to like. If you want people to intercede or to incentivize you, then we should be able to have a level of control over you. I want to control when you have sex then, or go to jail. So that way you can, that way there's no complaint because we have agreed to this. I have said if you do something at 19, we all accept this out, but nobody wants to put any limitations on them. They just want people to take care of them. If that was going wrong about their life, somebody come fix it. The answer is this: people going to lose, and the difference in losing and winning is decision making. And so, no, we got to stop telling people that everybody's going to get a chance to win. The answer is no.
You've convinced me of that. You know you've convinced me of that, right? But at the same time, decision making is a skill, and in our community, it's not taught very well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I'm
our failure,
no nonsense individual, bro. I'm sorry. There are women. There are women that know not to have kids. There are 30-year-old women that don't have kids. There are 40-year-old women that are virgins. People do know. Ask every woman. They will tell you they were told not to open their legs, not to have sex. That is not information they were never told. What they do is they say, but they never told me why I shouldn't do it. They just told me not to do it. And because they didn't give me buying stuff, I didn't truly understand. No. We're not coddling nobody. You're going to pay for your consequence. And women know that. That's why they try to get rid of children, because they know they reckless and they shouldn't have been doing what they was doing. They too poor. They're not happy with the selection because they selected off of something beyond that, not beyond themselves. They were selfish. They didn't say, I'm selected to doing this process because this man will make sure I'm secure. They're saying, I want to have fun. I want to live my life. And also, I can get rid of the consequence. And some people will never know. Like, think about this. There's a such thing as honor, right? Women want men that are honorable and honest, right? Do you know women don't even want to be honest about their body count? That isn't
Aaron, can I do
Go ahead, Logic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I want to do one thing. Hey, look, check this out. Chat, y'all being disrespectful, bro. This is y'all chat general, Mr. Logic, man. Get the likes up, bruh. Hit the super chat, donate, join the membership. Bruh, y'all being super disrespectful, man. Got a good panel today, man. Just hit the like button. It's free. This is your general. I'm out of here. Thank you, Aaron. I'm sorry, brother.
If I can step in for just a second, I just want to say, Aaron, I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. I agree. But podcast, what I can say is I completely see where you're coming from, and I understand what you're saying. And the reason I say that is because, unfortunately, people learn and they do things when they feel they're going to get an incentive. Not to bring another country into this, but in Singapore right now, for them having kids, because the birth rate has dropped so low, they're incentivizing people to have kids, to get together and bring kids in, and they're giving them free child support. So I understand, no, you shouldn't have.
Are they doing that? Are they doing that in a marriage or just single people?
From my understanding, I didn't go too deep into that. All I saw was they were incentivizing them by saying that. I would assume that it's in a marriage. So two people together, married.
In the Netherlands, they're doing something very similar as well.
Yes, there are countries that are doing it. No, you shouldn't have to incentivize people to do the right thing, but it's proven that if you do that, people will change. Not everyone, but they like that. They like being given something to do something right. Unfortunately, it's just the truth.
Aaron, you a
Nah,
hater. I know
nah.
you. I know you don't really care about morals, right? But I'm just saying, bro, at the end of the day, when I look at preachers and I look at how much money these cats really be taking in, bro, during the week,
I care about
they need to
morals.
find a way to distribute that money back to the community. And so
But
just
tell
the first thought
tell
off
the
my
preachers
head
that.
was
Listen, no.
Tell the preachers that. though.
No. Listen, why we're going all over the place. The accountability is on the women. Do not let them divert us in any way, because this is very uncomfortable for them. They are not used to this type of pressure, because when you say things so clear and evident that you can't even argue with the logic, they will still try to say, well, let me find another way I can argue myself out of this. Let's put it on pastors. Let's put it on the government to incentivize more things. I am telling you, there is nothing you can do for destructive people except let them drown. And then when they're done drowning, if they are resuscitated to life, allow them to develop and have the same opportunities everybody else to do when they fall. But we cannot continue to keep hold the blanket under people and not let them fall. The answer is hit the ground. Hit the ground, and then
you destroy and rebuild.
Listen, I know we don't like it because we understand.
Say that. Hold on, Kelly. You say that, but you're not gonna say that when it's your son.
Yes, we will.
You're not gonna say that when it's your daughter.
Listen, bro. What
You're
I
not
do
gonna
is
say that. Hold on, Kelly. Hold on, brother. I know
Right.
you went through some trauma, bro, but they want us to be a little bit respectful over here. So let's do that. You say that, but you're not gonna have that same energy when it's your son or your daughter or your grandkid.
Yes,
You're not. You're not gonna be like, you know what? Send them to the slaughter. Let them stay damaged and let them drown. You're gonna want your kid to be saved or your family member to be saved by all means necessary. I know Aaron knows, so I know that he's very matter of factly. But here's the thing: it was mentioned earlier that in the case of the 0.002% or whatever it was, right, that these situations needed to be examined differently than the other ones. And I'm saying that can apply in this situation too. We understand that when we're talking about the baby deletions, you've made the point. That's on women. Ain't nowhere around that. Anybody who didn't get it, rewind the tape. But we just pivoted a little bit. And just because the brother had brought up a question and saying, well, what is it that the preachers can do? Which was a demographic that he brought up actually was the preachers. And so we were just,
but what can the household do first? Because now I was a teenage mom and I raised my child by myself, and I'm gonna keep reiterating that when she could understand. When I started talking to her, I told her the truth. She said, I was told that you had me. I'm a mistake for being here in the world. I said, you're not a mistake. I just made bad decisions. And let me tell you what happens when you make bad decisions. So when she got to another development stage of her life, I literally told her the things that I will not be doing as a mother when you become an adult. You can, if you do anything criminal that requires, and I know that you intentionally did it, you are going to jail. I may accept your phone calls. I will not put my house on the line. I will not be that type of mother. So sometimes what happens is, just like how we raise our stepson, you can't always think that
we need to mute.
children.
We're getting feedback from
Mute up, Malak.
Once children turn 18, that is not the starting point to start raising them and allowing a society to create incentives for them. What has to happen is you have to be the example, or almost come close to what unfairness like, what is conditions between unconditional love, what that world is going to tolerate and what is not. So what happened is our community, we wake up at 40. That's when we have an epiphany. That's when we decide that we need to do right by our money. That's when this and that. We just always a dollar short and a day too late. And the problem is, when we were young, no one wants us to grow up. Do you know, when I was 35 years old, I still kept being treated like I was a 25-year-old woman just because I didn't look 35. I still get people saying, dang, you 48, you got a 30-year-old daughter. People thought I was talking back to them because I had common sense. No, I'm grown. Just because I don't.
Can I ask you a question, Lux?
Hold on,
yes.
podcast. Let me substantiate my position with something that should be sounding relatively profound. When you say incentivizing people, let me tell you why that don't actually matter. If everybody said we should be doctors, most doctors, almost all of them are employed, And you'd be incentivized to become a doctor if you want to increase the max amount of money in ways you can make money and not put yourself in an impoverished situation. You're incentivized to become doctors. But you know what people are going to say? Well, I don't want to do that, because people do what they want. They give into their own selfish desires. So it does not matter what we incentivize, because it's not enough. People are who they inherently are. And if we try to incentivize good behavior, there are people who are still not going to accept the incentive. They're not going to take the incentive. So with that being said, the answer is no. A matter of fact, I believe, let's just punish people, because a lot of people tend to respond well from being in prison. I mean, the people we talk to in prison, they say, look, I know I was wrong. I've been here 50 years. Let me tell the kids not to do this stuff. You don't want to be an idiot like me. They're not sitting there 50 years like, well, yeah, we should all continue to tell the kids to continue to do this. They tell them, don't be like me. I was dumb. So let's start putting people in prison, and they can tell these younger women, yeah, you go to jail for doing this stupid stuff.
Yeah, because people still need discipline.
It doesn't always work, though, because then you have people that are going in and out of jail and they think that it's their home or a hotel. They tell these people not to be like me. Don't be like me.
It's called the recidivism rate, Aaron.
Always, you heard the word always? Guaranteed outcomes. We want guaranteed outcomes with no consequence. Listen to what people say. If you listen to what people say and you truly hear them, you will hear everything I say. They're going to regurgitate it and try to. You cannot 100% guarantee anything. Women, I'm going to explain this for the very, very millionth time. You will fail in life. Not all of you are winners. And I'm sorry your parents lied to you and said you can be whatever you want. No, you're going to take some L's and lose like a lot of men know they got to lose. And nobody else going to tell you, so use me as the poster face. You will lose. And everybody else wins, you earned that. I'm sorry.
So I don't disagree with that. What I wanted to ask Lux was this. Lux, did your daughter end up becoming a teen mom?
No, she did not, because I told her what it's like being a parent. At 5 years old, she told me that she was not going to have children that she could not afford.
Okay. So you didn't get those same lessons? Because you did say something earlier that makes me think you did get those same lessons.
Well, in the beginning, I said I got those same lessons. I said that I was sneaking around and I intentionally disrespected my family and myself by not taking the right. I just hold myself accountable. I don't know how any other way to tell you.
Okay, so the reason why I wanted to point that out is because here's what tends to happen. People tend to look at things from their own experiences and their own moral compass, right? So when you see people, even though I will full transparency, I will acknowledge that this doesn't necessarily apply to Aaron, even though he is so matter of fact on what he's saying, because I have some knowledge of his background. But people tend to say like, oh, well, this happened for me, so that means it can happen for you. But in the same token, he just literally said everybody ain't gonna win.
But it's still
the thing is,
but you can make decisions.
The thing
is, you can make decisions to make sure you're on the winning side.
You can still make better decisions to win at something.
It's the decisions you make.
So even though I failed my family, I let my family down, I still had inside of me to say, well, I'll try my best to be the best antidote or whatever I can to prevent my daughter from doing so. I mean, I don't know how I made it through with the girl. My daughter ain't never had no alcohol problem, no drug problem. I never had to take her to a clinic to get birth control. None of that. I just had regular basic stuff that she would get in trouble. And I got to the nitty gritty. I was a very hardcore young mother. I had to be almost like a man and a woman at the same time, but I still had my father's support to balance the situation out. And the thing is, I'm literally got a 30-year-old walking this earth that got a lot of common sense, and the only thing I get to enjoy to do is help prepare her for to be a wife. So awesome. You can win in life. Everybody ain't gonna be a doctor or sing like Whitney Houston, but you can win at something in life.
Yeah, because every loss isn't a loss. See, within time, that loss will turn into advice. You know what I'm saying? There's a blessing in every lesson. Like, you have to go through that. That's how the world spins. Everything's not perfect. You have to fail to know what failure is like, so you don't want to do that again. You know what I'm saying? So it's necessary as adults. We need to be disciplined somehow if we can't discipline ourselves. Now we got the same thing that informs us, distractions as well. There's a lot of women, hot summer this and etc. this, tongue twerking, yada yada. They're not being told like that's wrong, and you can't stay in my house if you keep this up.
You think they don't know that's wrong?
They do know that's wrong, but the fact that you act like you
so they don't
know
need
that
nobody
it's
to tell them it's wrong. They're just choosing to be rebellious. There's a difference.
But that's their choice.
They're making active choice that's going to have a consequence that's going to put them in the same place where we started this conversation.
But
that's
high
rate
them,
of
though.
females
question
leading
then,
children.
You're the common denominator, though. You're supposed to go through that. That's life.
Do we
That is life.
want people to get married and have families? That's just a quick yes or no.
That's an absolute yes.
Okay. If I told you that 50% of we going parachuting, and I told you 50% of these parachutes are not going to open, would you still take a chance and jump?
Hell no.
No.
Okay, so 50% of all marriages end in divorce, but we're still telling people that they should get married. So all I'm saying is to Aaron, specifically, I don't understand why you
Who
don't
is we?
think that.
Who is we? Who is we telling people to
Man,
get
I
married?
swear every time you talk, I shut up. I don't interject. I don't disrupt you. I let you finish what you're saying.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
So what I'm saying to Aaron is that I don't understand if you can accept the punishment side of something, right? Why can't you accept the incentivizing of something to say, hey, listen, we know that this thing is a 50-50 chance for you. It's not like it's something that's 80-90%.
No, we're trying to work out for you,
right?
I think what you're missing is that we're trying to change those odds. We're trying to bring the odds down of failure and increase the odds of success. Because 40 years ago, prior to the 1980s, our success rate was 80% and 20% was the failure rate.
Okay, watch
what
this.
What happened in the past 40 years is women were given the right to make choices over their bodies as opposed to their fathers and their mothers. They were making decisions for the family.
What else happened?
Because women have become reckless and being irresponsible in making their decisions, they're now reaping the consequences of these decisions, and they're going through all this, and they want the law to support them continuing to make bad decisions. And the law said no more.
Okay, Mr. Lee, you've talked about this. I heard you talk about this, right? So what happened? What happened that made women start making those choices? What happened that made women go away from marriage? What were they given?
Can I answer, Mr. Lee?
1964.
Go ahead.
What were they given?
All right, I'm gonna tell you. We was negotiating with them. The decline started when we started negotiating with them. That's the same.
You talking about black men?
Yes.
What now? I'm talking about French men. Yeah. I mean, what the hell you mean? Black men. Yeah. We started negotiating with them. You cannot negotiate with a terrorist organization. You cannot negotiate with somebody that's willing to terrorize your community, put themselves first over their kids, over everybody else. It's me, 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 me. Now, I don't know if you saw these two young ladies talking, but in every verbiage they use, listen to their verbiage. See, y'all be so infatuated, y'all don't listen. That the single mother, the lady who had the baby over here, hey, salute to you though. I'm glad you got married.
Right.
But when she discussed her son, right? She never at once said our son. She never not once said our kid. She speak upon it. And if you look at the live stream today, I called all the ladies out on that today. They are like Johnny Gill, my, because they don't understand, because we negotiated with them. This is the first time that the negotiation is stopping, is ceasing. The abundant mafia is dead. And then now we got to keep up that pressure. And men cannot come in and try to save them. Like I said, we really got to have a sense, just like Aaron was flaming their ass up. We need to actually be like Aaron, flame their ass up, because we would destroy ourselves and our community by negotiating with these terrorists. They proved
And
to
the
be
reason
terrorists.
why I said my daughter is because her father did not want to be in her life. So that's where I get the my from. And if you would have heard me early on, I literally
Yeah, she did
said,
say
had
that.
he been stable and financially stable, and I would have dropped my daughter off to him to be raised like my mother dropped me off to my father. And
Okay,
when I
can
said
ask you a question?
stepson, my stepson is being raised by my husband and my daughter is being supported by my husband and I. And I'm sorry if I have bad speech when it comes to mine, because my husband get on me about that all the time.
Well,
But
listen,
I'm not. But I'm
listen, ma'am.
not going against the what you're
Okay,
saying. I do wholeheartedly agree with you, Logic. But what I'm saying,
What I'm trying to give you is, I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. I'm trying to give you the raw and honest truth. The thing is when you got pregnant, you said you got pregnant at 16?
No, I got pregnant at 15.
15, right? And then you told him you was pregnant. What did he say?
When he said it wasn't his.
So that let you know what?
I was 15. I don't know what you're trying to ask me.
Oh, that let you know. No, I'm just saying, it's no shot. This is a thing that happened in our community a lot. You was aware.
Okay, but the understand is, when I got pregnant, when I turned up pregnant, I went to him and told him, I think I'm pregnant. And he was like, I didn't do it. I wore a condom. I didn't do it. I said, well, I'm pregnant. And I hid it for 5 months. I was not, I can't really go all and remember everything because I was so young, and it's not this. But what I'm trying to tell you is, you can't let me tell you something. I'm not trying to get a grace, and I'm not trying to find excuses.
I know you're not, but the thing is did you know that he did not want to be a father?
Of course, and I said that in the beginning.
And so my whole point I'm making is that you made him a baby daddy. You made a baby daddy.
Well, I think one of the things that we have to understand is that young kids, 15, 14, 16, really shouldn't be engaging in sex.
That's what I said.
That's the real deal. The thing is that because our genetics and our nature will stimulate us to procreate at an early age. What is Fifi saying right here? Back then, it was normal to have kids at 17 and 18 years old. The 18 years is an arbitrary number that modern society has come up with. That's an arbitrary number. If you guys go back and listen to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she was proposing 12 years of age. Go back and listen to her. And that's because she wanted to push forth the P word thing. But trust me, women from older societies in time past, young girls were raised to be mothers at early age. By the time their flowering took place at 13, 14, 15, between 15 and 18, they were married off to some dude, some man in the community, and they were raising a family. But that's
I got married at 20. That's just how easy it was to get. I'm on my second marriage. When I got pregnant, I had to go out and find I went to go look for a father for my child. I found me a chemist. He was a college grad.
Congratulations. Well, at least you were thinking marriage soon thereafter. You grew up quick. But the thing is, I think what we have, like I said today in my monologue, big families having 7, 8, and 9 kids is no longer the way. Yeah. But we're having sex irresponsible like we did back then, when having 7, 8, and 9 kids was necessary to support a family. Half of them had to work in the field or whatever. But now we're in a modern society where people are educated. There are structures to economies, and your income could be based on your skill, and you can make a lot of money if you have the right skill. So obviously, having a big family is not something that's desirous, because also what comes with being in a modern society is that it's expensive to raise children. $250,000 is the baseline. It just goes up from there depending on the standard of life and quality you want to have. So I think women understand that, but they're still behaving in their nature like 100 years ago when there was no contraception, when you need to have 7, 8 kids. Because they're having 7, 8 kids, they're just deleting 7, 8 kids. That's the difference. They still having the kids, they're just not bringing them all away. They're snuffing them out early. So they're behaving as though they're an 18th century woman, but they want the rights of a 21st century woman. Women need to grow the hell on up.
Mm-hmm.
Logic. Didn't I hear you say before that black women replaced the black man with the government?
A long time ago.
Yes.
How did the government do that?
How did the government do that?
Yeah.
By becoming the primary providers in the households.
So they
well,
were.
What I would say to add to that is in economic hardships, like right now, we're talking about inflation and unemployment and the big great resignation and all that stuff. These are the times when government tend to create policies to support the economy and to hold people through some kind of a safety net from falling too far down into the dredges of society. Remember, back in 1929, the economy fell apart, and then back in 1945, we had a Second World War. So there were a lot of measures being taken to uplift the economy. I mean, a lot of people say right now we're at 8.6 or 8.5 inflation rate. But I was looking at some other economists' analysis.
It's more than that.
When you include food and energy, gasoline, it's hitting 17 point something percent. That's the real number.
Mm-hmm.
So the society is in a really bad place. And right now, at some point, people are going to start crying. When the winter comes, it's going to get difficult.
Yep.
I mean, with New York talking about if you want to rent in New York, you need to make, and that's not all of New York City, of course. But if you're in the Manhattan, the prime real estate of New York City, Manhattan, they're talking 40 times the rent roll. So if I was looking at a place, because I was thinking about going back to New York. I'm looking at a place, 4,500. I got to make 160 grand.
Mm-hmm.
That's real.
That's 1% of all society as a whole. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
Hey, Mr. Sage, I want to just clear this up just like really quick, a couple of seconds. Logic. The point that I was trying to make with Aaron earlier was this. Like how you said that the black women replaced the black man with the government, right? Why would they do that? Because they were incentivized to.
Yeah,
they were incentivized.
But they didn't have to take it.
I understand. But just let me finish my point, please, bro, and I'm done.
Go ahead.
They were incentivized to make a bad choice. So I'm trying to just understand from Aaron's perspective why he doesn't think it's okay to incentivize people to make a good choice when the opposite has worked so well.
I can quickly retort that quickly.
Wait. I'm gonna say this though, because then I'm gonna go. But listen, if you listen to me, you know I'm knee deep in the incentives, right? I already know the incentive is their daddy. They only listen to their daddy government. So I'm with you. It's the destruction. And then now, if you go in deeper, well, I'm not gonna go too deep.
Right.
My whole point is what I'm making is that they actually go in, they use these incentives, but the thing is they replace the income with the man. So now it became a check. What Mr. Lee said, it might have went over people's head though, but they're utilizing that right now. What happened is what they do with the C-19, what they did is during the C-19, more companies got pushed overseas than at any other time in modern day history. In any other time, they took this opportunity to lock down the United States. And as they locked down the United States, they took all these jobs offshore and they're not coming back. They're gone. And then, so now what you do, look at the legislation they passing. They just passed a food legislation. It was a bill passed. What it is?
26, I think.
It was passed on the 26th. It was passed on the 25th. On the 25th, they just passed a food legislation. And then, so they know what they're doing is making people broke. These people are not going back to work. They don't want to go back to work. What they're doing is that instead of getting all your money at the end of the year doing tax, what they did, they took it away. So now you get tax incentives throughout the year. So now they're making poor people get poor, rich is getting richer, because now they put everything offshore. And I'm not going to even go into the details of that, but I understand they're replacing the man with these incentive programs, and now these chicks don't give a hell, because guess what? Long as they get their install, long as they get their hair done, long as they can afford to share a Honda Corolla with it, and now they think they still bosses.
Hold on, Logic. Let me quickly retort to him. It'll be quick.
No, you ain't quickly than that. I'm playing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so podcast. Let me explain to you why I'm against it. We don't know who should be in charge of creating these incentives, because the government incentives that you're actually saying that women chose still does not help them. It's still not proven effective. It's actually just as destructive. It was just an alternative. Pick your destruction, hypothetically. So no one is actually in a position to actually give the correct incentives, because we can't trust the government to give those, because we don't know what they're going to actually give. So we can't even incentivize anything, because we don't know who's qualified and what incentives they should have.
And I'll add something to what Aaron just said. When I came up in the 60s and the 70s, mainly the 70s, because I was a teenager then, the drug game was big. Heroin was big in Harlem. And one of the things they tried to do to get people off of heroin was to give them methadone. But then you created a whole new addict group. So it's the same thing. When the government start taking you off one drug and give you another drug for another purpose, they're just creating another group of drug addicts. Now they got two groups of drug addicts. You still got the heroin addict, and now you got a methadone addict. So Lou, welcome to Sage Talks. Your first time up here. Good to see you.
Second time, I believe, Mr. Lee.
Oh,
How are you?
Second time? Oh, okay.
Second time. I
Then.
usually don't talk a lot. I like to listen before I talk. So.
Okay, sure.
I wanted to mention this. Why are we forgetting that we need each other to survive?
Oh Lord.
We have gotten.
What do you mean by we? Clarify the word we.
Let me say this. Society as a whole, we have gotten too rich. Call 911. Call the fire department. Call this person. Call that person. Daddy government now has so much power over our lives that we forget that we need each other in order to be able to thrive in this society. We live in this individualistic world where we look at each other.
That's your answer.
We look at each other.
And individualistic. Yep.
But I find it funny that women are more selfish than men, because men are the ones that are paying for all of this BS, and women are taking all the benefits and no responsibility. I listened to the ladies on the panel, somewhat moving the goalpost almost always. When are they going to begin to set standards for themselves? Because men are getting tired of talking, and once we start implementing laws in order to turn this, because we see what's coming, don't complain about it, because it is coming. We are going to pass laws in order to overturn your bad decisions, ladies. So just
you know what? Can I add one thing though, Miss Lee? To this though, this point. See, the thing is that I've been saying this for a while, and I even say this in my real life. I said women are impulsive, men are calculated. What's happening is that if you have an impulsive society, what we have now, it's gonna destroy itself. And now we're going to formulate back to a calculated society. The calculated society will put women in these places where they would not, you know what? It will be what we see all over the world outside of Western civilization. We see a calculated society. Outside of, if they familiar with the Western civilization, that's an impulsive society. Something happened. They make our politicians make impulsive decisions. But right now, and it started from the Supreme Court. The last two things they actually did, the gun legislation and this Roe v. Wade, you start seeing that the Supreme Court is now being more calculated. And these women, These women are going to be the one that suffer because they used to the government being impulsive. They used to sit here and say, "Hey, it was a shooting at the school, so now let's ban all guns." Them impulsive decisions. There's nothing to calculate about it. America used to be a calculated state, but now we then turned into a impulsive state because we started listening to these women. I love my women, but I'm gonna tell you this: women are so damn stupid in America today. And now, if you have these, have anybody listened to what Maxine Waters and AOC had to say about this Roe v. Wade?
No, I haven't heard their comments.
Hey, look, if Donald Trump would have said what they said, they would have said it was what they call it, January 6th again.
Yeah, really?
The stuff
they're talking about overthrowing the government.
They was talking about do not listen to the Supreme Court. They was talking about all this stuff. This would be stuff that you'll classify people as terrorists. This is terrorist words that coming from these women. And then now I'm just to be the one that just guys, get your guns, build your wealth up, because in the next 2 years, all these women will be knocking at your door, flooding and begging you to get in there. And they'll come to your door barefoot and butt naked. Listen to me, brothers. 2 years. 2 years.
And that's what happens though when we have these quotas for women and alike. If you're not good enough for the job, we shouldn't be giving you the job. Hence AOC. Have you seen her interviews?
So Lee, I want to say thank you for having me up on the platform. They are appreciated. I got to run, but I will be supporting from the background. Lee, keep holding it down, brother.
You ain't got no job. Where you going?
Come on, man. I got to fake like I got one. Come on now.
Yeah, some more people in the back chat. I like to bring them up as well.
I'm gonna drop down too, Mr. Lee. Thank you for having me. Thank you to JR. Salute to Lou, Callie, Lux, Toya, Malik, and of course the homie Logic, man. I appreciate all the information.
Don't go no podcast. Don't go yet.
It's General Logic. General Logic to you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Welcome to Sage Talk. How are you?
All right, I'm doing fine. Peace to the chat, Brother Sage, Lee,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Roe versus Wade, Mr. Logic. I don't know if you remember me. I talked to you when you had your all-night podcast. This is Malik from Philadelphia.
I remember who you were.
Latoya, Callie, Lou. Peace, everybody. I'm gonna change it up a little because what I'm hearing from the panel and in most cases when we talk about this particular issue, I think it's wrong as Black men that we put all the onus on the women. Now, when I talk about these issues, I use the term Black a lot because I really speaking for us as a people and what we go through and been through in America. Even when the sister Lee was explaining about when she told the father her baby that she was pregnant, and like a lot of men do, it's not mine, and that if we don't look at it like men gotta take responsibility in it too, what are we saying to our sons, that they should grow up and have sex, unprotected sex, and don't worry about her getting pregnant because it's all only on her? But yet we're the fathers. I hear Black men, we want to be the alpha males in our homes and everything, but it seems like we think an alpha male is just, I provide the money and I make all the decisions. But what about the responsibility for the part that we play in it with a woman? A woman don't lay down and have a baby by herself. It takes two of us. I always said that I totally disagree when they say it's a woman's body, so it's her decision to decide if she want to delete the child, as we say. Because it's man, it takes two to make the baby, so I think the man should have say in that too. But I do believe that we hold some responsibility in that, and to say that if the woman don't do it, I heard somebody say maybe after 2 children, they should snip her. Like maybe they would snip a man. And we say a lot of things about lock us up and put us in jail. Like we live in a society where all things are equal, and jails are overfilled with black men and women now. And when society pushes us in all these wrong directions, and for us to sit back and blame each other like we both didn't go through slavery together, that they didn't beat us both down for 400 plus years. So I think it's onus on us as men.
Malik,
Go ahead.
let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, bro.
Have you been in this space for a while? 6
And
months, a year?
which space you mean?
This space of whether the Lapeef Network or the Black Manosphere space, where we
Yeah,
talk about the different things.
Yeah, I've been listening to Lapeef much longer than I've been participating, but I've been participating for the last few months, but I've been listening to him for a while now.
So let me ask you this. Don't you hear us talk about men accountability 24/7?
Well,
that's all we
I
talk
hear,
about is men being accountable and men being protective of their seed, men
Right.
being having more what we term dick discipline, not to offend any of the ladies here, but we talk about men being more responsible and making better choices, how they interact with women. Don't we do that? Don't you hear that?
And I hear a lot of times when we do talk about what we need to do and that kind of stuff, but most of the time I hear that we just want to put it all on the women, that the women not doing this. And I'm not saying I'm here to cape for women. I'm here to cape for us, black people, men and women. And I say we as black men, we want to be the alpha male, but a lot of alpha males seem to ask the woman to let me be the alpha male. We have to be that. I say this, how we should
if
be.
you're an alpha male,
Let me
you don't
say
need
this.
to ask
I say it like this. When it comes down to the way things going in America, black men have to stand up. We have to protect our women and children. So that means we have to step up to the system itself. We talk about voting in a system that don't give us no justice. I think if black people want to be involved
let me ask you this.
Say that again.
See, what I'm hearing is woe is me. We suffered so much.
Well, that's true. That's not.
Help us
I'm not saying that just to say it. That's true.
Well, you know what? If you want to cry about that, you could do that. But we're
But
not
when did
crying
I
about
cry?
that.
I'm not crying, brother. I'm not crying.
No, but what it sounds like is that black men over here are holding black men accountable. Black men over here are holding black men accountable for their actions and how they interrelate with women and being responsible.
And we holding ourselves accountable as far as who?
Want to be, listen, hear me out. Black women want to have families. They want marriages.
That's right.
It's the black women who are objecting to marriages and being with a good, upstanding brother. And they're choosing men who have 3 and 4 baby mamas to continue to sleep with. And we're speaking up against that behavior. We cannot control who a woman will sleep with. We can just let her know the consequences of your actions, and we will no longer step in to help you or bail you out when you fall into those pitfalls. That's what we're talking about here.
Right, and I hear you on that.
If you want to change the behavior, you don't keep feeding the monster.
Well, I hear you on that, but on the flip side of that too, the men is going around sleeping with all of these different women. So again, men should be held accountable too. But if we keep saying to our men, if we keep saying to our sons that they bear none of the brunt of that, they're going to continue. We're going to continue to do that.
Let me ask you this: are these men forcing these women?
And no, and the women are not forcing the men either, right?
Hold on one second. It's the woman that controls sexual access, brother. If the women are allowing these type of men to have sex with them, you have to understand, 52% of black men are childless and unmarried. They're childless and unmarried because the woman ain't choosing them to sleep with them.
But the
women are choosing the men that they want to sleep with.
In that statistic, brother, is 52% of black men at a certain age range that are unmarried without children. That's not across the board. That's between the ages of 18 and maybe 28. The men of older ages have many men of older ages have children.
No, it's not. You know why it's not correct?
Why
Because
it's not?
out of that 52%, 64% are in the middle class, and very few 28-year-olds can reach the middle class that early in age. So you're
Well,
incorrect on your stats.
well,
Because that
when we say middle class, you know, what I
that
mean,
means they're
we
making
say
over $60,000 a year or more.
right. Well, I'm saying, and you got some men in that age range that do too. I make more than that
Not saying
myself.
that you don't. I'm
I
not saying
raised
that we
three.
do.
I
But
raised three
percentage-wise,
daughters.
it doesn't add up.
I raised 3 daughters and 2 sons. I didn't just give the talk to my daughters about protecting themselves, which of course I did, and let them
Of
know
course.
how much they do it. I also did it with my sons so that they won't go around making babies
Absolutely.
all over the place and then say, it's not my fault, it's the woman's fault. No, it takes 2.
Absolutely. No, because you have a dad, but what you have to realize is when a woman sleep with a man that is irresponsible like that, and she bring a child into the world, there is no man in the house to tell that boy not to sleep around.
And
That's the
then
problem. And
right,
these
and
women are
then
having
how
3
about
and 4 children by
right
different
now? How
men, and
about a
there's no
case?
fathers in the house.
Let me ask you this, bro. How about a case
Sure.
where the woman got 3 or 4 kids, she got 3 or 4 baby daddy, but then another brother come up and he sleep with her and get her pregnant too? Should he take a little
She's the one
responsibility in
choosing
that
him.
too?
She's the
She's the
one
one
accepting
choosing
these
him.
brothers.
Most men are virgins. What are we
She's the
talking
one
about?
you know what? She's the one. These guys are just coming around for sex. They're not coming around for a baby. A baby is a oops baby, okay?
And that's why we need to teach our sons to have responsibility too. That when
Well,
you go have
the men
sex,
that are
when they
the
go have
men
sex, they
the
can
men
have
that
a
are
baby. I thought you said
understand
we
this.
supposed to take the
Understand this.
responsibility. I don't see
Understand
how
this.
we taking responsibility if we continue to just say and let our sons grow up thinking
No, they're not
it's
our
just the
sons.
woman
No, they're
that
not
has to
our
be
sons.
responsible. We have to be responsible too.
Hold on. We talk about the Pookie and Ray Rays. Do you hear that conversation? Those
I,
are the
I,
guys that are having
I
these
heard
kids.
that, but it's a lot of babies made by a lot of people other than
No,
Pookie and
there's
Ray
a
Ray.
lot of babies made by a small percentage of men. Just about a month ago, there was a guy online with 33 kids by 11 women. Come on, man. That's ridiculous. And all those women laid down with him.
And so he don't share nothing in that. He the good guy or something.
No, ain't nobody saying he's the good guy. What we're saying is the women are choosing that guy 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times,
And how about
11
this?
freaking times.
Right. And how about this, brother?
So
In a
the
lot of
women
them
have to
cases,
make better decisions on who they
I'm
sleep
not
with.
trying to make an argument with you on it because I hear what you're saying, but
I understand.
also we
But
can
you're
say
trying to
in
make
that
you're trying to say that the man bears the first responsibility.
no, I ain't
No.
said that. I didn't. Now you put words in my mouth. I didn't say whether it
Okay.
was
All
first
right.
or second.
Okay.
I'm just saying the man gotta bear some responsibility. I'll say this part on a lot of the women. When the men make these baby, a lot of the women are taking care of them, but the men ain't.
No, they're not. The woman is getting welfare from the government, and the government is taking care of them.
Well, the government get a lot
And
from
my
us.
taxes
I
and
don't
your
think we have
taxes
to
is
look
paying
at
for that.
the government get a lot for us. A woman can have 10 sons and she raised them by herself and don't get a dime from the government. If she do
Are you
that,
kidding me?
let me just say this.
What government are you talking about?
No,
What
let me
government
say.
are you
I'm not
talking
finished
about?
what I'm saying. I
No,
say
I'm
a
asking you,
woman.
what
Let me finish what I'm saying, bro.
government are you speaking of?
No,
The American government?
you're not letting me finish what I'm saying.
No,
I'm
you
saying,
said
I said,
no. Let's have the dialogue back and forth.
right.
Which
I'm saying
government are
if
you referring to?
this government that gives them the funds that you're talking about. I'm saying, let me say what I'm saying. I'm saying if, I didn't say that this is reality. I'm just saying, if a woman had 10 sons and she raised them by herself and she don't take a dime from the government and she does it because she ain't really got a job. She out there making ends meet the best she could be eating out of the street, eating out of garbage can, doing what she got to do to raise her children. And
Those
she
are the kind of
raised them.
women.
Let me
Those are the
finish what
kind
I'm
of women
saying.
we're trying.
Let me
No,
just
those are
finish
the
what
kind.
I'm saying. I'm
No,
making a
hold on. You're
scenario.
making a hypothetical based on
Right.
the
I'm just
lowest
saying,
type
I'm
of
just
women that
asking
we
you a
don't want,
question to
that
tell
we're
you
trying
about
to
the government.
change.
I'm just
Listen to me.
I'm
I'm not
just
speaking
making a
about the government.
scenario to
No,
tell you about the
right.
government.
But
I'm
what? No,
saying if she does this, and when she raised them kids, didn't take a dime from the government, when she raised them and they become of age and they all go out there and get a job, what's the first thing the government gonna do to them when they get a check? He's going to take money from them.
First of all,
so the government should take care of people if we can't take care of ourselves.
Okay, let me respond to that.
Go ahead.
We know the statistics. If a woman like that raised 10 children, supposedly without government help, which would be impossible, but I'll go with your scenario.
Right.
Most of those children will become drug addicts, drug dealers, and criminals. They ain't gonna be paying no taxes. They're gonna be sticking people up.
But it's my scenario. You changing it. All I'm trying to point
you're
out.
making a fairy tale outcome.
But
you're making a fairy tale outcome.
We
know the real numbers.
Right.
But we know the real numbers.
No, all I'm trying to point out to you, brother. All I'm trying to point out to you that if this happened, the government will
that is not going to happen.
So why shouldn't the government? No, but what I'm saying, but I don't think you're listening to what I'm trying to say.
Stop making fairy tales and deal with the truth and the facts.
But all I'm doing is trying to make you understand something. I didn't say this was a fact. I'm just trying to show you how you saying the government take care of people like it's a crime for the government to take care of us. We take care of the government.
It's a crime for us to generation after generation to have to wait on the government and just having 10 babies. That's a crime.
But who takes care of the government?
Excuse me?
Who takes care of the government?
The government is an entity that supports the people.
No, I say who takes care of the government?
That's not the point of the government.
No, I'm just asking a question. Why can't I get an answer to the question? All I said is, who takes care of the government? We do. So if we take care of the government,
no, the government is like a machine, man.
Yeah, and they take our taxes. And so if I pay taxes,
well, they take your taxes so you have a fire department. They take your taxes so you have a sanitation department. They take your taxes so you have roads.
But I am a firefighter.
So don't act like they're just taking it for no reason.
Well, I think they're taking it for no reason because they take too much of my money. But
to give to women that make bad decisions.
You know why they take so much of your money? But the problem we're talking about that these women that you're caping for.
But you turn it into an argument. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm saying if the government takes my money and then something happened to me that I can't take care of myself, then I believe the government should take care of me or find me some work that I could do it for myself. Or I go out and create it for myself. But either way I do it, the government going to take from me. So why shouldn't the government take care? You know, when you look at what the government give to us, when you look at the pie, we the smallest piece of the pie. All of the money going to bomb other countries, to kill other people. They spend our tax dollars in so many ways, but they make us selfish and think that the money shouldn't come back to help us.
My question is, why are we sitting on our ass waiting for the government to give us something?
Well, I was going to
get up off our ass.
No, I was going to get into that when I was saying how we as black men got to take responsibility and take care of our own families. I believe we should fight. I believe we as black people should control. We as black people should be in control of educating our own children. We should be in control of taking care of ourselves. But because we believe so much of this government, we keep voting for people that don't do anything for us. And we blame our women for our problem when our problems are all of ours. That's all I'm saying.
But
you can't have a great nation without a great woman. So all of us come from a woman.
Malik,
we're not arguing that point.
You can't take off the responsibility off of a woman using your
I'm not taking none of it off of the women.
Let her finish making a statement.
Go ahead, sister.
You can't take all of the responsibility off of a woman using your example, saying that they have 10, 11 kids. What Lee was saying was they chose to sleep with these 11 different baby fathers. That's irresponsible. The same way that you're saying a man should be responsible, he said that in this space, they talk to that point. So now what we're talking about is if a woman is sleeping with 11 different men, there's a responsibility factor and she's doing ignorant things that it's causing devastation. That's the point.
And I agree with you 100%, sister, but I didn't say that to try to take anything off of women. I only said that to address when he said the women are taking money from the government and getting money from the government. And I said that to say if she didn't get a dime from the government when she raised those children, the government will take money from them. So if a government takes money from us and a woman have children that fathers who's supposed to be so responsible that we're not taking care of. I raised my children. We're not taking care of our children. So that mother have to do what she have to do to be able to take care of the children. A lot of them have to work as well as take the money from the government.
Who made the bad decision, though?
Just like the government give to us, the government takes from us.
Malik,
so
who
what's
made the
wrong with
bad
her
decision
getting
in the first place? Who
assistance
made the
from
bad
the
decision?
government?
Malik, who made the bad decision in the first place? The woman who decided to sleep
I didn't
with the
hear
man?
that. Say that again.
Who made the bad decision in the first place? The woman that decided to sleep with the man, or the man that said yes to it?
Both made a bad decision. Because if a man sleep with a woman and he know he's not in a position to take care of a child, he's not using protection. So how could he not be responsible too?
I disagree.
When I had my children, I didn't tell my woman that, oh, that's your fault because you let me sleep with you. No, I slept with her, and when the child was born, I was there to take care of it.
Here's the only thing,
that's
though.
what we should do.
Here's the only thing, though. I only slept with her because she said
men don't think like you do, Malik.
Say that again.
In our society today, men don't think like you do.
That's right, because we're not trying to make them think that way. If we don't tell them that's the way they're supposed to think.
Let me finish.
All right, go ahead, brother. My apology.
No problem. That's why this space exists. This whole purpose of this space is to help young men who don't have a father in the home that are searching for answers so they can make better decisions. That's why they're here. But we can't go and wife up a woman that have 11 kids or 3, 4, 5 kids by different men. No, we can do what we can do from where we are and where the situation, the hand that we've been dealt. And the hand that we've been dealt is for the past 40 years, women have had the right to choose not only which. See, back in our day, if you got a woman knocked up, that was a shotgun wedding. You were going to marry her. When women got the right to choose, you know what women did? They said, we want to have sex with who we want to have sex, and my mom and my dad ain't got nothing to say about it. And because of that, they have chosen men that are irresponsible, but they got game. They could talk real well. They got muscles. They look good. But their whole game is banging chicks out. They do that for 40 years. They're not working to try to build themselves into something successful, but because they got game and they look good and they got a body, the women, they flock to them. And what we're trying to do in this space when we talk to men, we're talking to men about building themselves up, get on their purpose, make their money. Don't even date until you have the money to really take care of a woman. That's what we tell men here. So what you're talking about when you come up here and talk about what about the man responsibility, we need to get the women to change their behavior on who they give sex to, because there's a whole bunch of men that have ethics that they live by, that they have the money, they want a wife, they want to have children and a family. But there's also hear me out. There's also a group of men that just want to be irresponsible and have sex recklessly. But the women are choosing those guys.
Well, that's not, and I hear you, and I agree with a lot of that. All I'm saying, and that's why I say I'm not here to say women don't bear any responsibility, because they do.
That's what it sounds like.
All I'm saying is, so do the men, and we can't just keep saying how are we going to make ourselves better if the men say it's the women and the women say it's the men. How about we say we both have to step up?
No.
But I'm hearing from people that they saying that if I heard you say that if a woman have 2 abortions, they need to snip her.
Yes.
Right.
You know why? Because that is destroying the black community. You know what the tax is? You know what the tax is in New York City? 65% if you make $400,000 or more.
But
you know what's that for? That's to pay for that woman that's going to have 7 or 8 abortions.
But
to
that's
make sure she
not
get all
true.
that medical care.
But that's not true. See,
that is true. That is
what
true.
is it? What is it for then?
See, what we really not looking at. They really not letting the women have abortions because they doing something good for the women. They want women to have
abortions. About the
reason
Let
me say, can I say this now? I listen to you. Can I say this now?
We're talking about the woman's decision.
They want our women to have these abortions.
We're not talking about the government's reasoning. We're talking about the woman's decision.
Right. So I'm saying it because we say them things like we saying, like you said, the government using all this money. They take and they making it easier for our women to have abortion because their birth rate is at 0. Their birth rate is at 0, and they want us to stop having babies. So I don't agree we need to stop having babies. I just agree that black men and black women have to be both more responsible, and it's on us as black men to make sure we raise our sons like I did my sons to be responsible, and the women need to raise the daughters to be more responsible. We're not going to get nowhere if we just blame them and they blame
No, but
us.
that's what we tell men over here. See, women are just coming into the man space, and they're just hearing that they need to be accountable now. And you're coming in here caping for women, talking about both of us got to be responsible. Let me finish my point.
I know, because we always caping for women when we tell the truth.
For the past 10 years, this space has been dedicated to telling men to be more responsible.
And let me add this, Mr. Lee. Let me add this, Mr. Lee. Men have not created a world by not holding each other accountable. We built this. So we have been holding each other accountable for a long time. Women have not. So now that they are feeling the pain because you and I pay for this BS.
I don't totally agree with that either. I don't totally agree with that.
Hold on. So tell me what society was built by women as a whole. Tell me.
Well, I know a lot. I know a lot of y'all like to speak the things that Kevin Samuels used to say, and I like some of the things he said. But I didn't agree with it. But I didn't agree with it all. But this world that we built, because the world wasn't built by us. God created this world.
Oh God!
So it wasn't built by us. But let me say this. But what we built here in America, believe me, this America was built on the backs of black men. It wasn't built like black men just built
that. We know that.
We know that. So when we say the world was built by us, we act like we get a fair shake in this world that was built.
You support the point that men have always been accountable. But hold tight 1 second. You've had a lot of opportunity to speak your mind. Omni and then Dusto. Omni, go ahead.
What's going on? You got a headache, bro?
Man.
Truth will do that to you.
Listen, sir, I live with the truth. And the truth is that women choose the worst possible thing for them more often than not. Like multiple women, I've actually had conversations with women. I speak with women often. And what they say is that, there was this time period in their life where they were all banging the same dude. He had multiple baby mamas, had multiple children by these multiple baby mamas. And it's just because he
with no responsibility.
Yeah, he had no. No. Hold up. No, I got this. Listen. Yes, the man had no responsibility, but the women were choosing the irresponsible male every time. Every time. Something about a lack of responsibility is attractive to women, I'm convinced. Something about it. And
it's the swag.
That's, if that's what you want to call it, but that's what we have. That's what we're at, where we're at now. You know what I'm saying? A lot of broken homes, a lot of broken people walking around because the adults couldn't make the right decision at the time. And when I say the adults, like Lee was saying, back in the day, it was shotgun weddings. My father actually had a shotgun wedding to the first woman that he knocked up. And ever since then, every woman that he's been with, he had to marry just because it was instilled in him to do so. You know what I'm saying?
And that's a discipline. That's a cultural discipline.
That's a cultural discipline. And I think it's high time that we go back to that, because
and that's how you make men responsible with their penis, and you make women responsible with the man that they open up their legs for. Because if they choose an irresponsible guy and she's forced to marry him, she's gonna have a life of hell.
That she's not even thinking about.
He's gonna provide for her, but she's gonna have a life of hell because she chose an irresponsible dude.
And then we know what it is with the child support court. Listen, fellas, dick discipline is very real, very important, and don't let 5 minutes get you 18 years. Just
there you go.
Don't do it.
It's life.
That's all I got to say.
18 years. That's life.
That's life. And even past 18 years, because you got to think, like, when they get married at the wedding, she gonna be there too. Like, just don't do it. Just don't do it. But that's all I got.
And Mr. Malik, I mean, just to, I'm gonna beat the dead horse because
yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
Get some word?
Let
just a little bit on.
Yeah, let's get like we get in. Let's go.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try to make it simple. Here the deal is, and first I wanted to say, Lee Sherrill, whatever your name is, thank you for coming up. You did what you did, had a baby, then you went out and said, hey, how can I figure this out and make it better for my family? You went and got a husband, then you went and raised a kid. That's what we're asking people to do. And that's what you did. And you're holding other women accountable. So I hope you come back on some of these platforms and share some of your story, because we need it. And we need it to come from some women. But shout out to you. I think gender warring and whatever, and I come up here and I got jokes. So yeah, I clown women, I clown men, whatever. But the actual fighting, yelling at the women, it's not productive. Both people lose. Because that's time you could be spending over there dealing with a decent woman, or working overtime, or in the gym, or doing something productive. It just doesn't work. Shaming, yelling, you ain't this, y'all ain't this, it's y'all fault, and I hate you, ignorant, ugly, wig fight. Well, the wigs I understand, but But all that stuff, it's it just ain't it. Stay away from the system. There are women whose job is to get you in the system. Don't bang those women and don't stick them raw. Stay away. Take the dry meat and go home, or put a condom on. Once you go raw, all of your freedom is gone. It's now up to science and the system. Your freedom is gone. They make your decisions now. Women, stop getting stuck by Raw Dog Ronnie, Busto Bobby, and the boys. We talk about the system. It's not like the women are winning when they're doing it. Okay, they get some government assistance. But a lot of the men in these spaces are very productive, can provide leadership, guidance, structure, bigger things to the family, plus a bigger paycheck, like a full salary coming in the household, versus
and a better quality of life.
Yeah. So me personally, a woman who's married to me is walking into a good space. They get the guidance, the leadership, the salary, the any and everything. And I work from home. I can chase the monsters around in the daytime or the nighttime. Or they can take a check. Huh?
No.
Yeah. Or they can take one little check of what, $1,000, and they still got to go out there and do the whole thing themselves. They're going to lose. Baby mamas get money from the system are not on Wall Street balling in Mercedes Benzes. They're losing.
And you got to think of the cost of daycare too.
Hey, Logic, one more point.
No. I just got one question for you. Just side note. So you telling black men to negotiate with terrorists?
Really, bro?
It's a question, man. I'm just asking.
No, here's your answer. No.
Okay.
If all the women are terrorists, then what's left to date? If you're calling all women terrorists, there's nothing left but men.
I just want to add something before I go, if I can.
Hold on. One more. I got just one more thing, and I ain't really taking a shot, Logic, but I'm just saying. And I understand it ain't but 6 good women. That's why I'm still single with no kids. It ain't but 6 good women that are marriable per state. But if you go and deal with the other ones that ain't, and you're sneaking into their DMs, the 1 minute I hate you women, next minute, hey, shawty, what it is, baby. Let me come around there. You're negotiating with the terrorists.
I'm just asking. It's just a question.
Can I say something?
I'm not saying all women are terrorists. I'm saying there's very few good ones. Hunt for the good ones. But the bad ones do nothing but make it worse for you to try to go get the good ones, the few that are here. Because now Now your meat caught on fire. Now your money messed up. Now you can't take her to the Bahamas because you got to go to court. Just saying.
Go ahead,
That's
Latoya.
it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this before I go. One thing that I like to do is I like to listen. A lot of people like to listen to respond instead of listening to understand. So one thing that I want to say is, and I'm not trying to go against you, Malik. This is just something that I am hearing as a female. For me, sitting here listening and understanding.
You're talking to Malik, or you're talking to me? Malik dropped
You
off.
said Malik.
Malik.
Okay, because he dropped
And
off.
this is
Okay.
just
No, he's not.
in
He's up
general,
there.
period.
Oh,
It
I
doesn't
see him.
matter
My
who
apologies.
this goes to. It's more of what I get is the woman is in control of who she has relations with. So if you're having multiple children and you're continuously showing your children, women or female, this cycle, it's going to continue. So holding responsibility, it's only going to go around in a circle over and over and over again. In order to stop that, it would stop with the woman that is showing their child all of these ways that she's been doing and see no issue with. So that's all I wanted to put out there, because putting the responsibility on both parties when you're a single mom and you have 11 children and you're not able to take care of them, because you're not going to be able to unless you're making that $1 million salary. If you're going to continue to do that and sleep with everybody that you think is, that you can clearly see has nothing going for them, then the problem starts with you as a female, as a woman, period, point blank.
But I never said a woman shouldn't be held responsible.
And I understand that. And I'm just saying it starts with the woman. It starts with the mother in the household. If you don't have a father figure and your mom is bringing all these different men around that have a whole bunch of different kids, and you see that, you're going to think that's normal. You're going to think that's okay. And it's not.
But I thought the men was the head of their households. So I
But
think
men are
it
not in the
started with
house.
the men.
They're not married.
They're
They're
not in
not
the house.
married.
How can they be
They're
the
just
head of
having
the
sex,
household?
man.
What's the
They're
point
not
of
married. They're just having
What's the
sex.
point of continuing a gender
The
war?
woman is
going
just
back and
having
forth?
sex.
But
It's two
everybody
people
that's in
making
a
a bad
household
decision.
is not married. You got a lot of couples that live together. It's a man and a woman. They might not be married, but it's still a man and a woman in that house.
We're
And
talking
that's
about
still
two people making a bad decision.
problematic, because you know what happens if that man dies and passes away and he have Social Security or some type of pension or benefit, that woman ain't gonna get jack.
Well, that's
DMX lady that she been with for 8 years, she just got turned down by the courts in New York. She tried to get the
I
status
understand that
as a
too. I
wife.
didn't say it was ideal. I just say
No, but I'm
everybody
saying
that's not married is still a
we
man
can't
and a
even
woman in the
promote
house.
that idea. We have to tell women straight, marriage, this living together hookup, because a hookup, you can leave whenever you want. You could be there 10 years, 15 years, and one day you wake up and you can walk out.
And like I said, I raised 3 daughters, and I did tell them that, but they grown now, and one of my daughters married and 2 not. I can't make them get married,
No,
but they
we
but they
understand
do
that.
have men in their life, and those men and them are responsible, and they taking care of their family. I let them know what you saying exactly, that y'all should get married. I talk to the men, but I can't make them do it. But they know that's what I want for them.
Understood. Obviously, adults will make their own choices, but
Right.
we're trying to change the mindset, particularly of Black America, Black women and Black men. And for the
People
past
gonna do what they
decade, we
want to
have been
do.
in this space talking to Black men, and Black men has made the shift. Black women are still being rebellious.
People are
And
gonna do
we're
what they
trying to
want to
reach
do.
out. We're
It's
trying to
what it
reach
is.
out to Black women. Now we know we're not going to be able to save them all, but the ones that can be saved, those are the ones will be saved.
But if we don't save our women, then that's the end of us, because
No, it's
like I
not.
say,
It's the man that carries the
great
seed.
nation comes
It's
through
the
a
man
great
that
woman.
carries the seed. No.
Yeah,
So you
but
have it.
when we
You have it
but
the other
when
way
we have
around.
a seed,
Men are the builders.
outside of
Men
our
are the
race,
builders.
but
No.
when we
Malik, how
have a
about
seed
now?
outside of our race, then we bring in biracial children.
What's wrong with
There's no
that?
such thing as a
And we
biracial
should
child.
bring in our
Those are.
Black family and keep that intact. So I do believe
Well,
Black
then you
man,
need to
Black
start.
woman.
You know what you should do? You should start
Blackity
a
black
channel
alert.
to hold Black women accountable, so we can keep the Black race together. Because a black man who is successful in his life, he wants a woman that's going to be a wife. He doesn't want a woman that's going to be a 304. And a lot of these women, they want to screw around with many guys. Even
that's what
in
I hear from a
relationships, they
lot.
want to
Sound
do it.
like we running. We want to be the alpha males, but we
No,
think
we're not talking
it'll be
about. We're not
easier to
talking
run
about.
away from
We're
our
not
women
talking.
than to
We're
try
not
to
talking
fix the
about alpha
problem.
males. We're
We
not
got
talking
to
I'm
about alpha
saying,
males.
but
our
that's
women.
what we
But we
supposed
don't.
to be.
Over here,
Alpha
we
males.
don't
We
grab
have
women
to
by the
we have to
ponytail
do it
and
with
hit them
our
over the
women.
head.
So
We
Mr. Malik,
don't grab women by the ponytail and hit them over the head. We talk to them, and they
yeah,
have a choice.
Malik,
They
you're
can follow the
enabling bad
leadership,
behavior.
or they can rebel.
Men have not
And for those
changed.
who
We have
rebel,
simply adjusted
we
to
move
women.
on. We ain't got
That's what
time.
we're doing.
We ain't trying to break them. They're not a stallion. They're not a horse. We ain't trying to break them. We talk to them like
80%
intelligent beings.
80%
They
of
say they're the
black
most.
men and women are married. They marry our women. We don't all marry out, but
Well,
I
we're not
think we
talking
should
about
do.
all.
I
We
think
never
we
said
should
that.
do more to try to keep our race intact. Of course, they
Malik,
want.
how
Then you should talk. You
how
It's
should
about
talk.
easy to
no?
run
You
to
should
the
talk
other
that to the
side.
women.
Maybe
You
other
should
women
talk.
don't hold black men accountable, and black women do, and a lot of black men don't want to be
Oh, so
accountable. So we
Malik,
take the
that's
see,
easy
bullshit.
road out.
this is exactly why I say you caping. You heard what you just said?
Exactly.
You said
Exactly.
black women are holding black men accountable.
I
Are you
say
for real?
maybe that black women. That's what God made a black woman
The
for.
point
God,
of
that
view,
when God made a
even
black woman for
suggesting
us,
that
He made her to
shows
be
where you're
to
coming
help
from.
me.
let me
When God
respond.
made the woman, He made the woman to be to help me, to help
God
a
has
man.
nothing to do
What
with
did she do?
this.
And
So
what did she do?
and
Hold on. Since you want
go
to
ahead.
use the Bible, and
Right.
what did that woman do? The
Which
first thing
one?
she
I
did,
know a lot
she
of
disobeyed.
black
The
women that
first thing
do
she
just
did
that.
was disobeyed.
She
So
ate
let's
the
be
apple so
real.
quick.
That was women. That was for women across the board. I think we give
Oh,
other
you said
races.
you
We give
can't jump
other
around
races
now.
too
First
much
you said
credit.
black women. Now you
We
say
act like
women
the
across
black
the
men
board.
that go
Stay
get
on
married
black
out,
women.
but we act
Stay
like the
on
black
black
men that
women.
go marry outside of the race. They're not coming under the same kind of stuff. Look, all these black men now that they women are leaving them and they giving all of their wealth to them.
Well, it's
We
not
need
like
to
a
talk
black woman
about
is
that.
sticking
We act like if
around,
we go marry somebody outside
but a
of the
black
black
woman
race,
ain't sticking
we don't
around
have no
either.
more problem. Like all these other women just respect black men. Black men are we some of the most least respected men in the world because
You're
we don't
young, buddy.
respect ourselves. We don't respect
Why?
ourselves because we was beat
No,
down
because
like
the
that.
black women
But it's
don't
time
respect
we
us. That's
rise
why.
No,
up now.
Because
And
the
the way
black
to
women
rise
don't
up ain't to
respect us.
rise up
And
and
you
leave our
caping for
women
them, bro.
behind.
I
Come on,
can't
bro.
believe you. You coming in here
Uh-uh.
caping for black women? Really?
Well,
After they just killed, after they
even if
killed
that
20
was
million children?
true,
You know what we're talking about? We're
even if
talking
that
about
was
black
true,
women
brother,
killing
my mother is a
20
black woman.
million.
The mother
So is
of my
mine. So what's
children
your
is a
point?
black woman. So
So
even
is
if
mine.
that
What's
was
your
true,
point?
I wouldn't
So is mine.
have
What's
no
your point?
problem caping for a black woman.
Yes,
I
you are
want a
caping
black
for a
woman
black
in my
woman.
life. I got one in
Why
my
are you?
life. So
Well, you're not
even if I
holding them
was caping for them,
responsible
what's
because
wrong with
they
that?
have
You think it
black
would be
women have
better for
killed
me to cape
20
for
million
another
children.
woman
Are you holding
outside of
black
my
women
race?
accountable for that?
Say,
Are you holding black women accountable for that?
black women got to hold themselves accountable just like
No,
us.
you should
I
hold
don't
them
have no
accountable.
problem. You think it
You
don't
should
make
be
me
holding.
feel
You said
bad
the
that a
man is
black
the
man
leader,
say
right?
I cape for a
Did you
black
not say the
woman.
man is
I
the leader?
came from a black
Did you
woman.
not say the
We
man
don't
is the leader?
respect our mothers.
Did you not say the man is the leader?
It's not
That's
about
right.
respect.
All right then. So you should be holding black
And
women
we don't
accountable.
lead by running away from our women and run to some other body,
We ain't
some
running.
other
We
people
ain't
woman.
running. Let me tell you
If the
something. You know
other
what?
people was
Malik,
doing
Let me tell
such
you
a good
something about
Malik,
job with their
slavery.
women,
what
why would they
usually
Let me
women
tell you
want a
something
occurs,
black
about
man?
what
slavery.
usually occurs
Let
with
me
that
tell you something about
happens.
slavery. You
What
know
you
what that means?
go
There are
ahead,
black
Lee.
women all in the Americas and the Caribbean.
Say
The
that
black
again.
American woman is not the only black woman that went into slavery.
But they the women that went
They're
through
not
it
the
with
only
us.
black.
They the
They're not
women
the
I want
only
to be.
black
I
people that
want to
went
They
be
into
with
had
the
slavery.
black
slavery in
women that
Brazil
went
for
through it with us.
350
I want that
years.
woman.
Malik,
I
Oh,
want
so that's
that
Malik,
you.
black woman.
Malik,
You
listen.
are
what
You are
usually
you are
happens
trained.
in
You
that
are trained by a
circumstance.
woman. You don't think like a man. You're in the body of a man, but your software is that of a woman.
Ain't nothing
What I'm hearing
soft
is
about
female speak.
there's nothing
What I'm
soft
hearing
about
is
me, brother.
female speak.
I'm a black man 100%.
No, you're
Trust
not.
me
No, you're
when
not.
I
No,
tell
you're
you,
not.
I'm
You
a
got the
black
body
man
parts. You got the
100%.
body parts, but not the mind.
Like I
You got
tell
the
you,
body
I
parts, but
speak
not
up
the
for
mind.
I speak
You
up for
are a
black
simp,
women
my
because
friend.
my mother's a black woman. All of us talk that stuff, but most of us say we
So
got respect for our
are you
mothers.
saying
We
something
just
new
don't
to every
respect
man up in here?
other people
Are you
mothers.
saying something new to every man in here? Don't
We
you
just
take
I
like
don't
all
know.
these?
It seems like it is to you because I speak
Why?
positive about black women. You say I'm caping. I ain't
You're
caping. I
caping.
speak up.
You're
I
not
speak
speaking.
up for
No, you're
black
not
women.
speaking
I
positive.
get out here in
You're
the
not
street
holding
to
them
protect
accountable.
black
There's a
women and
difference.
black
There's
children.
a difference.
So if
There's
they
a
call
difference.
that caping,
You're
then
not
I'll wear
holding.
that badge
You're
of
not
honor.
holding black women accountable. That's
You
your
can't
problem.
make me feel bad if you
I'm not
saying
trying to make you feel
I
bad.
cape for
I'm just
black women.
pointing
I
out. I'm
don't
just
make no
pointing out what
excuses.
you're
Black
saying.
women gotta be held accountable and black men gotta be
But
held
you're not
accountable.
doing it.
And
But
we
you're not
move
doing it.
together. You sound like you
But you're
telling
not
us to
doing
move
it.
away from them because you can't control them. So maybe
I've never had a problem controlling a black
you're not
woman. That's
as
not an issue.
strong as you think you are.
Oh,
You
really?
seem like you running away from the black woman. Was she
Well,
too strong for you?
it sounds
Brother?
to me like you've been
Black women
trained
got
very
beat
well.
down just like
You
black men
train
got
like
beat down.
it sounds
Come
to
on,
me
bro.
like you're
Be for
trained
real.
like an attack dog for black women. You're an attack dog for black women. You're not a black man that hold black women accountable. You're an attack dog for black women.
And
That's
you
what I'm
don't know
hearing.
nothing about me, but you know I'm a attack dog
No,
for the. I tell you
I'm
what,
going about how you present yourself.
if any man,
You just
if
said I
any
seem like
man
I don't
bother
control my woman.
if any
You
man
sound like
bother
you're an
my
attack dog
sisters
for the woman.
or my mother or any black woman in my
What does your mother have to do with a
will
conversation
see that
about
I am a
men?
attack dog, but I'm
What
attack them
does your mother have to
that
do with a
disrespect
conversation
our women
about
and
men?
children. So
Please answer me that.
if that makes say that
What
again.
does your mother have to do with a conversation about men? We
My
are
mother
men
is
on
a
this
black
panel
woman.
having a
My mother
conversation.
is a black woman.
Malik, my
Just
Okay,
like
does your
my
mother
daughters are black
fit this?
women.
Does your
Just
mother
like
fit
my
this?
woman is a
Does
black
your
woman.
mother
So if you say I cape for black women, I wear that badge like with honor.
Question.
Somebody
Does
said
your
ahead.
mother fit? Does your mother fit the statistics of the women that we're talking about?
I don't know a lot of women in my life that
No,
fit
I'm
the
asking you a
description you
question.
talk about. I deal with
Listen, hold on.
I
I'm
deal
not
with
talking about
black
a lot of
women that
women.
do hold
No, I'm not
themselves
talking about a
accountable.
lot of women. My question was specific. I said, does your mother fit the statistics of the women that we are talking about?
She fit the statistic of being a black woman. Yes, that one.
That is not a statistic.
Yeah,
That's a population count. The
hey,
population of black people in America is 42
you
million.
didn't give us
The
a statistic on how many women don't do what you say they don't do. When y'all talk about black women, when you say things like black women are this, black
Does
women
your
are
mother
that,
fit
my
that
mother's a
statistic?
black woman. So I take that as maybe you is talking about her. Maybe you is talking about my daughters. Maybe you are talking about my aunts, my
Y'all
nieces.
logic about to be Super
That's what I'm
Saiyan
saying.
75.
You've got
Hey, Mr. Lee.
Logic Super
you got a
Saiyan 4
female
right
software,
now.
brother.
I
You
gotta
got a
keep
real
you in
big
pocket,
problem.
I gotta keep you in pocket, Mr. Lee. Brother, you've been saying for the last 45 minutes the most stupidest shit that I ever heard in my life. What you've been proving is that now the reason you are the problem. You harvest terrorists. The reason that these women think they way. You the one to get there and you'll start caping for them. You and your generation is a bad excuse for black men. And then for
Absolutely.
you to keep going and going and going and going and going and going. Even a woman on the panel told you to stop simping for her, and you still keep going because it's in your DNA, brother. You know what? Let me take the Super Saiyan off, man, because I ain't trying to do this damn Sage Talk.
About to give yourself a heart attack with that.
Yeah, because y'all come down on them women so hard, they think they got to go along with what you're saying.
They
They have
haven't
to
been
go
held
along with what we're
accountable
saying.
for 50
You know why?
years, sir.
Because we are men and we are taking over. They have to go
Taking
along with
over
what we're
by
saying.
putting your
That's
woman
the
down.
point.
Come
And
on,
that's
brother.
what I'm saying. You have that rebellious spirit in you because you're talking from a female
I
software.
rebel
You're
against
talking
the
like a woman.
system. I rebel against the system that put us
What
in this
system?
position.
Nah,
That's
see,
right. The system
that's
put
not
us in
taking
this. Black
accountability. And
women.
that's what women
Where the
do.
black man
That's what women do.
responsibility
That's
when
what
the black
women do.
woman was being
Women
raped
blame
and
the
so many
system.
of us couldn't
Men
do
don't
nothing
blame the
about it?
system.
Where that man's
Men don't blame the
responsibility?
system.
Come
Men
on,
take
man.
accountability, and you are
You're
talking
taking
like a woman.
accountability.
Women
You're not
say,
taking accountability by
it's
calling
society,
black women
it's social
terrorists
media.
and
It's
saying that
Instagram.
all these
It's
black women is
YouTube.
this and that. That's
It's
not taking no
Facebook. That's what
responsibility.
women
You don't
say.
want to put no
No
responsibility
accountability
on a black
whatsoever.
man. Where's the black man
Brother,
responsibility?
Mr.
brother,
Malik.
you have been listening in this space for
This
as
is
long
what
as
we
you
do in
said,
this
but you
show,
haven't heard a single
holding
thing.
people accountable.
I
You
listen
know
to
what?
all of the
You are
peace
so
shows.
trained as a
I hear him
female
say
that you
many
can't
things,
even think outside the female
and I hear
mindset.
everything that's being said now. And
That's my point. You
I
hear
hear a
it,
lot of
but you
people
don't comprehend
blaming
it.
black women, but saying black men
You
don't
hear it,
hold no
but you don't
responsibility.
comprehend it.
I don't see that. You will say it, but you're not saying it like you say when you talk about the black woman. You don't talk about the black man that way.
Of course we do. Are you kidding me?
No, you
Are
don't.
you kidding me?
No, you don't. I've
You
been
gotta be
listening to you all
crazy.
day. I'm talking about what you're saying now. To
Well,
sit
today
there
it's got a
and
subject
Mr.
matter,
Logic,
man.
you know we talk.
Brother,
And Mr. Logic, when you refer to black
Malik,
women as terrorists,
There's
Malik,
no
come on,
point in
brother.
Malik,
arguing
Who
with
they
people
out
who
there
Malik,
don't
killing?
listen.
Malik,
This is
do you
ahead.
know today have a subject matter? When I
Yeah,
talk, I speak on the subject. The
right.
subject today is abortion. That's the
That's right.
subject.
That's
Okay,
right.
so that's what we're talking about.
And,
When I'm
and
talking
I
to the
don't
men,
agree with abortions.
all right
It
then,
don't
so then
matter.
you should be in sync with the conversation, but you're not in sync,
I
which
am,
means
but
no, you're
I'm
not.
trying
No,
to
you're
sue it
not.
from both
From the
ends.
moment you arrive, you've been caping for black women.
That's
You're
what you
saying
call it.
that's who I'm talking to. That's my
So you
audience.
call it me caping for black women.
Yes,
I can say from
yes.
the moment I arrive, all y'all doing is just putting down black women. I don't see how we build them up by putting them down.
Okay.
We had
Can I?
we had
Can I?
two women.
Can
We
I?
had two women
Hello.
on the panel that told you the same thing.
Well, that's
So,
two
so are
women.
you
That's
saying?
two.
Are you saying that
I'm
Hello.
pretty
they don't
sure
have black? Are
it's
you
a
saying
lot
that
of
they don't
women in
have
the
black
chat that
mothers?
don't agree
Are you
with it.
saying that they don't have black mothers? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Those
no,
two
I'm
black
saying
women
it's a
don't have
lot of
black
black
women.
women in the
So then,
chat
why
that
would you
don't
make an
agree with it.
accusation? Why would you make an accusation that the men on this panel don't have black mothers?
No, I didn't say that. But
Of
the way,
course, you said
but
that
I
I don't have
won.
a black
Well,
mother.
let me
You
ask
said I don't have a black
Logic. Let me
mother.
ask
That's
Mr.
exactly what
Logic
you
this.
said.
Mr. Logic, do you think your mother's a terrorist?
If she do the shit that's terrorist, like she
I
is.
don't understand why people
I
can't
noticed he
answer
say if
hypotheticals like
she do that. Well,
And you
then he
know
should
what?
say the women that do that is terrorists.
Hey.
All I
Okay,
said, see, you
nah,
made it
Hey,
into the
gentlemen.
argument,
Malik, we
Mr.
already
Can I
Sage.
had that
chime in?
You made it
conversation.
into the
Can
argument,
I
Mr.
chime
Sage.
in for
All I
just a
did was
moment?
call and say
Malik,
Hey, can
how
I?
do we
Can I
Malik,
chime
One
in for
moment.
just a moment?
One moment, General. One
you can
moment,
go
sir.
ahead.
One moment, sir.
Hey, look,
Okay.
I don't say this. I don't want to say this, bro. If you offended by why I call them terrorists, don't get offended by that. Get offended by the actions they do to make me call them terrorists. If you go back and listen to the beginning of this show, and I know
I was listening from the beginning.
I know, but look, wait, bro, you didn't hold enough
God
time up,
damn.
man. I'm telling you, this general guy been coming up multiple times, man, and then let that man cook, bro. You didn't derail this whole conversation for an hour.
Go ahead, General.
Hey, hey, thanks for having me, brother. I really appreciate it. And Logic, that's why I
Welcome to
rock
Sage
with you.
Talk. Yeah.
Thank you, brother. I've been a long time listener, but this is my first time appearing. Logic,
Appreciate it.
number one, brother, I want to say to you, that's why I rock with you, because you believe in blunt force trauma. Here is what I see the problem is right now. We have a lot of female raised, female led, female operational type men in this society today. We have tried for the last 60 years or more to talk to them in every way possible. Sisters, come on, would y'all don't do that, please. Then we get a little bit louder. Okay, now we telling you, you're gonna keep it up, and then we're gonna quit messing with you. And now it's got to the point where you say, well, God damn it, I'm done. I'm
There
just
you
through
go.
fucking
I
with
knew it.
y'all. If the top 30, listen, let real quick, cause on the road, I ain't got that much time. If the top 33% of black men, the top earners, the top 33% of black men, the top, that all the some but not all, a few but not most, black women say that they want to create and procreate and have in their lives, if those men are leaving the community and going outside of the country to other races of women and to other black women and to Afro-Latino women, what is that saying about the black women here in our country, in these states? What is it saying about them? I'll tell you what it's saying. I'll tell you what it's saying about them. It's saying that brothers are waking up and they're no longer going to goddamn deal with the terrorism that they've been put up under. No, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you.
I
You
agree with the
started
brother.
that, Mr. Logic.
No. There are some black men. There are some black men out here who ain't worth the goddamn ground and the salt that they walk on. True. The vast
They all
majority
running
of them,
other women too.
God, no, they're not. No, they're not. No, all of them are not. There are a lot of black men like myself who have tried to foster families on 3 different occasions with 3 different black women. Them hoes play the game of being a chameleon. I'm only going to submit until I get that ring on my finger and until I get invested in this marriage 10 years, and then I'm going to let my true self come out, because then I know if I leave or if shit don't work out, I get half his shit. This is the method that a lot of black women in this country are using. This is why when young black men become professional athletes and they get millions of dollars, basketball, football, baseball, soccer, what have you, this is why they go and you see them with a white woman on their arm the night they get drafted.
And that's who taking all of their money, them white women. Come on, be
it
for real.
don't matter who take, because black.
Be for real.
See, I'm gonna be for. I'm not here. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to argue with you because.
How do that support?
Okay, well, hold on. I got the answer
Malik,
for you.
hold on, let him speak.
You know, I got the answer. I got the answer for you. I got the answer for you, Malik. I got the answer for you.
Do what y'all want to do. I'm out.
I got the answer real quick, gentlemen. I ain't gonna be long. I promise. I got the answer for you, Malik. You know why? Because black women start draining. Because black women start draining them before they can even goddamn get a meal out of them. Black women want something for nothing. Some, but not all. A few, but not most. They want something for nothing. See, that's the problem. They don't want, when you mention simple things like submission to a black woman, they lose their goddamn mind. When you say, hey, you know what, baby, I really don't like that dress you're wearing. It's a little too revealing for this event we're going to. Oh, you trying to control the way I dress? No, bitch, I want you to be respectful. I want you to be respectful to me and yourself. Hey, babe, you know what? I really don't like when you hang out with your single friends, because they kind of ratchet. And, you know, I know how they get down because they done fucked a few of my friends. And you tell her that, are you just trying to control me? You don't want me to be around my friends. I want to do a hot girl summer. I want to have a hot girl weekend. See, that's the problem. And we want to sit here and act like that type of shit doesn't exist. As far as black men walking off, leaving their children. And I'm going to make it short, I promise you. Here's the problem. We don't want to talk about how many black women are making a household so fucking hellish that black men refuse to stay there. We don't want to talk about. We don't want to. We don't want to talk. We don't want to. See, so you want to talk about take care of your children. Every time I've been in that situation, taking care of my children, paying child support at $1,600 a month for one, medical and dental. All the extracurricular activities fell on me. Baseball camps, basketball camps, football equipment. All of that shit fell on me. And every time I went to go and say, hey, I got visitation rights. I'm supposed to be able to have my child for the summer. Every other major holiday, this, that, and the third. You better not come to my motherfucking house. You come to my motherfucking. Now, this was a good, educated black woman, or so I thought.
Thank you.
This was a good, educated black woman when we first got together who had all of the traits. So don't hit me with that. You should have picked a better woman shit. Y'all don't understand. Well, I won't say y'all. You don't understand the game that's really going on. Then when you do go pick,
the woman should have picked a better man. Why shouldn't the man pick a better woman?
When you do go to pick up your child, guess what happens? You got to show up and the police is standing up. Oh, you can't have you. I can't tell you. And you can show them the goddamn court papers and they'll tell you, well, I can't make her. You got to go to court. Black men are simply tired of being in combative situations with black women. And I'm going to finish with this real quick, gentlemen. I really appreciate y'all for letting me on, and I'm going to listen to you, and I hope that you guys will have me back again. Here's the deal. Black men in this country are beginning to elevate themselves. They're beginning to understand who they are. They're beginning to take their rightful position in this society. That's number one. Number two, the black men that I know, because I was raised by a black man, a legacy of them. Black man, black father, black grandfather, black great-grandfather. All have been married for the better half of 80 fucking plus years. So here's the real deal. You understand? Black men come equipped with seven essential motherfucking things that they come equipped with. And they are provision, protection, leadership, guidance, structure, and yeah, discipline and order. Those are the 7 basic essential things that the average black man walks around here who's worth his weight come with. You understand? The problem is black women only want the 2 out of the 7. Provision and protection. They want to go out here and act a goddamn fool and expect for you, the everyday black man, to just walk up on the situation, and because she want to act a fucking fool because she can't have her way, you supposed to say, that's your woman. You don't put your hands on no when she done spit in the motherfucker's face for nothing. She done kicked the motherfucker in the balls for nothing. She done slapped the motherfucker man's mama and shit. But she want niggas like you to run out there and say, that's a woman. What you doing? You don't do that.
Sound like
Again,
you
they
found.
only want
Sound like
2
you
of the
found that
7.
kind of woman. I didn't. That's the kind of woman you found. So
No,
you sure you
it's
talking
it's
about
it's
me,
called,
or
okay.
you might
See,
be talking about
it's
yourself?
called
No.
it's no, it's called. Let me tell you what it's called. It's called an observable reality. Things that you observe in your community.
And I
This
never
is why.
referred to you
This
or
is.
nobody on there as a
I'm
nigga,
not.
and
Well,
I don't appreciate you
listen,
referring to
man.
me as
Listen.
that either.
I didn't. I didn't refer to you. I said brothers like you. So if you put yourself in that category, put yourself in that fucking category. But what I've heard you do is come up here and blame black men while
So that
absolving
shows
black
that you
women
ain't
of
listened to
their
me because I
bullshit.
didn't blame
That's what I've
anybody.
heard you do. Oh, it's on the man and the woman. Now listen, I'm gonna say
The
this, and
truth
I'm gonna
hurts.
go, and
That's
I'm gonna
what
go
I
back.
said. It's on the
I'm
man and
I'm
the woman.
yeah, it's hurting you right now. I'm gonna say this, gentlemen, and
It
then I'm
don't
gonna
hurt
let
me.
y'all have. I'm gonna say this, gentlemen, and then I'm gonna let y'all have it back. I promise. I swear. I'm gonna say this. Here's the
Hey,
fucking problem.
before you say your last thing, I just want to say from a general to a general, salute, brother.
Hey, appreciate you. Thank you, Logic. Look here. This is the problem right here. Black women have had their way, and we have provided a security blanket for them. We have allowed them to get out of control and do whatever the fuck they want to do. Here's the thing. Whenever a black man stands up and develops standards for himself and say, if you want to wear a fucking 29 inches of yaki down your back while fucking up the hair on your head, I'm not going to deal with you. If you want to sit up and wear goddamn all these fake ass fingernails and false ass shots and go get
The
motherfucking your
other
toes
women
and shit all
wears them
twisted up
too.
and dress hair and dress. We're not talking about other women. See, that's what you niggas
I
like to do. Other
I
women
know.
wear them too.
So
We
you
talking
can't help
about
it.
the
You don't
women
even know
that
how to
we want
talk,
to be
brother.
with.
You
I
don't
don't
even know
want
how to
no
talk.
other. I
You
don't.
don't
I
even know
don't
how
want.
to talk.
Hey,
Everybody's a
listen. I
nigga to
don't
you.
because you.
That's how you see yourself as a nigga.
I
That's
told
why
you
you
I don't
refer to
have.
me as
I
that.
don't have.
Okay,
Okay,
let's
so
wrap
the
it up.
general
Stop seeing
construct of
yourself as
using
a
the word.
nigga, brother. You ain't a nigga.
The, um
Finish up,
the
General.
general construct of using a word. I'm gonna finish up. The general construct of using the word nigga, first of all, is a term of endearment. You understand?
No,
See,
that's not
you too
endearment.
far removed. But anyway, I'm gonna finish up and I'm gonna say it like this. We got to put the onus on the owner. That means that we've got to hold not only ourselves accountable, but black women. Final thing, and I'm done. If I know as a black woman that I'm the one that's going to get left holding the bag, so to say, after sex, I'm the one that got to carry a child for 9 months. I'm the one that really need to be making sure that I'm protecting myself. And not only that, I need to hold him accountable, the man, even if he's not going to hold himself accountable. Hey, do you have a condom? Because I'm not on the pill. I don't have an IUD. They got 33 and a third different ways of protecting themselves from getting pregnant. But do they do it? No.
More than that, it's like 50 plus. So
I
So,
know. I'm just saying
so you should
33 and
I
a
do
know,
it
third.
yeah, I
since you
know
But
know
that.
anyway.
you don't want a child. You do it. Hold yourself responsible.
Hey, General, I know you got to go.
Okay.
Can you drop your email in the back? Because we looking for some good officers and NCOs.
Oh,
Um,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The
See, yeah, I got you. I'm finna drop it right now. But y'all go ahead. I'm on mute.
Okay. I just wanted to address this comment. Dora D, you're welcome to come on up. This is definitely a show today where women are welcome. This space normally is primarily my having discussions with men and how to make men be better and improve themselves. But I knew today's topic was going to be somewhat controversial. And if you would like to add more clarity to this is a down black woman show, no, it's not a down black woman show. It's holding black women accountable for deleting 20 million children
ooh.
and whether or not they're going to change their behavior.
Wow.
That's what it's all about. If black men had the reputation of killing 20 million black kids in the community, somebody would have something to say about it, and I'm pretty sure you would be one of them. Okay? So let me see if I can bring some new people up.
Hey, Mr. Lee, for the ladies who don't want to cam up, I can open the call-in lines for you because I seem like they feel more comfortable calling in besides actually hitting the StreamYard link. So
Who's this?
Oh no, this Logic. No, I was saying.
No. I mean, who are you referring to? Who are you talking about?
Oh, the women. Yeah, the ladies. They don't.
Okay.
You see, they come up without cameras on and stuff like that. It seems like they feel more comfortable doing that. I can definitely open up the call-in line if you want me to.
Oh, okay. Well, if you are familiar with them, because Dora, I haven't seen her name in the stream that often, but if you're familiar with her and she wants to come up, Bea, she was up without being on cam, but I've seen her around for a bit. Okay, Colin C,
and I
young
am
man.
a subscriber to the show.
Oh, we're not talking about you, brother.
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. We were talking about the ladies just now.
Right, I heard you. I say that because of that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Am
That's
I
your
audible?
female software kicking in, right? I understand. Don't worry.
Am I audible?
Okay, Collins, welcome to Sage Talk. How are you this afternoon?
I'm very well, Mr. Lee. Thank you for having me on your platform. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Yeah. I like your topics.
General, I'm going to drop you down to create some more space. Go ahead, Collins. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, what's good with the topic? So break it down to me.
Oh, you don't know the topic?
Well, I look at the topic there.
No. We don't do that. We don't do that here. You come on, you're a young man.
Oh shoot.
The show's been going on for 5 hours.
Better be listening, bro.
Hey, Mr. Lee, you gotta call in the queue. I'm pretty sure it's a woman.
Okay, I don't know how to pick that up.
Oh,
I don't even see the.
All right, say talk with Mr. Lee.
Hello?
Yes.
Am I live?
Yes.
Nothing's funny. Hello. Wait, hold on. Why does he keep crying? Why do you keep crying, first off? You cry too much. Stop crying. Please. And Logic, first off, you and Anton were trying to talk to me.
What?
She's got it in flashbacks.
Talk about that though.
Me and
Come on,
Anton
y'all gotta stop trying to down. Yes, y'all was trying. In Houston, y'all was trying to talk to me. Now you're probably saying, Mr. Lee, what does that have to do with the show? It has a lot to do with the show because I was pregnant by Anton. What did he do?
We need to drop her down.
Whoa.
We need to drop her down.
Hey, that lady just called and stopped. So that might not even be a woman.
Yeah, that doesn't even sound like a woman.
That was a computer. That was a software calling in.
You gotta get into it. That was funny.
Anti gonna be in big trouble, bro.
But see, this is exactly what we're talking about. A woman will call in, say that she was impregnated by someone that she probably has never met in her life, trying to get something.
That was a man.
This is exactly
that's
what we're
probably
saying.
a man. That did.
Whoever.
That was a man.
Even worse. If it was a man, even worse. This is exactly what we're fighting against here.
Right. And these are the type of men that we need to root out in the community as well.
Yeah.
Because these type of men, they empower women to have the bad behavior that we're trying to correct. And maybe our methods might not be the methods that are approved by others. But you know what? So many guys have tried the nice way. No more Mr. Nice Guy.
I agree.
It's going to be hard and straight. You're going to come in line or, the wolves are going to get you because sooner or later, America is going through some hard financial times. And sooner or later, some of these programs are going to start getting cut.
Mm-hmm.
And women is going to have to man up.
Yeah,
we're gonna all have to.
I'm in the
Oh,
financial
absolutely. Well,
industry
men
and
are
I
used to
use
that. Men
rates.
are used to that. Men know that there's nobody out here to rescue us.
That's right.
Well, you're homeless. You're on the street.
Absolutely.
That's
We've
right.
always been the rescuers for women because that's the way it's supposed to be. But our women are behaving extremely out of pocket.
They're
So
comfortable.
there's a young lady,
Hello.
Nawa Kamate. Good afternoon. How are you? Welcome to Sage Talk.
Hello. Good evening. Actually, it's evening in New York.
Oh, okay. Good evening.
I don't know where you guys just left off because I was trying to enter. This is my first time. Hi, everyone. Hi, Logic. I just want to say that especially, and Dr. Lee, I love you guys specifically. I had to say
Were
that
you
first.
listening to the show? Were you
I
listening
was
to the show
listening to
earlier?
the show, but what I missed, it was like the last 2 seconds because this is my first time ever joining any of these. So I don't know, wherever you guys left off, do you want me to pick up or do you just want me to say how I feel? So I've been talking about this all day.
What's your contribution? I mean, you've been listening for a while, so I think you've gotten a lot of information. We'd like to get your feedback on the subject matter, of course, with this whole Roe versus Wade and our woman behavior and how can that change?
Okay, so these are one of the topics that are probably the most difficult to talk about and to be honest about. So I would say the indoctrination started in high school, but it really got tough in college. And now that I am 31 years old, I'm seeing the negative effects of this individualized point of view as a woman and when it comes to your sexual freedom and sexual choices. I'm at the place where women are not being honest with themselves and the sisterhood is not strong. Our sisterhood is about don't be honest about if you make a sexual decision, if you decide that you want to play the game like men do, that you're going to get results. And these results, maybe men can handle, but women are going to handle it differently. If you have to carry the baby for 9 months, even if men have accountability, because it's true, guys are not always asking and guys are not always prepared, but it's the same onus is on the woman. If a guy doesn't have a condom, you definitely need to have the condom because you have to do the carrying.
Absolutely.
And women don't want to be honest about that. So whilst the responsibility, Mr. Malik, is on both parties, it's the woman who has the bulk of the responsibility because she has to do the carrying. She has to give the emotional support. It's her energy that's going to be passed to that child. And then she's going to have to legally on her own.
And I agree with that. Like I said, I raised 3 daughters. So of course I told my daughters that they are to make sure, but that's likewise, I raised 2 sons. And I told my sons that they ought to be responsible too. Just because if the woman not responsible don't mean that we can't be responsible. Because when you make the baby, the woman do take the baby. The man just go off like he didn't have nothing to do with that. That's the part I didn't want them to have to come back because a lot of that would come back on me as the grandparent. Because I'm not going to let my grandchildren go through stuff that a lot of people do let their grandchildren go through. Because I'm going to make sure they know you are responsible too. Because you did it without the condom. So just like she should, and I raised my daughter to do that, I also raised my son that they got responsibility too. That's all I was saying. I didn't try to take it away from anybody.
I agree, though, with the men of the panel. And I know it sounds a little bizarre as a woman, but I do. I agree with the men of the panel in regard to that. We do need to put that emphasis and focus on the female and women. We wanted our liberties. We wanted our rights. We wanted to have all of those things. So when you get them, the consequences are there. With those liberties and rights, it's like guys can't even hold the door for a woman anymore because we'll take that offensively. So chivalry is completely dead. Now you're sleeping with, and it's not even a Pookie and Ray Ray thing. I do want to make that clear. Don't think that it's only Pookie and Ray Ray and Shaniqua and Shaquasias that are sleeping without condoms. There are prestigious people that have really good jobs. They're doing well in life and they're not having sex all the time. But when they do, they're probably not making the best decisions. They want to have the best sex that they can have because they're at work 50, 60 plus hours in a week. So this is not limited to a certain group of people. I think in
I said that.
particular, the Black community, we're going to hurt the most from it. But this is infecting, I guess, Western civilization, especially in the US. There's just no care and regard at all, especially for women, for the choices that you're going to make and the consequences it's going to reap. And because we're women, we're not men, we're going to feel the pain and the brunt of it. The guy can fuck and leave, whether a kid come out of it or not. He doesn't care, because biologically, men are designed to spread their seed. So somewhere in there, it's like that foresight. They're not foresight and foreskin. Not thinking about that.
So you don't
But
think
women, we're
fathers should
thinking
tell their
about that.
sons to be responsible? Is that what you're saying too? I want to
I'm
make sure I
sorry.
understand it.
Malik, wait. Ma'am, have you traveled outside the U.S., outside of Western civilization? I can tell.
Yes.
I can tell by listening to the way you approach situations. You know what I think the real problem is, ma'am?
Yes.
It is most of our women don't travel outside the Western civilization to see how other tribes live.
Yes.
They only, when they travel, they're going to go to the Bahamas. They're going to go to all these different things that when they go to these different islands, right? The whole island is a tourist island. So what happens is that they be playing 50 Cent in the club, all that kind of stuff like that. So even though they go outside of the US, they don't actually experience other civilizations. If they, like I said, I mean, Kayla, y'all don't know Kayla, my girl, but I can tell by talking to women that I guarantee you, if I look at your passport, it'll say the Bahamas, it'll say all these little islands, and it don't say nothing like actual stuff that you can see and experience. I can listen to you, ma'am, and I want to salute you. I can listen to you and tell you're well-traveled. And I'm going to tell these other Black women that's listening, do like this lady did, get your passport and leave the United States just so you can get visibility on what's going on, just so you can understand how much rights you have in America, just so you can see different things that, look, you can't walk outside the street at 9 o'clock at night in every country outside of this Western civilization. Understand
Absolutely.
that. I'm sorry, ma'am. I just had to give you kudos for being a travel woman, and I'm listening to all these bitter baby mamas inside the chat that I guarantee you they passports over the Bahamas.
Right.
You can only be
And
a
I just
feminist in
wanted
the
to
first
ask her the
world country.
question. So are you saying that men, we shouldn't teach our sons that they have a responsibility too?
I'm not saying that by a long shot. I'm a family of 6 of us, 2 boys, 4 girls. We're all grown adults now. And most definitely my parents made that very clear to my brothers. Watch who you're
then it
putting it
sounds
in,
like you
and you're
agree with me
responsible.
too then, because that's what I said. And that's
I
all
think
I've
that
been
the
saying.
emphasis needs, at this time period that we're in, the emphasis needs to be on women. That's what I'm saying. And I do think if we look at the statistics, yes, a lot of men are virgins and they're not having sex till much later, especially in this technological generation where the computer and porn is taking over. They don't even know how to have, connections interpersonally
And the
in
ones
person with
who are
people.
having sex are the ones that are being chosen by the women, once again.
Absolutely.
That's the important part, right?
I got a question for you as well, Mr. Malik, because it seems like you want to pass accountability as if it's 50-50. But as Logic said, you go outside, you go to my country, you go to Nigeria, and you don't see these things that you see here. Women have a certain amount of seriousness, especially with reproduction. All right. So I got a question for you. It's like we're trying to get our ladies here to understand how high the stakes are for them. That's it. Men don't die in the delivery room. Women do. So it's like, stop passing off reproductive accountability to us as if it's something in the equation for us. This is all about women having accountability for women. Men doesn't even come into it much later. And I'll add this and I'll be quiet. We got to keep harping on the fact that women choose these men, period. Like everybody has said it over and over. We're the reason why you'll see these behaviors from Black men, and you want to talk about what Black men do. Black men don't deal on Black men are the only men in America, in the world that deal with the issues they deal with from their women. That's why you hear this pushback. That's why you hear this dialogue so heavily, because we're the only ones that deal with these problems and this pushback from our women.
But here's the thing, though, Trigger. Black culture is the cool culture. Okay, so that's trickling down now to all societies. You go down to Brazil, that Instagram, it's doing the same thing.
Oh yeah, but it's going to have the same negative effects.
Sure. No, of course. Of course. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Cindy Rowe, good afternoon. Welcome to Sage Talk. First time seeing you up here on the panel. Welcome.
It's the second time.
Oh, it's the second time. Okay, thank you.
First, I want to say that I don't agree with abortions whatsoever under any circumstances. I know there are some circumstances that are really bad, but I will leave that up to them and God. But I'm glad that Roe versus Wade was overturned. But I also want to say that men and women both have to be accountable. They really do. And before y'all snap
She's really low.
let me finish. Because you cannot trust a woman with your sperm, first and foremost. So if you don't want a child out of wedlock, and we know that there are women who will trap men that see men as a means to make money and will intentionally get pregnant in order to put that man on child support. We know that happens. So why would a man not want to protect himself? Why would you say that, oh, it's your responsibility to use protection, it's your responsibility? When is it going to be both men and women's responsibility? I know this is about women because abortion isn't okay and no one should be murdering the babies. I don't agree with that. But also men, if you don't want these children, if you don't want them, why not just protect yourself as a safety precaution? I don't.
Okay, let me just offer a point of view here. In this space, when we talk to men, primarily we're telling men the very same thing: protect your seed.
Okay.
Most of the men in this space are looking to be high income men, 80,000, 100,000 or more. They want to live not at the bottom of society just surviving. They want to be able to have choice. They want to be able to have opportunity. And they want to be able to do that with a good Black woman and build a family. The thing is that a lot of the women that are out here having sex and the guys that they're choosing aren't the guys that are tuning into this space.
Mm-hmm.
They're the guys with game. They're the guys with swag. And they're the guys that they can put it down. But that's all they can do. And that's what a lot of women are looking for. They're just in their feelings. And a man that can actually offer them an opportunity, they really don't see that until they're 3 kids deep and 35 years old. That's when they say, well, now I know my value. No, you don't. Because now they think their value is higher than when they were 25 and no kids. And in actuality, 35 and 3 kids, to a man that is accomplished, that have been working, that is 37, 38, 41 years old, and he's got a job making $150,000, $200,000 a year, that man is not looking to raise another man's child. He's not looking for a woman that made bad decisions. And the men in this space aren't those type of men that are reckless with their seed and are having reckless intercourse with women.
Can I ask a question, Miss Lee? Man,
Go ahead.
All right, how you doing today, man?
Hello.
All right, do you have a son?
No.
You don't have a son. Okay, just say for the conversation, you got a son, and then you tell him that you don't want him to go around gangs because you know it's bad for him, and then if he go around gangs, he'll have to protect himself from that, right? It's most likely you advise him not to go around gangs, correct? Because you know that ideally he have to protect himself from that. Y'all don't understand what it do to men when you constantly tell him or tell them you got to protect yourself against these women you supposed to love. See, this is the biggest thing about it that women don't really.
But he said it. Protect yourself.
Okay,
protection.
Man. Listen,
you have
man.
to protect yourself against the women, right?
Okay, ma'am. Listen, I'm with you. So now think about what I said, right?
He's going deep. He's going deep. So pay attention.
All emotions aside, right? if you telling somebody to protect themselves against the women who's supposed to be on their side, who's supposed to love them, who's supposed to be their right hand, right? Do you not think that it's something wrong with that situation? Because it's a deeper thing to it, that we tell our men, don't trust these women, protect your seeds. So now what you doing is you saying protect yourself.
Psychologically.
Yeah, you telling yourself to protect yourself against these terrorists because you expect someone, listen, you expect terrorists to do terrorist things, right? So you'll always have them to your front and not to your back. You got to realize the psychological concept that this put men in. Protect yourself against these black women. Just sincerely, right? Do you understand what I just put out to you?
I understand, but here's the thing. A lot of women are having abortions by men that they don't really even know, aren't they? So when has that trust been built that you should you should trust this lady? Anyway, you don't even know her. If you're out having unprotected sex with strangers, what type of trust
protect yourself against having a child.
So watch this. I'm gonna tell you this. Watch this.
This was about abortion, right?
Okay, yeah, we is, but I'm telling you the mentality, right?
Yeah.
Think of things that we tell people to protect themselves against, right? If you go to the jungle in Africa, right, what will be one thing you said protect themselves against?
Yeah, lions,
right? If you go to the beach, right, and you get out there and you start deep sea diving, sharks, right? Yeah. Why do we tell people to protect themselves against them things?
Dangerous. They can harm them.
Okay.
But what women, we aren't trying to harm
wait. You only tell people to protect themselves against things that is proven to be dangerous. But when y'all don't understand really what y'all be saying. Listen, as a young black man, I learned this in school. We had sex education. We had these fat women that used to come to my school all the time. Y'all men better protect yourself against these women. Y'all know, and it was like, once you get to the age, you don't understand. You're telling men that they have to protect themselves against the women who's supposed to be on their end. Full circle, because they're dangerous.
But
you see, but see, you understand when I said protect yourself against that shark. But why do you protect yourself against that shark, man? Because you see him bite somebody's head off, right? Why do you protect yourself against that lion? Because
you're not your enemy.
No, listen.
But you're not telling the woman, you're not telling them to protect herself because she's going to kill him. You tell them to protect himself so he don't have a child.
I guarantee you this. Some of the shit that men then went through from these women, they'd rather have that lion maim them. They'd rather have that lion bite their arm off.
I swear to God.
At least you get another arm. You can't. And then you know what?
Oh my God.
No, listen, this is so serious that she still don't understand that you saying
I get
protect
what you're saying. I understand, but I disagree. I disagree because we're not your enemy, and we're not your enemies, and all women aren't the same, and all women don't believe in abortion, and all men aren't bad, and all men aren't out there not taking care of their kids, and all men aren't gangbangers and thugs and killers and gangsters. And there's a lot of good black men out there who want to be fathers. And there are some black men out there who aren't taking care of their children. There's some women out there who are not allowing the man to take care of their children. There are some women who used abortion as birth control, which is whack. And I mean, let's just address it all, because we cannot move forward being at each other's neck saying you're bad and you're not good and you're worthless. And
but I think I only use your words. You said, you came up here, you said men need to protect themselves against these women. I use your word and I clarified the mentality.
As
said that.
Well. Okay, yeah, that's true.
Well, see, one of the
go ahead. I'm sorry, Miss
Let me add something to this, Cindy. I think what Logic is really trying to get across is the psychological effect of telling a man, protect yourself from the woman that he's naturally attracted to and should be mating with. The
But
psychological effect of that over time is that this woman is dangerous. It's not always a conscious awareness, but you start moving
What?
and behaving in a certain way. That is the reason why when you see men become wealthy, athletes, entertainers, they automatically shift to a different type of woman because mentally they know this woman here, she's out to get me. I don't know how she's going to get me, but she's out to get me. So you just move automatically. It's not like it's always a pre-made plan. It's just that it's been drilled into you since high school. By the
but
time you
not
become a man, 25, 26, 27, now you'll start acting to protect yourself sometime on automatic. Go
but
ahead.
not protect
But they're
yourself.
not talking about protecting itself because the woman going to kill him. They're talking about protecting
But you have-
yourself from
hold
having a
on, hold on,
child out of
Logic.
wedlock or
You
something.
is
Hold on,
a
Logic.
motherfucking idiot. You say
Come on, Lad, you talking about a shark and a
no,
lion.
no,
How do
you
that got to do with
no,
me telling
you
my
don't.
son to protect himself from
You
having
don't.
a child?
No,
How that
cuz
makes
it's
sense? That don't even make sense,
no,
Logic.
because you're telling the man to protect his seed from that woman because you
No,
have
not
no control.
protect his seed, protect himself from
Listen,
having a child. If he's not
yo,
ready for it, you tell him to use protection. You ain't telling him to protect yourself. The woman going to attack you like a shark or a lion.
No,
Come
but
on,
what would
Logic.
happen? What he's saying is the result if you don't protect your seed from that woman will use that child against you to terrorize your life,
Some
to
women will.
take your money, to keep you
That's
away
not a
from
lie.
your children. There are many men that experience
That's
this.
not true.
You may not have had that experience, but you can't make your judgments based on your single anecdotal experience.
So
There's
we
a
ain't
world
supposed to
of black
tell our sons to
there's a
protect
world
themselves from
there's a
having
world
babies.
of
We
black
supposed to
men
tell them to
out there.
protect themselves from the woman attacking them.
The woman is not attacking him in the physical sense. The woman is attacking him by the other parts of her behavior, in the way in which she's destroying the man's life. And if you don't think that's a reality, then you're just not aware.
Utilizing the very
found all
system
them
you pay
brothers
for,
that
by the way.
You're using your own life experience as though that is emblematic or typical to the black community, and it's not.
No,
It really isn't.
I'm talking about a lot of, like I heard the guys say the black guys are getting
Malik,
fed
why
up
don't
and now we crossing over marrying the other people. I find
Malik,
all them people that get
we'll do this. We'll drop stats. The number one reason black men go to jail. Can you guess what it is?
Marijuana?
DV.
No. Black women. Black women is the number one reason black men go to jail. And I will give you this information. Black women call cops on black men the most. Now you got to realize black men lose their driver's license at a rate of what? Compared to, no, it's not because of speeding tickets. No, it's not because of that. It's because a lot of times that goddamn black women bring them up on some goddamn charges.
most black people in jail for drug related.
All right. Now, most black men can't travel. A lot of black men can't travel because they can't get their passport. Because you know what? These terrorists will fuck up their life. Now, when you constantly see these terrorists destroying other men's lives, right? I'm using an analogy to a shark and a lion, right? You seeing men out here getting maimed, child support. Men, I'm telling you, you got multiple, go to these other networks you'll see within a Lapeef. You'll get men up here and they damn near crying. I'm like, damn. They talk about child support. They talk about how they can't even maneuver. They talk about how they can't even get taxes. They talk about all this stuff. It was done at the hand of a what? Not a black woman. So now you telling me, yes, they're not physically harming a black, well, shit, they do that too. But they're not physically maiming these black men like a shark would do, but they're doing harm. That's why you advise your son, and you better advise him to protect.
Mr. Lee said himself that he tell this network tell
Look, and then because I'm finna go, bro, because I'm gonna let you rant because you just like to talk. And
How
then
can you tell them to be responsible at the same time you telling them if they protect themselves against just women having babies and that kind of stuff when they not ready for it? How can telling them that going to make them think that you telling them all this other stuff that y'all saying? I find that people that go marry outside their race, they the ones who taking our black men that's so-called got it made, taking all of their money from them. They're not giving it to no black women nowhere that I see.
all right.
Malik, why are men dating outside of their race? You have to ask.
Let me hear what you say. What was that question?
You have to ask why are men.
Wait, hold up. Let it
Go
do
ahead.
shit. Ma'am, Sydney, because I'm finna fall off because I can't deal with this retard over here. Ma'am, do homework.
Jesus.
Watch this. Ma'am, do homework. I want you to call all the black men you know and ask them at what point have they license been suspended? What occurred? Don't ask them why. Don't give them no reason. Just ask them direct questions. Use everything. Ask these questions that I just asked you today. That when they actually, you know what I'm saying, had the police called on them, who did it? Ask all these questions to your friend, Miss Cindy, and then to men you know. And then I promise you, you'll get an astonishing remark and you'll figure out why I said these women is like hammerhead sharks and goddamn fucking hyenas.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I'm not saying that's not true because I already know that's true in some instances. That's true. What I'm saying is that men shouldn't trust women just to protect them because there are some women that have ulterior motives that want to intentionally get pregnant by the individual. So the woman, yes, we should protect ourselves as well, especially well, my thing is get married. Marry before you carry. That's
Absolutely.
the
And that's what we teach.
but
Marry before you carry.
yeah, we know that there are people out there having unprotected sex. We know this. And that's what happens when you have unprotected sex, babies. That's what happens. We know this. So if you're trusting this lady with your seeds and that she's going to actually be honest and you might have, Mr. Roe versus Wade logic. You work in corporate America. You said that. There are women that would probably want you to impregnate them because maybe they say, well, logic has money. Now you don't want this baby, but hey, it's your job to protect yourself. You're the one's going to carry the baby. And then you have no say so, which Roe versus Wade changed that. Now you have to have the baby.
Mm-hmm. No.
That's not true, actually. That's not true. It's kicks to the states. That's all it is. It's just not federal protection.
Hold on.
But it doesn't mean you can't. In New York, you're having an abortion. We didn't kill that here.
Hey, let me answer
California is
the
still doing
question.
abortion.
Ma'am, let me answer Sydney question. Sydney.
Can I finish, please?
No, wait, no, I'm just answer your question real fast. Unless a woman have an egg in her throat, Mr. Logic ain't having no more kids.
Oh my God.
Sorry, Mr. Lee, I gotta be raw and real.
Okay, 5-star general is back.
Oh my goodness.
That's a 5-star general.
Okay, that's not going to happen, Mr. Logic.
Okay.
So I'm good.
What I'd like for us to do right now, today was an excellent show. I truly appreciate the ladies that came up and add their voice to Sage Talk. I'd like for us to kind of like summation and sum it up with your last few statements. Cindy, since you're the last one that came up, we'll start with you. And then Nawa will go to you. And then Omi, Malik, and Trigger.
All right.
You're muted. You're muted, Cindy.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say I enjoyed this show and that, in order for men and women to move forward, we have to move forward together. The blame game is not going to work. It's men have to be the leaders, but you can't. What woman is going to follow a man that she feels that's not feeling, that's disrespecting her, that's putting her down? Be this and be that. What woman is going to be submissive and fall in line with a man that's showing her no regard? Now, they're not supposed to be soft. I'm not saying that a man is supposed to be just like a pushover for a woman, but in order for him to get the woman to allow him to lead, he has to be a leader. he cannot.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let me stop you right there. And I think this is the problem. We don't want a woman that's going to allow us to lead because we don't need your permission. That's the mindset of the men that we're really trying to address.
Exactly.
Because a lot of time, the men want the woman's permission to allow him to lead. The man has to lead and the woman have to follow. I think the key is women need to learn, black women have to learn how to follow black men. That's the key.
That's
Continue,
true.
you can finish out.
And that's it. And that's what I was about to say, because you just have to be a leader. And
absolutely, I agree.
And also, in my opinion, men should protect themselves, because there's not just babies, there's diseases out here that give you a whole lot of more problems than babies. But then they're aborting unwanted babies that are precious to me. And why kill a baby when you're having unprotected sex, and you don't have to, do the preventative measures. You don't have to go out there and have unprotected sex. Nobody's making you, nobody's holding a gun to your head. And that's what I want to say.
Yeah, I agree with you though. But we already talked about this multiple times on this platform. You see my screen?
Don't marry for love, marry for legacy. Don't marry the man, marry the plan.
Mr. Roe versus Wade logic. I've seen that many times.
Okay. But guess what? Guess what the women gonna do? The
Mary
women, they gonna come up here and they gonna constantly see and say, "Well, I loved him, Mr. Logic, and then even though he had no plan in place to be no legacy though, but I married the man, Mr. Logic. Now she 40 and it's over for her. And guess what she gonna do?
Y'all confused me. It's never over. It wasn't over for Sarah.
No, listen.
See what God did to Sarah.
But ma'am, I'm not saying it's over. It's always hope for these women. See, the thing is most of these women think that Mr. Logic is so bad, right? But I'm just be honest with you, right? And now, do you want somebody that gonna tell you the truth, or you gonna want somebody to malik you? Which one do you want? That was a direct question, man.
I know it was.
Okay, I'm gonna rephrase it then. Do you want somebody who's gonna tell you the truth, or you want somebody who's gonna lie to you?
So you want me just to insult this
No,
man?
I rephrased the question. I rephrased the question.
You.
Hey, no, I changed it though, because hey, I'm still Mr. Logic. So look, and I still love Malik. He a firefighter. You know what I'm saying? I got to email him after I got this show, because guess what? The same way I hold men accountable, and the same way men hold me accountable, I'm an equal opportunist. Anybody can get it that come with some crazy stuff, and that's all it is. So now, do you want somebody who's going to tell you the truth, man? Or you don't gonna want somebody that gonna lie to you and the truth will reveal itself later on?
Tell me the truth. And Malik said a lot of truth. He said a lot of truth.
Okay, go ahead. So look, and you got somebody to clean up, man, said, lie to me, daddy. Yep. And guess what? Because you want men to lie to you, they will constantly lie to you. And then eventually, when they're done with you, they will tell you the truth. Have you ever seen a woman that broke up? I had one of my best friends. The dude broke up with her, and then he told her in one day everything he been want to tell her for the whole year they was together. And then you know why? Because if he would have told her the truth up front, she probably wouldn't mess with him. So like I said, get the truth out the man. Make it a truth society. Now, and then now y'all said Mr. Logic is ratchet because he telling the truth. All these bitter baby mamas in the chat, they just like, Mr. Logic, you're so wrong. And I'm just giving them the best advice. I said, quit trying to marry these men for love, because you can fall out of love. Marry them from legacy. Marry something that these men can invest into. Their kids is one way that they can invest into, that they will stick to you through thick and thin. Don't marry the man. The man will change. His dick won't work as much as it was. His muscles won't look the same. You know what I'm saying? He gonna start bending over instead of standing straight up. You marry the plan. This way you can always stay with this man. And then the reason you got with him is the reason you still with him from the time that you're 25 to the time that you got them 69. If you marry the man, marry the plan instead of the man. And if you marry for legacy and not love, But how many of these black bitter women in the chat they gonna listen to me? You know what they gonna do? I'm gonna see them in another 5 years, and I'm gonna laugh at their ass. And because guess what? Mr. Logic ain't got no stretch marks when I get kids. Mr. Logic's stomach don't look like a goddamn the map of Texas. I'm just being honest. Hey,
Mr.
you
Logic is very
don't
disrespectful, though. That's
no.
kind
Hey,
of
Mr.
hard.
Logic
Men get
straightforward.
stretch marks. Men do get stretch marks.
Not from kids.
No, from
Not
weight
from
gain,
kids.
weight loss.
Okay, that's different. Not from kids. But see, you see how the truth triggered you? Because the thing when I'm really telling you, because you said, Mr. Logic, why you gotta say that her stomach look like a Texas roadmap? But see, you saying, why did I have to say that? But it's the truth. So now what happens is that you're gonna have this baby, then your stomach gonna look like a Texas roadmap, and then guess what he gonna do? He not gonna mess with you no more. Hey, look, you know what? Go ahead, Malik, lie to her. Lie some more. She don't want the truth. That's why I say they terrorists.
Any man that can't love a woman because of stretch marks, we need to check ourselves. They had them stretch marks bringing our children and bringing us into the world. I appreciate that.
Okay. I'll just say a last few, and then I think more than enough has been said. I want to say thank you for everyone inviting me onto the show. Thank you, Dr. Lee, and thanks for saying my name perfectly. You guys said everything, so I'm kind of at a loss for words. But from my experience, some of this is anecdotal, but most of it is supported by facts. I work with a lot of women. I work with women, and I service a lot of women. And what Mr. Logic is talking about is the realest thing that has never been written. These women are thinking that being a single mom, and I'm not only talking about, like I said, Shaniquas, I'm talking women with good careers are choosing to be baby mamas, not single mothers, because single mothers are either widowed or they're divorced, and they're choosing this. And what's the most important thing is, especially for Black people, the family is where it all starts and the family is where it ends. If you don't have a stable foundation with the mother and the father that is committed to one another, which is committed to the plan, committed to the children, committed to helping the community, and when we're gone 100 years from now, hopefully continuing that, then we're going to continue to end up with this argument. I don't think we should continue to fight and go at each other's throat all day and talk about how women are horrible and how men are horrible. I think we need to try to move away from that, but really look at raw facts on what it is that we do and do not do to protect ourselves and to enrich our community. And it's the family. That's where we're going wrong, specifically in the Black community. And I'm just going to have to wrap it up there. I will see you guys in Atlanta, August 5th and 6th.
You coming to Atlanta?
Yes, I am. And I hope I see you. So I'm going to send you my email in the back chat. Please use it. Please.
Yes. Hey, chat ninjas. Y'all, see, we got to support these women who come. I see Colonel Quest. You know what I'm saying? He the Colonel of the chat.
Hey, Colonel.
Colonel Quest is in the chat. Hey, look. Hey, thank you, ma'am. I'm gonna take your email, and I'm gonna. I got it. We gonna. You need to come Lapeef with us, because I like women that tell the truth.
And I love all of y'all here. Miss Cindy, you too, because we all sisters, no matter what.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, we can barely hear you, Mr. Lee.
Sorry. Yes, I was saying Omni and then Malik, then Trigger. I forgot I have my headset up. Closing statements, guys. Thanks a lot.
What's going on, people? Appreciate being on. This is my first Sage Talk. I've seen many. When it comes to this whole discussion, I just feel like, well, it's not even that I feel. I just think that, you know what I'm saying, we're going to get better results out of women, out of the choices that they're going to make from here on. You can't build community without building up the Black family. So as it stands right now, we really don't have a Black community because our families are in shambles. We need to get back to this time where we're emphasizing Black families so that we can have the Black community. I mean, I grew up in a time where, you know, as a kid, I'm just talking from the child's perspective. If I did anything out of line and somebody caught me that wasn't my parent, oh, I get popped in the back of the head. I get sat down. I get pulled to the side and talked to. We don't have that anymore because we've got a matriarchy. They talk about down with the patriarchy all the time. How is there a patriarchy if all the children are being raised by women? Where is the patriarchy if the man's not in the house? So hopefully this will lead us to making better decisions, lead our women to making better decisions. And it's not, Lee was absolutely right. We're not waiting on women to allow us to do anything. It's not about that. It's never been. We're going to be moving the way that we're moving. Either y'all coming or y'all ain't. That's it. That's all I got to say. Appreciate everybody.
Very much. Well said. Absolutely. Malik.
Yes, sir.
Take us home. Take us home.
All right, let me say again, Mr. Logic, it's good talking to you. I don't know if you want to invite me there now since you're mad at me.
Hey, bro, we come on now. You know, man, we fight this man that we do this, though.
We've been here, man. Don't worry about it. We've been here.
All right, and I just want to say, I think because it turned into more a debate where I really wasn't trying to take it. I constantly say to Black women, I think, like Sister Sahara Ali said when she wrote her book, everybody been held accountable except Black women in a lot of ways, and I think that's because Black women don't hold each other accountable, and I think they should. That's why a lot of Black women that I run into constantly say, most of my friends are male. They're not friends with each other because they don't trust each other. But that being said, my whole premise is we both been through a lot, us as Black people. We've been through a lot for the 460 plus years. I don't say things to point blame. I just say things to a problem. A tree can be bad. If the seed is bad, the root is bad, and the leaves grow and the leaves are beautiful. And then one day you wake up and the leaves are all bad. You can pick the bad leaves off until the tree looks beautiful again. But when you go to sleep, you wake up again, the leaves are bad again. It's until you deal with the root of the problem is when it gets fixed. So with us, the root of the problem is the slavery that we went through. We're in a stage now where we got to wake up and take our rightful place. As Black men, we got to be the protectors of our women and our children. And I just don't think that we'll ever get there, if we just make it look like we only say women should be responsible and men shouldn't. I'll close with this point, Mr. Logic. The reason I ain't go with your premise about the shark and the lion, it's a difference if I say protect yourself from Black women because they out to kill you or something like that. I don't believe that. I know that's not true. I'm just saying when it comes down to us having children, just like we want our women to be responsible, we have to tell young men that we got to be responsible too. They can't grow up thinking I can just lay down with every woman, have children, and just go on about my way and everybody blame it on her. So I'll close it with that and just say we all need to move together. And Mr. Lodge, I close with this saying to you, that day you put your number in there for me, in the chat for me, and it went in there and everybody got your number except me.
No, you got it. Everybody else got it, and I had to change it. I'm finna put the
I sent you an email yesterday when you was on the panel. I sent the email to you, and I put my email in there. I hope you send me your number so I can get in touch with you. Thanks, Mr. Lee. You did a good job. I appreciate y'all, brothers. And Brother Desto, you was on point with what you were saying. And Brother Trigger, I'm going to listen till you close out, but I'm going to close myself out. Peace to you all and good show.
My new number
Appreciate
is
it. You're welcome here anytime, Malik. Don't worry about it.
All right. Thanks, bud.
Sure. Okay, Trigger, you want to go ahead, and then Desto and Logic.
Awesome. Thanks again for having me. So I'll just close with everybody was talking on their closing about the Black family. So I think I'll kind of stay on that trend. So as Black people, especially with this repeal that came down, we got to think about the way our lives were before it happened initially. We were married at an 80% rate, and Black people, to my knowledge, lived under traditionally conservative principles. All right. So I know it's kind of there's a lot of sting and a lot of hurt behind the repeal, but if anybody can find anything good about it, and try to look at it as an opportunity to get back to where we once were before it was even instituted in the first place. We've always been a family oriented people, and you have real world examples of the Black nuclear family within the Black community as it currently works today. And that's what we absolutely need to get back to. Mr. Lee made an excellent point with saying that, or Mr. Lee and Logic, with basically pointing out the statistics of Black women leading the number of abortions. Black women do absolutely need to hold themselves accountable and start saying that is unacceptable. And you need to also start coming to the terms with the factors that need to be put in place for you to want to keep a child. That is the seriousness that other women hold, and other Black women in general are capable of that exact same thing. You have sisters in Africa, all over the world, that are not reckless and they do not practice those type of activities when it comes to their reproduction. So I'm more so sitting here like a cheerleader saying, it may seem like a step that's rooted in negativity or holding people back. This can absolutely be a turning point for the Black nuclear family if Black women will let it be so. So that's all I have to say.
Hey, Trigger, is you coming to Atlanta?
I might. Shoot, why not?
Yeah, no, we need you there. Because see, the thing is that if all these men that talk and speak about this in the chat come to Atlanta, and then now people can visit and see the impact. When they see that impact of us in Atlanta, then now it's going to translate to these platforms. So now we just need to we need to start meeting up. We need to start meeting each other. We need to start networking. We need to start connecting. And then now it will roll over and you'll start seeing these benefits. This is an army. Right now you see on my screen, they're just the chat army. They're in charge of the chat. We're army.
Logic and Quest.
We're army. And I'm just saying, I love to see you in Atlanta, my brother Trigger, and then the first round's on me. I got $1,000 budget for the first rounds. After that, y'all on your own. You know what I'm saying? But I want to see you in Atlanta, brother. Get your ticket, man. Get your ticket. And then if you get your ticket, text it to me to the chat line.
Bet.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Go right ahead, Dusto.
Good evening, everybody. That was not me who called in and trolled. I take pride in when I call in and troll, I take pride in my work. That wasn't me. But anyway, energy. At the end of the day, yes, we know that people are damaged, broken, and the Black, whatever that y'all call a community, which I say it's not a community, is out of control. And there's a lot of trauma, drama, and chaos. But still, if you want what's left, like the few women who are left that actually want to be married, that will stick and stay, you got to come with the right energy, positive attitude, some good, comfortable space for them to be into, versus already attacking and already at war at the woman. What kind of woman should come into that? And of course, I hold both sides accountable, the men and the women. The women already know, and they're coming with the energy first. That's just bad. They're coming, like I always talk about, there's a big chunk of masculine, overweight baby mamas that are out of control. Don't date and don't deal with those women. If you decide to put yourself in that space, you allow that negative energy to come in. And if you're raw dogging those women, you have to accept what comes with it. You are no longer in control. The system and everything that you complain about is now in control because you decided to enable the very women that you're complaining about. You have a choice. Or if you don't have a choice and that's all you can attract, you might need to go to the gym yourself. You might need to brush up on the teeth and the gums. I don't know. But thanks some of the women who did come up, because y'all came up not as masculine, reckless, ratchetized, wigified baby mamas. We got to enable more of those to be able to come up and make it a little bit more comfortable for them. Give them some grace before sounding off, because some of them are doing the very work that we're asking for. Now dust off the ones who come up here talking. Now the ones that come up here talking crazy, dust them off. I'll gladly participate in that. But I'm just saying, let's make it a little bit more comfortable space. And I forgot what my other point is, but yeah.
I love you, Dust, though. I really do.
Hey, I'll see you in Atlanta.
No, I say I love you, man. You can't tell me you love me back.
Yeah, we good, bro.
see, that's the problem. Black men can't even tell each other they love each other. See, that's the problem. That let you know. You know what? I was gonna make you the chat NCO, but now you're fired.
Hey, I'll run the trolling 60s in the chat. Come on, hey, trolling 60s, stand up, and I will win troll of the year. I will win that competition.
This is chat army, brother. You know what I'm saying? You had your chance to just say, Mr. Lodge, you know what? I do love you too. And then
I love you, bro. Big homie.
I'm gonna nominate you to be the chat NCO. All right, thank you.
All right, I love everybody. Even the people I've been clowning and trolling. Hey, I still got love for. I still want better for everybody. But I got a job to do. I got to troll. I got to clown. And when I get off, I got to go find myself a way to find a spouse out here in this madness. So it is what it is. That's all I got. Thank you, Sage. Thank you, Logic. Thank you, all the people who came up and came for the conversation.
Not a problem.
Good night, everybody.
This is home. You're always welcome.
And shout out to JR. Thank you for having me on. And Anton.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Roger.
Hey, JR. Well, my last thought, that was Mr. Lee, is JR. The chick that was in Houston, that man Anton was talking to, she said she pregnant by Anton. She called in.
Oh yeah, I heard.
I think that was a classic troll, though.
Yeah, like I think that might
that was not me.
Conversation offline.
Y'all saw me on camera. That wasn't me. I take pride in my trolling work.
I don't know, Scam.
That wasn't me.
I ain't got that, Mr. Lee, man. Hey, I enjoyed myself today. I had a good time. Thank you for giving me a different point of view on this whole Roe v. Wade situation coming from the stats. I talked about this probably 3 times, and I did not think about coming from that perspective. So you enlightened me on some stuff, and pretty much you gave me more ammunition. I mean, terrorists, murderers, premeditated murderers. Hey, they finna get it. If when I start flaming y'all up, y'all better thank Mr. Lee.
I'm gonna let loose the monster.
That's all I got, Mr. Lee. I'll drop down.
Okay. Thanks, Logic, for coming by. Much appreciated. Well, this is the end of another Sage Talk. I just want to thank everyone for stopping by and contributing, whether it was only in the chat or those who came up on the panel. Obviously, this conversation is a serious one. As a people, we have gone through a lot over the centuries here in America. But I think one of the things we have to realize is that we have never been a rich people in wealth in terms of our life here in America. That's something recent. But we've always been a people who are rich in spirit and life and culture and family. And I think we need to find our soul, that place where Black America used to live, and build back on that. And don't allow money and wealth to destroy us. Because it seems as though ever since women have been chasing the bag and they have replaced the man with the bag, our life, our society, I'm talking about Black society, our communities, our children, and our women themselves, and our boys, our sons, we're suffering. We have to make that change. And many Black men are standing up and speaking out. And we're demanding a change be made in our community. And we're holding our women accountable. And there are times when we say things that sometimes may be harsh, hard to hear, but it's meant with love and goodwill. It's not meant to destroy. It's meant to cause you to reflect, because there have been too much time we've been spending partying, drinking, being merry. And there's nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong. I'm from Wall Street. I love a good party. But my point is that many times people only reflect in times of sadness. Let's not wait until some catastrophe happens in our community, and then we can reflect on the things that we need to make changes in. Let's use this opportunity, even though the decision may not been one that's liked by most, particularly the women. But let's take a look back and see what were the decisions that we made in the past that we could have changed, that we could have done better, and how can we make better decisions tomorrow. And I'm going to say this: as much as men want to lead, and as much as there are many men developing leadership skills, abilities, and putting themselves in a position where they have the finance and the ability to make a home for a woman and a family, it takes a woman that really wants to be a wife. It takes a woman to have a certain level of self-respect, that understand what family means, what love really means, and what community means. Or are we saying that the Black community is lost and can never be rebuilt? I think what we went through several centuries ago were the hardest. I think what's ahead of us is a cakewalk. We just have to put our mind to it, to take back our spirit, and to hold Black power as part of who we are, as a united Black people that love and care for one another and want a better future here in America. And with that, thank you again, everyone, for showing up. See you next week, same time. Have a good night. This is Sage Talk. I'm Lee. Have a good night.
All right, everybody, click that link. Get to the top of the chat. We take this energy right over there to Amira, y'all. Head over to Amira.